Chapter 774. The Demon Territory. Besides the lightning pool, everything throughout the dragon race's territory was gone. Fortunately, none of the dragons were injured because Yang Yi had told the Demon Emperor about the terrifying existence beneath the lightning pool once the demon territory had fully allied with the human race. So, the dragons of the dragon race had withdrawn from their territory a very long time ago. Yang Yi, Lu Yin, and Elder Mu stood by the side of the lightning pool, and their faces had solemn expressions on them as they gazed at the ceaselessly roiling pool of lightning. Lu Yin suddenly said, "Actually, he should have been able to escape a long time ago." Yang Yi was puzzled and gazed at Lu Yin. The latter said, "Can you feel it? He's absorbing the earth veins here. Do you know what an earth vein is? It's a form of energy just like spirit energy. Some earth veins are inferior to spirit energy, but there are some that are countless times better than spirit energy. I've scanned the area. The earth vein here is much purer than spirit energy, but it's on the verge of drying up." How strong is he? That was what Yang Yi was most concerned about, because this fellow was on profounder continent, so the slightest mishap might bring chaos to the continent. "I don't know," Lu Yin continued, "but based on the current situation, he's absolutely not a weakling." Yang Yi nodded. Actually, he knew because since the dragon race had stopped at nothing to seal that fellow all those years ago, it was impossible for him to be weak. But it didn't matter to him. After all, how strong could that fellow be in a world without saints? Let's talk with him first. If we truly can't come to an agreement, then we'll end him. Lu Yin spoke flatly. Yang Yi nodded. They had Lu Yin, Elder Mu, the Stone of Suppression, and 21 half-saint puppets. Moreover, 2 of those puppets were mid-grade half-saints. If such a force couldn't defeat a single person that wasn't at the saint realm, then they would truly be failures. At this moment, the lightning pool seemed like boiling water, and it bubbled incessantly. At the same time, the ground around the pool had started to quake. Another short moment passed before countless strands of black energy suddenly seeped out from beneath the pool, and it wasn't long before the entire lightning pool was enveloped by black energy. "Looks like this fellow is a demon," said Lu Yin. "What's wrong with being a demon? I'm willing to be one." A voice resounded from within the black energy. It was quite an attractive voice, and it seemed like it carried charm that shook the heart and soul. Yang Yi's heart shook. His sword intent formed a thin barrier an inch away from him. At this moment, he realized that the fellow's strength was absolutely not inferior to Supreme Exalt He and Enin. "It's none of my business whether you're a demon or not, and I won't stop you from coming out as well. But you have to guarantee that you won't harm the living beings here if you do," said Yang Yi. Profounder Continent was united now, and it was part of his forces. If this fellow were to do as he pleased, then it would undoubtedly be equivalent to looking for trouble with him, and Yang Yi would absolutely not allow that to happen. "Guarantee?" A disdainful voice resounded. "Who do you think you are to actually ask this king for a guarantee? I wasn't interested in the lives of those commoners, but now that you've said that, I just have to go bring calamity to them. It just so happens that I haven't killed for 100,000 years. I'm afraid it would feel unfamiliar to me, so we'll get used to it." "So you refuse to accept the compromise I'm willing to make?" Yang Yi's voice became cold. "If you think you're very strong, then come out here and fight us. Let's see if we can kill you or not. And you'll pay for what you've said." An icy cold voice resounded from beneath the black energy. "You'll pay for your arrogance." It was Lu Yin who spoke these words, and he slapped his palm towards the black energy upon finishing. Bang! The surging black energy was instantly slapped down to the bottom of the pool by the powerful force carried by Lu Yin's palm. However, there was no lightning pool there anymore. It was an enormous abyss that stood before them, and the bottomless abyss was filled with surging black energy. Moreover, strands of cold and terrifying aura were ceaselessly flowing out from within it. "You're not from this world." The mysterious person's voice resounded from below the black energy. Lu Yin said, "Now you know the strength we possess. So, do you think we can talk? If you think we can't, then don't waste your breath and just come and fight us." A long moment of silence ensued before the mysterious person's voice appeared once more from beneath the ground, About what? Lu Yin gazed at Yang Yi, and the latter nodded before he said, the defiant profounders will emerge in a month from now, and war will ensue. Once that happens, the war will continue until either all the defiant profounders or all the inhabitants of this world are annihilated. There are three forces in this world now. The one stees ours, profounder continent. Besides that, there's the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders. Which side do you belong to? The hallowed grounds. A voice that carried peerlessly terrifying and ghastly killing intent resounded abruptly. The killing intent within the voice seemed like 10,000-year-old ice, and it caused Yang Yi to be unable to help but shudder from its coldness. Obviously, that fellow beneath the ground definitely had great enmity with the hallowed grounds. It was obvious because the dragon race belonged to the hallowed grounds, and this fellow had been sealed by the dragon race. So, it was normal for there to be enmity between them. I know what you're trying to say. I can avoid becoming enemies with you once I leave this place, but the dragon race must be annihilated. Not only the dragon race on Profounder Continent, the dragon race in the hallowed grounds as well. This king will annihilate them all. The mysterious person roared. Yang Yi shook his head and said, you still haven't figured out the current situation you are in and the state of affairs right now. Regardless of whether it's my Profounder Continent or the hallowed grounds, do you think you can fight any one of us on your own? Don't tell me about how powerful you were all those years ago. All I know is that you're all alone now. What are you trying to say? Said the mysterious person in a low voice. Yang Yi replied, you can forget about doing anything to the dragon race of Profounder Continent, but you can do as you please to the dragon race in the hallowed grounds. I'll say it one last time. We'll turn around and leave if you agree to not cause trouble on the continent. It wasn't that Yang Yi didn't want to recruit that fellow, but he knew very well that the mysterious person beneath the ground was unlike Elder Mu and Lu Yin. How could an expert at such a level follow him? What if I insist? Said the mysterious man in a low voice. Then stay here forever. Boundless killing intent surged within Yang Yi's eyes. Those two beside you are formidable indeed, but I'm afraid just the two of them aren't enough to kill me, said the mysterious person. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 21 half-saint sword servants appeared behind him. I really don't want to waste any more time. Now, I've changed my mind. It's better to eliminate an unstable factor like you. As he spoke, Yang Yi withdrew the stone of suppression and tossed it to Elder Mu, and then he commanded the 21 half-saint sword servants to jump down into the abyss. Elder Mu glanced at Yang Yi, and then he entered the abyss with Lu Yin. The stone of suppression. Kid, who exactly are you? You actually possess the hallowed grounds stone of suppression. The mysterious person's astounded voice resounded from the bottom of the abyss. Bang, bang, bang. It didn't take long for explosions to resound from the bottom of the abyss, and the powerful waves of energy from the battle caused the abyss to enlarge incessantly. Merely a few breaths of time had passed before the abyss had enlarged over 100 times. Stop. I think we can talk properly. The mysterious person's voice suddenly resounded from below. It wasn't long before Elder Mu, Lu Yin, and the 21 sword servants appeared before Yang Yi. Lu Yin shook his head and said, we can't kill him. A defiant profounder? Yang Yi frowned. Elder Mu returned the stone of suppression to Yang Yi and said, he isn't one, because he doesn't have the aura of a defiant profounder. However, he has their undying physique. I get it now. Yang Yi gazed at the abyss and said, you seized the body of a defiant profounder, right? How did you know that? The voice carried a trace of shock and bewilderment. That's none of your business. Yang Yi shrugged and said, didn't you want to talk? Then let's talk. Yang Yi realized that if something could be resolved with his fists, then it was best to not waste his breath. Because if one was strong enough, then the other would beg for a talk. We can work together, said the mysterious person. Yang Yi was inwardly moved and said, go on. Calamity is upon us. It's impossible for me to survive on my own. I can join forces with you against the hallowed grounds, the defiant profounders, and the outer heavens, replied the mysterious person. How will you convince me that you're sincere? Asked Yang Yi. Lu Yin suddenly. Experts at his level disdain to lie. Yang Yi nodded. Experts had their pride and honor. Even though that mysterious fellow had almost been killed, he hadn't begged for mercy, and that clearly showed how unyielding he was. After they dealt with that mysterious fellow, Yang Yi immediately returned to ancient Domain City and started to cultivate madly once more. Had intended to spar with in Nanjing, but unfortunately, she'd been in closed-door cultivation since he returned. Another month passed by. Yang Yi ascended to the 6th rank of the monarch realm with the assistance of a pile of energy stones and 1,000 fire crystals. However, he still couldn't draw the sword precursor. According to the sword spirit, his strength and cultivation were too low, and he could give it a try upon attaining the half-saint realm. The only thing he felt gratified about was the primordial violet energy within the primordial pagoda was increasing along with his cultivation, and a slightly insane thought appeared in Yang Yi's mind. The hallowed grounds. At this moment, the hallowed grounds had turned all the experts here into soldiers, just like Profounder Continent had. Moreover, the experts of all the races had gathered at the ancient city of Hallows under the Hallowed Lord's orders. So, the aura of experts surged through the sky and shook the world throughout the city. Yang Yi was waiting. The hallowed grounds was waiting as well. They were all waiting for the defiant Profounders. Finally, the day came when a voice suddenly resounded through every single corner of the hallowed grounds. It has been 100,000 years. We're finally free of our fate. As soon as the voice finished resounding, bang, the pagoda of confinement exploded into pieces. From this day onward, the men, the earth, and the heavens here will face doom. A voice resounded once more through every corner of the hallowed grounds. Bang! A blood-red pillar shot into the sky, and then an enormous explosion resounded as the heavens and the earth trembled. After that, the sky dimmed down. Chapter 775. The sky was clear no more. It had become blood-red, and endless blood-red light enveloped every single corner of the hallowed grounds. At this moment, everyone felt sorrow arise in their hearts. It was because the heaven Tao of this world had fallen. Every single world has a spirit of its own, and man called that spirit the heaven Tao. The heaven Tao had a will of its own, or it should be said to be a subconscious will. It instinctively acted against those who could threaten it. For example, it would send a heavenly tribulation down when others were attaining the saint realm, because when a person was strong to a certain extent, that person could even pose a threat to it. There was no right or wrong. If the heaven Tao wanted to live, then it had to prevent many from becoming strong. If man wanted to live longer, then it had to fight against the heavens. Even then, many people still felt reverence towards the heavens because it fostered all living beings within its world. So, even if many people became extremely strong, they still wouldn't act against the heaven Tao, just like the sword sect's founding ancestor hadn't. Yet now, the defiant Profounders had immediately killed the heaven Tao of this world upon emerging from the seal. It was a declaration of war. It was a declaration of war to all the living beings of this world. Because once the heaven Tao ceased to exist, then this world would quickly wither away and be completely destroyed. It was war that would only end with the death of one side. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the members of the hallowed grounds or Profounder Continent, they understood what the defiant Profounders wanted. As soon as the pagoda of confinement was destroyed, numerous black shadows shot up from beneath the ground, and as more and more defiant Profounders emerged to the surface, the terrifying auras that filled the area grew stronger and stronger. It didn't take long for the powerful auras emanated by the defiant Profounders and the powerful auras of the experts in the ancient city of Hallows to respectively form an enormous black dragon and an enormous golden dragon that collided with each other in midair. Bang! The sky trembled as the enormous dragon shattered into pieces. Nirvana fist. A voice resounded from beneath the ground, and then a black fist shot into the sky. The fist suddenly changed directions in midair and smashed down towards the ancient city of Hallows. The fist wasn't very huge, and it was only the size or an ordinary fist, but it seemed to possess the strength to destroy the world. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed successively, and the vitality in its surroundings were completely exhausted. It seemed like it intended to destroy everything in its path. It hadn't even arrived before the city when the powerful force it carried caused the faces of countless people in the city to turn pale, because the vitality within them was actually flowing out of them as well. Starfall Point. A voice resounded from within the city as well, and then a golden finger flashed out of the city and collided with the fist. Bang! Thunderous rumbling resounded by the ears of everyone within the city, and it shook them to the point they felt piercing pain coming from their eardrums. Moreover, some even bled from all 7 apertures. Not bad. You're not inferior to your ancestor at all. A voice resounded from beneath the ground, and then a middle-aged man with a long braided ponytail appeared outside the city. Besides that, there were almost 10,000 people standing behind him. All of them were half-saints. The middle-aged man's braided ponytail was very long to the point it could touch the ground, and there was a saber hanging on his waist. The saber was around 1 m long and without a sheath. The blade of the saber seemed very ordinary, and it made it seem like an extremely ordinary saber. Besides that, the old man's eye sockets had no eyeballs within them, and they were just completely empty. This made him seem quite terrifying. There were 10 black-robed experts standing behind the middle-aged man, and there were both men and women amongst them. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that all of them were high-grade half-saints. I'm surprised that you actually brought all the defiant profounders under your control. A voice resounded from within the city. All those years ago, we were defeated one by the outer heavens, and you because we weren't united. Now, you won't have such a chance, said the middle-aged man. You don't have your undying physiques anymore. The voice resounded once more from within the city. That's a form of release to us. The middle-aged man took a step forward and said, all of you can repay what your ancestors owed us all those years ago. All of you've gained freedom. Now it's time for us to gain the same. Bring it on. The entrance of the city was opened once these words finished resounding through the air, and then a man in a white robe who wore a white mask on his face walked out slowly. There were 15 experts walking behind him. All of them were high-grade half-saints, and Supreme Exalt He Enin and the blind old man were amongst them. Behind these 15 people were over 20,000 other half-saints. They didn't waste their breaths at all, and immediately engaged each other in battle. The battle shook the heavens and the earth. Blood drenched the ground around the city and drenched the walls of the city as well, and the smell of blood could be smelled throughout the hallowed grounds. 3 days later, the hallowed grounds experts retreated to the ancient city of Hallows. The hallowed grounds left behind around 5,000 corpses of half-saints outside the city walls, but the defiant profounders hadn't even lost 1,000 of their members. The hallowed grounds had suffered a crushing defeat, and it could only rely on the 100,000-year-old formation around the city to defend itself from the defiant profounders. This time, everyone witnessed how terrifying and powerful the defiant profounders were. All of you are just children to us. The middle-aged man floated in the sky outside the city and looked down towards the city as he said, how can all of you who haven't even seen the world compare to the battle and dangers that we've experienced? The masked man appeared before the middle-aged man and said, I admit that I really did underestimate all of you. The middle-aged man pointed at the ancient city of Hallows and said, I remember this formation was called the Heavenly Barrier Formation, and it was placed here by those fellows from the outer heavens. We can break through it by force, but we would suffer heavy losses. It's fine. We can afford to wait. When he spoke up to this point, the middle-aged man turned around and left. At the same time, his voice resounded once more. It has been 100,000 years. All of you've suffered for 100,000 years. Don't you want to vent? Roar. All the defiant profounders howled before they transformed into black shadows that shot off in all directions. Not all the members of the various races had moved to the ancient city of Hallows, and it was only their elite forces that had come to the city. Meanwhile, the comparatively weaker members of the various races were still residing in their own territories. So, it was a slaughter, an absolute slaughter. The hallowed grounds was once a paradise. Yet now, it had become hell, and the ancient city of Hallows became the last safe place throughout the hallowed grounds. Profounder continent. Yang Yi locked himself in his room, and there were 8 stone coffins laid out in front of him. Yang Yi had excitement on his face right now. He was extremely excited, because he noticed that the terrifying black worm had vanished from their bodies. In other words, he could refine them into sword servants. The sword spirit and the 21 half-saint sword servants were by his side. After all, he naturally had to take precautions against them coming to life and waking up. To his surprise, they didn't come to life. Moreover, they were completely devoid of vitality. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time, yet couldn't figure anything out. But it wasn't important because he was about to possess 8 mid-grade half-saint sword servants. Yang Yi was quite skilled in refining sword servants, so it only took him a day to complete their transformation into sword servants. Coupled with the 2 existing mid-grade half-saint sword servants he possessed, he had 10 mid-grade half-saint sword servants and 19 ordinary half-saint sword servants now. Of course, he was very clearly aware that this little bit of strength was far from sufficient to face the defiant Profounders and hallowed grounds. So, had decided to take a risk. He intended to provide the primordial violet energy he possessed to those half-saint sword servants. He didn't dare give it to Elder Mu or Lu Yin. It wasn't that he didn't trust them. Conversely, he really trusted Elder Mu. However, primordial violet energy carried great implications. After all, what would it represent if a saint appeared in this world? It represented that primordial violet energy existed in this world. But all the violet energy of this world had been exhausted. So where did it come from? At that time, it wouldn't just be the hallowed ground and defiant Profounders that targeted Profounder continent. Even the outer heavens would act. Elder Mu could sweep through the defiant Profounders and the hallowed grounds upon attaining the Saint Realm. But could he sweep through the outer heavens? He couldn't. Moreover, Profounder continent would have no chance at survival if the outer heavens disregarded everything and acted against them. Besides that, a treasure that could produce primordial violet energy was definitely something that the outer heavens would disregard everything to seize. It wasn't that he refused to let Elder Mu and Lu Yin attain the Saint Realm. It just wasn't the right time yet. Yang Yi witnessed how terrifying primordial violet energy was again. As soon as they started cultivating with primordial violet energy, the auras of those half-saint sword servants were growing stronger at practically every moment. Such progress made Yang Yi feel overjoyed, but his heart hurt as well, because had accumulated all that violet energy for a very, very long time. 3 days later, the 19 ordinary half-saint sword servants had become mid-grade half-saints. On the other hand, the 10 mid-grade half-saints were still mid-grade half-saints. However, their auras were many times stronger than before. While they were still mid-grade half-saints, every single one of them could fight 2 to 3 experts like the patriarch of the fire spirit race on their own. Yang Yi names those 10 sword servants his super war generals. As for the other mid-grade half-saint sword servants, while they were similarly mid-grade half-saints like the 10 super war generals, they weren't as strong as the super war generals. Yang Yi had intended to cultivate and improve his cultivation in order to obtain even more primordial violet energy, so that he could improve his sword servants. Unfortunately, trouble had arrived. Mu Qingfeng had arrived on Profounder continent, but she wasn't alone. She had come with 2 defiant Profounders. To be precise, she was being pursued by 2 defiant Profounders. They were originally just pursuing her, but once they noticed the continent, one of them had actually abandoned Mu Qingfeng and started to kill without restraint. Yang Yi left his room and looked up into the sky. What's coming will come. It can't be avoided. His figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Chapter 776. The defiant Profounders had emerged from the seal, so a world war was inevitable. It was impossible for Profounder continent to avoid it. So, Yang Yi wasn't surprised when he found out that defiant Profounders had arrived at Profounder continent. Yang Yi did feel worried, because every single defiant Profounder was at the half-saint realm, and there were almost 10,000 of them. What would they do if such a terrifying force came to Profounder continent? It was absolutely impossible for them to fight such a force. However, Yang Yi was prepared. If Profounder continent really did suffer calamity, then he would immediately allow Elder Mu and Lu Yin to attain the Saint Realm. Because he would definitely be an idiot if he was worrying about this, and that at a time like that. The Southern Sea. Mu Qingfeng fled in the direction of ancient Domain City upon arriving at Profounder Continent. She had risen her speed to its limits, so she seemed like a breeze that swept through the air. Even then, she was still obstructed. It was a defiant Profounder who stood in her path. Little girl, your speed isn't bad. You actually made me chase you for so long. The defiant Profounder who spoke these words seemed to be only around the age of 20. He seemed very young, but his voice was quite aged, and it sounded like he was a few hundred years old. The profound energy within Mu Qingfeng surged as she spoke coldly. This is Profounder Continent. You still have time to turn around and return to the hallowed grounds. You might not be able to return if you linger a little longer. Are you trying to scare me? The man laughed with ridicule and said, the spirit energy here is so scarce that it's simply in the worst state I've ever seen. It's utterly impossible for any experts to be born here. Even if there are, would I have to fear them? Not only am I not going back, I'm going to slaughter everyone here. Weren't your ancestors trying to protect this continent? Now, he'll destroy it, and he'll even annihilate all their descendants at the same time. As he spoke, he raised his right hand with the intention of attacking. Mu Qingfeng's eyelids twitched when she saw that. She was naturally no match for this old fellow, but she wasn't prepared to submit either. She was just about to fight desperately to the death when her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked towards the area behind that defiant Profounder and said, Young man. Yang Yi had suddenly appeared behind the man, and he was slightly stunned when he heard her call him young man. After that, he nodded to her. Even though he was hostile to the hallowed grounds, he wasn't hostile to Lunar Right Hall, Mu Qingfeng, Nether Maiden, and the others. The man turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and he sized Yang Yi up for a moment before he said, the 6th rank of the Monarch Realm? Huh. Have you come here to give your life away? Yang Yi said, actually, I had no hostility towards the defiant Profounders. After all, Qin Bufan seemed to be quite a nice guy. However, I have to say that I was wrong. I heard what you said just now, and I really want to say that it was the outer heavens and the experts from 100,000 years ago who sealed all of you. All of you lost all those years ago. Your skills were inferior, so you deserve punishment. Yet now, you intend to take revenge on the later generations. That's truly despicable. They are just the beginning of our revenge. The man raised his hand slowly, pointed it at Yang Yi, and then said, your aura is very strong. Since you're able to remain so composed while standing before me, I presume you're quite confident in your strength. Come, let me see how strong a 6th-rank Monarch Realm Profounder is. As he spoke, he suddenly made a clawing motion towards Yang Yi. The space around Yang Yi suddenly constricted as if it was being squashed. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed. Hiss! The man's figure stiffened on the spot, and there was a bleeding hole on his chest. As for Yang Yi, he was standing behind the man now. Mu Qingfeng was stunned. He instantly killed him. He instantly killed a half-saint. She gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Not too long ago, Yang Yi had killed a half-saint as well, but he hadn't accomplished it with such ease. Yet now, a defiant Profounder had been killed just like that with a single swing of his sword. The man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Tuned level heaven rank sword intent. Impossible. Even if you possess tuned level heaven rank sword intent, it's impossible for your sword to be so swift, and it's impossible for it to be so strong. Yang Yi didn't explain anything to him, of course. Head utilized the critical strike and light speed techniques earlier, and Head even utilized the mortal sword of the tri-apex sword technique. While it seemed to be a single swing of his sword, it had exhausted around 20% of his profound energy. That was an attack that he put his entire strength into. He hadn't fought a drawn-out battle with the defiant Profounder, but had immediately executed his strongest attack. His objective was naturally to avoid wasting time. Besides that, he didn't want that defiant Profounder to flee, because it was another half-saint sword servant to him. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and he placed the corpse into the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, a ray of black light flashed over through the sky. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly as he flicked his finger, and a strand of sword energy shot out and collided with the black light. Bang! The black light and the sword energy dispersed at the same time, and then a man who held a saber in his hand appeared not too far away from Yang Yi and Mu Qingfeng. He's a defiant profounder. He was pursuing me along with that fellow whom you just killed. However, he left alone upon arriving at Profounder Continent. He probably won a kill. Mu Qingfeng spoke in a low voice. Actually, Ding Xiaoyao was aware of their arrival the moment the three of them had arrived at Profounder Continent. However, she didn't send anyone to pursue the defiant Profounders because it was pointless to send ordinary experts. On the other hand, Elder Mu and Lu Yin were in closed-door cultivation. So, she had no other choice but to notify Yang Yi. As far as she was concerned, while he was only at the 6th rank of the Monarch Realm, it was definitely not a problem for him to deal with two defiant Profounders. If it was a problem, then Yang Yi would have definitely not headed to the hallowed grounds before he even attained the Monarch Realm and even came back alive. How audacious! You actually dared to kill him. The man's voice carried dense killing intent. I'll make you. How many did you kill just now? Yang Yi suddenly interrupted him. Not many. Just around 10,000. He laughed savagely. But don't worry, I'll kill even more in a while. Yang Yi shook his head. The resentment and hatred from being sealed for 100,000 years has caused their minds to be filled with the intent to kill. Yet I actually intended to talk with them. It seems like that's absolutely impossible. At the very least, it's absolutely impossible until I beat some sense into them. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. The profound energy within him surged into his sword, and then he instantly vanished on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already right in front of the man while his sword had stabbed into the man's chest. He instantly killed a half-saint again. Mu Qingfeng's mind had gone blank. These defiant Profounders who were insufferably arrogant in the hallowed grounds aren't even able to fight back before him. You. The man wanted to say something, but he had no chance. Yang Ye's sword shook slightly and the vitality within the man was instantly drained. While he seemed to have instantly annihilated two defiant Profounders with ease, only Yang Yi knew how difficult it had been. At this moment, his countenance was slightly pale while his body even felt empty, because only less than a third of his profound energy remained. If a few more defiant Profounders were to arrive at this moment, then all he could do was either summon his sword servants to group up against them or flee. After he put the corpse away, Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Mu Qingfeng. At this moment, Mu Qingfeng's eyes were still filled with shock, and she only recovered from it after Yang Yi looked at her. She said, You are actually so strong. Yang Yi shook his head and said, How's the situation at the hallowed grounds right now? She replied solemnly, Very bad. How bad is it? Asked Yang Yi. She laughed bitterly and shook her head before she told him about the situation at the hallowed grounds. A short while passed before Yang Ye's face gradually became solemn as well, and he said, You're saying that the hallowed grounds lost almost 5,000 half-saints, yet the defiant Profounders merely lost around 1,000? She nodded. We never expected them to actually be that strong. Even though those two from before were very strong as well, they're nobodies amongst the defiant Profounders. The combat strength possessed by many defiant Profounders is simply shocking, and they're even able to absorb our cultivations. They get stronger the more they kill, especially when they kill half-saints. To put it simply, they grow endlessly stronger in battle. That really is a little too strong. Yang Yi shook his head. After all, 5,000 half-saints had been lost in exchange for the deaths of just around 1,000 defiant Profounders. He really wanted to ask her if she was sure that those 5,000 half-saints weren't just Monarch Realm experts. At this moment, he felt fortunate that Head immediately utilized his full strength against them. Otherwise, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to kill them. Mu Qingfeng suddenly said, I came on orders from the hallowed grounds. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time before he said, They want Profounder Continent to side with them? Mu Qingfeng shook her head and said, No. The hallowed halls wants both our sides to work together. You've seen the attitude of the defiant Profounders. They're utter madmen, and they won't stop until they kill every single living being in this world. Once our hallowed grounds is defeated, their next target will definitely be Profounder Continent. At that time, Profounder Continent wouldn't be able to stop them at all. Besides that, they might not destroy the hallowed grounds first and attack Profounder Continent first instead. Why? Yang Yi frowned. Mu Qingfeng replied, they can absorb the cultivations of others to strengthen themselves. They're slaughtering others for the sake of taking revenge and venting their anger, but the main reason is because killing will strengthen them. The ancient city of Hallows has a formation to protect it and a divine talisman master, so the defiant Profounders can't break into the ancient city of Hallows. But what about Profounder Continent? If they come to Profounder Continent, then their cultivations will... Yang Ye's expression suddenly changed drastically when he spoke up to this point. Because those two fellows from before were still at the half-saint realm. Their cultivations hadn't dropped at all. The heaven Tao is gone, so all barriers shall cease to exist. Mu Qingfeng looked Yang Yi in the eye as she spoke. Chapter 7:77. Yang Ye's expression became extremely solemn when he heard this. The barrier between the hallowed grounds and Profounder Continent was gone. What did that represent? It represented that it would be extremely easy for both the hallowed grounds and the defiant Profounders to attack Profounder Continent. Yang Yi had decided to work together with the hallowed grounds when he heard up to this point. He would absolutely not work together with them if he was all alone. He was confident to face everything with just his sword in his hand. Yet now, he had to think for the others on Profounder Continent who were on his side. He could take his loved ones with him and flee, and he had the ability to protect himself, but what about the others on the continent? For example, the Ding clan, the Qin clan, the disciples of the Sword Sect, and many others who were following him. Would they be able to flee? Definitely not. They wouldn't even be able to fight back against the defiant Profounders. In Yang Ye's opinion, it wasn't a burden but a responsibility, and a man should shoulder his responsibilities. What did the Hallowed Halls say before they sent you? Asked Yang Yi. They are willing to let bygones be bygones. She replied. The Hallowed Lord said that regardless of what enmity there is between you and the hallowed grounds, they are willing to forget all of it. He even said that while the hallowed grounds wanted to kill you in the past, it only wanted to kill you alone and had never slaughtered the others on the continent. But the defiant Profounders are different. They'll slaughter everyone on the continent besides other defiant Profounders. I took the Stone of Suppression, said Yang Yi. She replied, it's yours from now onward. Yang Yi continued, many people in the hallowed grounds want to see me dead. She answered, no one will dare to act against you without permission. Yang Yi fell silent. He knew that the severity of the situation in the hallowed grounds was probably beyond his imagination. Otherwise, it was impossible for the hallowed grounds to make such concessions. Yang Yi wasn't an indecisive person, so he immediately said, I'll head to the hallowed grounds with you once I finish handling some things here. Even though there was no conflict between him and the defiant Profounders for now, Yang Yi knew that it would occur sooner or later. The defiant Profounders had gone mad, and they wouldn't return to normal without killing. Moreover, killing could improve their strengths, so why would they stop? He would definitely be asking for insult if he sought to negotiate and talk with the defiant Profounders, because they would definitely pay no attention to him. The anxiousness Mu Qingfeng felt was finally relieved when she heard this. The reason the Hallowed Grounds had sent her was because she and Lunarite Hall had quite a good relationship with Yang Yi. So, if they sent anyone else, then that person might have been killed before that person could even speak. As far as the Hallowed Grounds was concerned, Yang Yi was absolutely capable of such a thing. Mu Qingfeng returned to Ancient Domain City with Yang Yi. When she arrived there, she finally realized how influential Yang Yi was here. Practically everyone here had blind confidence and adoration for Yang Yi. It was like Profounder Continent would never fall while he was there. I've decided to join forces with the Hallowed Grounds. These were the first words that Yang Yi spoke once he met Ding Xiaoyao. He always discussed everything with her. It was a form of trust and respect. You've decided? Ding Xiaoyao wasn't very surprised. As far as she was concerned, joining forces with the Hallowed Grounds was inevitable. Because amongst the three forces in this world, the might of the defiant Profounders had practically surpassed the joint forces of the hallowed grounds and Profounder continent. If the hallowed grounds and Profounder continent still didn't join forces under such circumstances, then only death would await them. Yang Yi nodded and said, "What do you think?" "That's our one and only choice, and it's the hallowed grounds' only choice as well," said Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi said, "Since you agree, then it's decided. Once I've left, ask Elder Mu and Senior Lu to guard the teleportation formation that leads to the hallowed grounds, and don't allow any defiant Profounders to come to the continent. Those madmen start slaughtering the moment they arrive, so kill every single one that comes here. Ask Elder Mu to preserve their corpses once they are dead." Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation appeared in the space before Ding Xiaoyao. A short while passed before killing intent arose in her eyes. She said, 10 defiant Profounders have arrived at Profounder continent. Just as you said, they are slaughtering the oceanic clans. Even we have lost a huge amount of people. I've told the rest to hide." Meanwhile, Mu Qingfeng said, "They probably arrived here by accident. You must eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they notify even more defiant Profounders, then Profounder continent will have to pay a horrifying price." A vicious glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. "I haven't even gone looking for them, yet they've come to look for me. Xiaoyao, they'll leave the continent to you and Bairu. Qingfeng, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi and Mu Qingfeng's figures vanished. Ding Xiaoyao's expression grew more and more solemn as she looked up into the sky. She knew that Profounder continent would cease to be peaceful from this moment onward. The oceanic clans. At this moment, the ocean was dyed red with blood, while countless corpses floated on the surface of the ocean, and they formed a dense expanse that covered the ocean. Bang! Suddenly, a pillar of water surged up from below, and then a group of Profounders with the upper bodies of humans and the lower bodies of fish shot out from within the pillar of water. "Qianlong, head for ancient domain city. Quickly!" A hysterical voice resounded from deep beneath the ocean, but it didn't take long for it to vanish. 2 streams of tears flowed out from the eyes of the woman in midair who was surrounded by a group of Profounders from the mermaid clan. When those tears flowed down her face, they transformed into pearls, but when they dropped to the ocean, they transformed into ice. "Princess, leave, quickly." An old man from the mermaid clan spoke anxiously to the woman called Qianlong. "Quickly head to ancient domain city. Yang Yi has returned to Profounder continent. He'll definitely be able to protect you." "Yang Yi? Protect all of you? What a joke." A figure shot out from beneath the ocean, and a man appeared before them. "Why have you slaughtered the oceanic clans?" Qianlong stared fixedly at the man. "Everyone in this world deserves death." The man walked slowly towards Qianlong and the others. He said, "Don't worry. I won't kill you because I sense that you seem to be unlike the others. As for what's different about you, I don't know the answer now, but I'll find out sooner or later. Of course, that isn't the main reason. The main reason is I haven't been with a woman for so long." Qianlong stared fixedly at him and said, "Are you even worthy of that?" The man intended to say something, but his voice stopped abruptly. Snowflakes had appeared in an area of 500 m. Boundless snowflakes. After these snowflakes appeared, the temperature in the area suddenly dropped by 1,000 degrees. The ocean was frozen. Besides the small area and space around Qianlong, everything else was frozen. At this moment, even that defiant Profounder who was a half-saint was frozen, and there was only some color in his eyes. It was an expression of terror. Bang! Suddenly, 5 figures charged out from beneath the frozen ocean. "Break!" Along with this shout, cracking resounded as the ice in the surroundings instantly shattered into bits. As for the snowflakes, they were blasted apart by the voice as well. Besides that, the defiant Profounder who Qianlong had frozen was transformed into bits of ice as well. I never expected that I would meet another person from the Nether Pavilion. A black-robed man who held a feather fan walked over to Qianlong's group. The man sized her up, and then he shook his head and said, "Looks like you've only awakened less than 10% of your strength. You're much weaker than that nether maiden in the ancient city of Halos. No wonder you were concealing your strength. The mermaid clan never harmed all of you. Qianlin's voice carried a trace of ferocity, but all of you didn't spare them. All of you truly deserve death. All of you are the ones who deserve death. Killing intent arose in the man's eyes. 100,000 years. Do you know how it feels to be sealed for 100,000 years? You don't. You'll never experience such a feeling. Well, use the blood of this entire world and everyone in the outer heavens to wash away the pain we've endured. The slaughter has only just begun. All of you won't succeed. Qinlan stared fixedly at the man. He chuckled lightly and said, "No one can stop us. Even the strongest power in this world, the hallowed grounds, can't stop us. All right, I don't want to waste my breath on you anymore. Instead of allowing the people of the other halls to devour you, isn't it better to let me devour you? At the very least, they'll give you a swift death." Are all of you the ones who killed those people down there? Right when the man with a feather fan was about to attack, a voice resounded from behind him. The man's eyes narrowed slightly and turned around with the others. A woman and a man who held a sword and carried a damaged sword had suddenly appeared behind them. They were naturally Yang Yi and Mu Qingfeng. Even though he was speaking to the man with a feather fan, Yang Yi's gaze was on the surface of the ocean. There were countless corpses that formed a dense mass throughout the ocean, and they filled the ocean until the ends of his vision. Moreover, the ocean water was scarlet red like blood, and the smell of blood was even suffocating to him. It was us. So? The man sized up Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while he tightened his grasp on his sword. Had killed as well, but he only killed his enemies, and he wouldn't go mad and start killing people at random. However, these defiant profounders were killing for the sake of killing. They wanted the deaths of every single living being in this world, and it included him, Yang Yi, and everyone he cared about. Since the moment that the defiant profounders emerged from the seal, he was actually bound to become enemies with them. After all, wouldn't ancient Domain City become a city filled with death if they went there? I sense danger from you, the man said, but it's fine, because you'll be dying soon. No, I'll make it worse than death for you, because I really hate you. I hate it when people try to act calm and composed in front of me as if everything is within their control. The man was about to attack while he spoke. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked towards an island a few hundred meters from here, and he frowned. They noticed so quickly? Damn it. I can't enjoy this place on my own. It wasn't long before numerous black shadows shot out from the distant island, and they rushed towards Yang Yi and the others. Mu Qingfeng's pupils constricted when she witnessed this scene. She said, "It's the defiant profounders. Many of them have discovered the teleportation formation that leads to Profounder Continent. Haha, so much life. It's even more than the hallowed grounds. I'm going to kill to my heart's content." The voice of the black-robed man who led the group in the distance resounded from afar. Chapter 778. Suddenly, a sword howl shot into the sky. Everyone here looked towards where Yang Yi stood, but Yang Yi had vanished from there. They were astonished by this scene and hurriedly looked off into the horizon. They saw the black shadow that led the group was falling down from the sky, but a ray of light flashed when the black figure almost fell into the ocean, and then he vanished. All the spectators here were astounded, even the man with a feather fan. He was killed in an instant? He instantly annihilated a defiant profounder at the half-saint realm with a single swing of his sword? All of their expressions turned extremely solemn. Yang Yi was about to launch another attack, but the man with a feather fan and the other 4 defiant profounders obstructed Yang Yi's path. At the same time, another 10 black figures descended behind the man with a feather fan. 15 defiant profounders. They didn't attack, and they just stared fixedly at Yang Yi. While they wanted to kill him, they were no fools. Since this fellow standing before them had been able to instantly annihilate a companion of theirs, it represented that his strength far surpassed any one of them. "Who are you?" asked the man in a low voice. Yang Yi said, "I actually felt quite a bit of pity for all of you. After all, you were sealed for 100,000 years. But now, I don't feel even a shred of pity. If I were born 100,000 years earlier, I would have definitely annihilated all of you. The hallowed grounds was terrible, but the defiant profounders were worse. After all, the hallowed grounds only wanted to kill Yang Yi and the people related to Yang Yi, but they had no intention of destroying the continent. However, the defiant profounders were different. They truly desired to destroy the continent. Could he let them destroy the continent? The answer was no, of course. His loved ones, and those who stood by his side, resided on profounder continent. If the hallowed grounds wanted to destroy the continent, then he would annihilate the hallowed grounds. If the defiant profounders wanted to destroy the continent, then he would annihilate the defiant profounders. You're very strong, so I'm not confident in my ability to kill you. The man with a feather fan spoke fiercely. However, there's 15 of us. Can you fight all 15 of us? Yang Yi shook his head while a wisp of disdain flashed through his eyes. He said, even though Qin Bufan is a defiant profounder as well, he has his pride, and he has never shown any fear even if he encounters those who were stronger than him. But all of you. Looks like there are outstanding people and trash amongst the defiant profounders. It just so happens that all of you are the trash. You want to compete in numbers? Then let's compete. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the 29 half-saint sword servants he had appeared by his side. 29 mid-grade half-saints. Qianlan and Mu Qingfeng's pupils constricted when they witnessed this scene, and there was disbelief in their eyes. On the other hand, the expressions of the defiant profounders here changed drastically. They gazed at Yang Yi's sword servants with astonishment. Kill them all. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and ordered the sword servants to attack. The 29 half-saint sword servants immediately pounced at the defiant profounders. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's brows to gradually knit together, because while the sword servants had the advantage in numbers, they were actually unable to gain even the slightest advantage in the battle. On the contrary, the defiant profounders showed signs of gaining the upper hand instead. All 29 of those sword servants were mid-grade half-saints. However, even the strongest amongst the defiant profounders here, the man with the feather fan, was only a mid-grade half-saint. I finally realized that it isn't the defiant profounders who are weak, it's you who is too strong. Mu Qingfeng spoke in a serious tone. Yang Yi's ability to instantly annihilate defiant profounders in succession had made her feel that the defiant profounders seemed to have become weaker. Now, she understood that the defiant profounders hadn't become weaker, and it was Yang Yi who was too strong. At this moment, Yang Yi realized that the defiant profounders weren't weak at all, and they could even be considered to be extremely strong. Not only were they capable of fighting 2 of his sword servants with ease, they even showed signs of suppressing those sword servants. If he hadn't used his strongest attack every single time before this, then it would have been utterly impossible for him to kill the defiant profounders. In the end, besides his own strength, the reason he could instantly kill the defiant profounders was because they'd underestimated him. Indeed, they would underestimate him when they noticed that he was only at the 6th rank of the monarch realm, and it was usually too late for them to put up their guard once he drew his sword. Because Yang Yi's sword was very swift and very powerful, Yang Yi joined the battle as well. Just as had expected, it was quite difficult for him to deal with them if he didn't utilize the critical strike technique, light speed, and the tri-apex sword technique. Of course, even if he didn't use his strongest attack, it was impossible for them to defeat him while he relied on his peak 12th level sword intent, the Herculean armor, and his physical defense and strength. Once Yang Yi joined the battle, the situation was instantly turned around because the defiant profounders started to fall. In less than 15 minutes, only 5 of the defiant profounders remained while Yang Yi had another 25 sword servants. Had been able to accomplish this because Head joined the battle and kept them busy. Otherwise, all 29 of his sword servants might have been annihilated. Let's head back to the hallowed grounds. The man with a feather fan ordered with a savage expression on his face, because even he would die here if they continued fighting. The other 4 defiant profounders didn't dare continue fighting as well, and they immediately intended to retreat. Trash! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from the horizon. It rumbled like lightning, and rippled through space. Their expressions changed slightly when they heard this voice, but the defiant profounders didn't dare retreat again. Yang Ye's expression had changed slightly as well. A black-robed man had appeared before him, and the old man had a sword servant in his hand. The sword servant was like a helpless little chick in the old man's hand, and it couldn't resist at all. Bang! An explosion resounded as the sword servant was transformed into ashes. Yang Ye's heart shook. While the feeling the black-robed old man gave him wasn't capable of rivaling supreme exalt he or Enin, he still sensed extremely threatened by the old man. It's an elder-level expert of the defiant profounders. Mu Qingfeng spoke solemnly. The strongest amongst the defiant profounders is the one called the Saber Emperor, Su Qinya. Beneath him are the 10 divine generals. Every single one of them is a high-grade half-saint that are equal to experts like Supreme Exalt He. Further beneath the hierarchy are the elders. I don't know exactly how many elders there are, but every single one of them wears a black robe. According to the Hallowed Grounds estimates, they should be high-grade half-saints as well. However, they are inferior to the 10 divine generals, and it's probably because of their own cultivation techniques and natural talent. The black-robed old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then his gaze shot towards the distance. It was in the direction of the Southern Territory. It was towards ancient Domain City. I never imagined that there would actually be so many living beings here. A wisp of greed flashed through his eyes. This really is a paradise. It will be your hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly drew the intense sword within the ancient sheath, and a ray of light shot towards the black-robed old man. Head executed Heaven Rend. 20 overlapped Heaven Rends enhanced by the critical strike technique and light speed. This was his actual strongest attack. The sword energy tore through space, and it arrived in front of the black-robed old man in less than an instant. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw this attack. He knew that Head truly underestimated this ant before him, who was only at the monarch realm. Bang! The old man was blasted flying, and he flew for almost 3 kilometers before his figure finally stopped. The other defiant profounders were flabbergasted. How dare you? The old man's furious howl resounded from the horizon, and then a withered claw tore through space and clawed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this attack. Head thought that his strongest attack would be able to kill the black-robed old man, but he hadn't expected that Head merely been able to injure the old man. Just this outcome allowed Yang Yi to instantly understand that the old man's strength far surpassed his own. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and swiftly drew his sword again. A ray of sword energy shot out from the ancient sheath and smashed against the withered claw, causing an enormous explosion before both attacks dispersed in midair. Yang Yi withdrew the stone of suppression. He was utterly incapable of surmounting his realm of cultivation to defeat a high-grade half-saint without it. The black-robed old man who was about to launch another attack seemed to be slightly stunned when Yang Yi withdrew the stone of suppression, and then a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. It's actually the stone of suppression. It's actually in your possession. No wonder the Hallowed Grounds didn't utilize it during the battle with us that day. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack, another black shadow shot out from the island in the distance. Another defiant profounder? At this moment, it wasn't just Yang Yi who frowned. Even the black-robed old man and the other defiant profounders frowned as well. Numerous black shadows shot out from the island, and only a moment passed before over 40 defiant profounders appeared before Yang Yi. All of them were slightly stunned when they saw the black-robed old man and the others. Obviously, they hadn't expected to see the black-robed old man and the others here. Yang Yi's brows knit even more tightly together when he saw them act in this way. His intuition told him that something was wrong. "What are all of you doing here?" asked the black-robed old man in a low voice. One of them replied, "We were pursuing a fellow who fled from the Hallowed Grounds." The black-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he gazed at the man who held a feather fan and said, "What about you?" He pointed at Mu Qingfeng and said, "We were pursuing her." Suddenly, a wave of spatial fluctuation arose behind Yang Yi, and then both Elder Mu and Lu Yin appeared by Yang Yi's side. The expressions of the black-robed old man and the others changed once more when they saw Lu Yin and Elder Mu, And then the old man spoke in a serious tone. I understand now. The hallowed grounds drew us over here on purpose. They want us and these people from profounder continent to fight and kill each other. The hallowed grounds led the defiant profounders here on purpose? They are diverting the calamity they face to profounder continent? And they're using both our sides to kill each other? Yang Ye's expression was extremely unsightly. Suddenly, Lu Yin and Elder Mu suddenly turned to look towards ancient domain city, and Lu Yin said, "Shit. An expert who's not from profounder continent has appeared in the city." "Is it a defiant profounder?" asked Yang Yi. "It's a member of the hallowed grounds." "We've been tricked. The hallowed grounds doesn't want to bury the hatchet with you. They want profounder continent and the defiant profounders to fight each other before they reap the benefits. Chapter 779. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin vanished on the spot. But it wasn't long before he appeared in front of Yang Yi again. However, he had quite an unsightly expression on his face. Someone from the hallowed grounds created a spatial passageway, and two supreme experts came to the city. They took Ding Xiaoyao and Little Yao. If I hadn't returned in time, then even Su Qingshi and Xiao Yushi would probably have been captured by them as well. Lu Yin spoke in a low voice. Before they left, they said that if you want to save the two of them, then you must head to the hallowed grounds, and you must bring the stone of suppression along. Mu Qingfeng instantly revealed shock and terror in her eyes when she heard Lu Yin. Looks like I was still too naive. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "The hallowed grounds. Good. Very good." Yang Ye's voice was very calm, but everyone here felt a strand of indescribable coldness. So the hallowed grounds wanted to use us to crush profounder continent. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly said, "You've been used by the hallowed grounds, and so have we. Wouldn't we be allowing the hallowed grounds to succeed if we were to fight and kill each other? How about we retreat from profounder continent right now? Kill them." It was Yang Yi who spoke these words. Forgive and forget? What a joke. They'd naturally chosen to do that because Elder Mu and Lu Yin were here. Once they were allowed to leave, it would absolutely be no different than breeding calamity for the future. Moreover, when the defiant profounders arrived here again, it wouldn't be just a few dozen. It would be thousands. In his opinion, the hallowed grounds was his enemy, and the defiant profounders were his enemy as well. Elder Mu and Lu Yin didn't hesitate to attack. "Do you really think we fear you? It'll definitely wash the entire continent in blood, once I've killed all of you today." The black-robed old man roared furiously, and then a huge explosion resounded in the horizon. Yang Yi, Mu Qingfeng gazed at Yang Yi, and there was shock, terror, and vigilance in her eyes. Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "You can leave." You aren't going to kill me?" Mu Qingfeng revealed a trace of surprise in her eyes. "Were you aware of their true intentions?" Yang Yi gazed at Mu Qingfeng as he asked this question. She shook her head and said, "They really did send me here to see peace with profounder continent. But now it would seem like that wasn't their objective. It was merely to utilize the relationship between my lunar right hall and you to trick into going to the hallowed grounds. If the defiant profounders hadn't arrived here, then you should probably be at the hallowed grounds by now. At that time, coupled with the fact that your loved ones would be in their hands, they would threaten you to fight on their behalf even if they don't kill you. Send a message to the hallowed grounds for me. Tell them that it'll be going to the hallowed grounds very soon. Besides that, if anything happens to Little Yao and Xiao Yao, then it'll be a worse defiant profounder than the defiant profounders. Trust me, I'm capable of anything and everything." Yang Yi had his eyes closed while powerful sword intent surged incessantly from within him, and even the space around him trembled. Mu Qingfeng gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she sighed softly. "I never expected it to be like this. I'm sorry." She left once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, the battle had come to an end as well. All the defiant profounders had perished. While they were very strong, and it was especially so for the black-robed old man. However, how could they be a match for Elder Mu and Lu Yin? Elder Mu and Lu Yin were on par with Supreme Exalt He. Yang Yi put their corpses away, and then he gazed at the members of the mermaid clan. Besides Qinlan, All the others from the mermaid clan hurriedly bowed slightly to Yang Yi and said, "Swordmaster, thank you for saving our lives." Yang Yi nodded, and then his gaze descended onto Qianlan. He naturally recognized her because she was the one who'd given him the water soul that day. However, she was very weak then. "You're from the Nether Pavilion? What's your relationship to Nether Maiden?" asked Yang Yi. "Mortal enemies," replied Qianlan. "Why?" Yang Yi frowned. She answered, "I can't tell you that." Yang Yi nodded and said, "What do you plan to do now?" She replied, "Kill the defiant Profounders and take revenge." Yang Yi said, "How about returning to ancient Domain City with me?" Qianlan shook her head and said, "I want to guard this place. Otherwise, even more members of the Oceanic clans will die if the defiant Profounders come here." Yang Yi said, "You're right." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Elder Mu and Lu Yin. "Elder Mu, Senior Lu, can you destroy that teleportation formation that links the continent to the hallowed grounds?" Lu Yin shook his head and said, "It was created by a supreme expert of the outer heavens all those years ago, and it contains the energy of the laws. I can't destroy it with the strength I possess right now, unless I recover to my peak strength." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while and said, "Move ancient Domain City here. From now onwards, the territory of the Oceanic clans will be the first line of defense of Profounder Continent, and ITLL be the last line of defense as well. If we survive, then we'll survive together. If we die, then we'll die together." "Thank you, Sword Master." All the members of the Mermaid clan immediately kowtowed to Yang Yi, because it was impossible for the Oceanic clans to move into the city. But once the defiant Profounders arrived at the continent, then the first to suffer calamity was definitely the Oceanic clans. Yet now, Yang Yi was moving ancient Domain City here, and it proved that Yang Yi really intended to live and die with the Oceanic clans. Lu Yin and Elder Mu nodded as well because they too agreed with Yang Yi's decision. Firstly, moving ancient Domain City here could protect the Oceanic clans. Secondly, it was equivalent to cutting all means of retreat. If they were able to guard this area, then everyone would be able to live. If they failed, then everyone would die together, because it was the first and the last line of defense. So, even those experts who were in hiding would definitely come to help, because if they didn't and the line of defense was breached, then it represented that the entire continent was lost. At that time, no one would be able to survive. Qianlan glanced at Yang Yi, yet didn't speak a word. "Elder Mu and I will head to the hallowed grounds with you." Meanwhile, Lu Yin spoke abruptly. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "This place can only be protected if Elder Mu and Senior Lu are here. If both of you leave, then we might lose the continent in an instant. I know what both of you are worried about. Don't worry. While my current desire to slaughter the hallowed grounds is greater than the defiant Profounders, I won't act rashly." Lu Yin said, "The situation isn't that bad. The main reason why they captured Ding Xiaoyao and Little Yao is to regain the Stone of Suppression. They probably intend to use them to threaten you, so that you would lead Profounder Continent to fight to the death for the hallowed grounds. It can be considered as a form of cooperation as well. However, they'll be in complete control." Elder Mu said, "I don't support the idea of joining forces with the hallowed grounds. We'll definitely become nothing more than cannon fodder if we are to join forces with them. Regardless of whether it's the defiant Profounders or the hallowed grounds, not a single one of them can be trusted. In short, we're in quite a bad situation right now. So, you must think before you do anything. Otherwise, many will die." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Don't worry. They'll be careful. They'll leave Qingshi, Yushi, and the others to Elder Mu and Senior Lu." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure vanished into the horizon. "Why did you choose to stay by his side?" Lu Yin spoke abruptly once Yang Yi left. "He might be our only chance to leave this world," replied Elder Mu. Lu Yin said, "I knew you would definitely be aware that he has that treasure with him." Elder Mu said, "What exactly is that treasure? Why did so many people fight for it?" Lu Yin shook his head and said, "Even I don't know what exactly it is. However, my young master, Yang Yi's father, should be aware. In short, regardless of what it is, it's just as you said. It might be our one and only chance to leave this world. Alas, Actually, I'm quite pleased with this young master of mine, Yang Yi. He possesses extraordinary natural talent. While it's nothing in the Yang clan, he really is not bad to have attained such accomplishment in this world. Unfortunately, if he doesn't change his character, then he'll probably suffer in the future. Not to mention those madmen from the Yang clan. Even the outer heavens and the defiant profounders would be able to make him suffer a great deal. If the young aren't courageous and bold, then they wouldn't be the young anymore. Elder Mu said, maturity is a process that requires time. As for suffering, as far as I'm concerned, it's best for the young to suffer a little. It's beneficial, isn't it? Lu Yin chuckled and said, let's not talk about that anymore. We have to be vigilant from now on and prevent the hallowed grounds from taking us by surprise. Otherwise, I don't know how insane hell become. You seem to not be worried about him at all. Elder Mu spoke abruptly. While he's quite rash, he isn't a fool. It's the hallowed grounds that should be worried. If he truly goes crazy, then he would be much more terrifying than the defiant profounders, replied Lu Yin. Is the Yang clan filled with madmen like him? Asked Elder Mu. Lu Yin had a solemn expression on his face as he answered Elder Mu. They aren't just mad, they are simply insane. After he arrived at the hallowed grounds, Yang Yi didn't head straight for the hallowed halls. Because if he went there right away, then not only would he be unable to rescue Ding Xiaoyao and Little Yao, he would even lose his life as well. He wasn't that stupid. Yang Yi summoned the sword spirit and said, have you finished refining those defiant profounders? Head handed the corpses of all those defiant profounders from before to the sword spirit. Now that he had the sword spirit by his side again, he naturally left the refinement of sword servants to her. She nodded and said, let me warn you first. If you charge into the ancient city of Hallows right now, then all I can say to you is farewell. I want to accompany you to give your life away. Is there any way to conceal my aura so the experts of the hallowed grounds can't notice me? Asked Yang Yi. She replied, use the sword domain. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, while I've advanced by 2 ranks and gained 100 years of life, can I even afford to use the sword domain? He hadn't forgotten that merely utilizing it for a moment that day had caused a few hundred years of his lifespan to be exhausted. She said, fool, I didn't ask you to use it in battle. You just have to activate it and envelop yourself. If you don't use it in battle and don't rely on the energy of the laws, then you won't lose your lifespan at all. I can do that? Yang Yi frowned. Why would I lie to you? She was slightly angry. Yang Yi was about to speak when a few rays of light approached from the horizon, and it wasn't long before 3 people appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi clenched the ancient sheath tightly with his left hand because they were members of the hallowed grounds. Moreover, one of them was an old enemy of his, Xian Ming. Yang Yi, to think you've fallen to such a state. Xian Ming had indescribable delight all over his face as he said, aren't you very strong? Aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you show me how strong you are? Why don't you show me how arrogant you are? Huh? Why aren't you speaking? Have you become mute? Come on, speak. Ha ha ha. Chapter 780. A sword howl resounded through the sky, and then a ray of light flashed before Yang Yi appeared behind Xian Ming. Xian Ming's voice stopped abruptly. His figure stiffened on the spot while disbelief filled his eyes. Because there was a huge hole in his chest, and powerful sword intent was destroying everything within him. I'm dead? I died just like that? How could he dare to do this? Even now, Xian Ming was still unable to accept the reality that he was dead. As far as he was concerned, Yang Yi should bow to the hallowed grounds and do all he could to beg for mercy. Because Yang Yi's younger sister and wife were in the hallowed hall's hands. That was exactly why Head asked to wait here for Yang Yi. He wanted to watch Yang Yi being humiliated, watch how Yang Yi begged for mercy, and watch how living became worse than death for Yang Yi. His hatred for Yang Yi could be said to be the strongest throughout the hallowed grounds. Yang Yi hadn't just killed his senior brother. Yang Yi had even almost killed him on numerous occasions. Besides that, the experts of the hallowed grounds laughed at him because of Yang Yi. They said that both he and his senior brother were dignified half-saints, yet they were actually unable to deal with a single monarch realm profounder. Yang Yi hadn't just killed his senior brother. Yang Yi had caused him to be completely humiliated in the hallowed grounds. Such enmity and hatred made him constantly think about how to kill Yang Yi and how to make Yang Yi's life worse than death. Head thought of countless methods to humiliate Yang Yi before he came here. He was very confident that Yang Yi wouldn't dare to attack them, because the hallowed grounds has Yang Yi's younger sister and wife. But the facts prove that he was wrong. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sword was pressed against Xian Ming's neck. Yang Yi had a ferocious expression in his eyes as he said, "Are you even worthy of threatening me with them? Trust me, you aren't the first to die, and you won't be the last. I swear that if the defiant profounders can't annihilate the hallowed grounds, then he'll do it." Swish. Xian Ming's head flew up into the air. "Yang Yi, how dare you?" The other two half-saints who came here with Xian Ming were horrified. They didn't attack, and they turned around and intended to flee instead. However, a group of sword servants surrounded them. Less than 2 breaths of time passed before both of them were killed. "Your rage and murderous intent are too strong." The sword spirit spoke abruptly. Yang Yi had constantly displayed a very calm appearance before this. Only when they arrived here and met Xian Ming's group did she finally realize that it wasn't calmness at all. He was suppressing his emotions. Now, he couldn't suppress it any longer. "If anything happens to Xiaoyao and my younger sister, then I'll annihilate every single member of the hallowed halls that participated in this." Every person had a taboo. Yang Yi's taboo was his younger sister and his women. The sword spirit shook her head slightly. She knew that it was impossible for the hallowed grounds and profounder continent to be reconciled now. A short while passed before Yang Yi finally suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He said, "How many sword servants do I have right now?" "Almost 50. That black-robed old man is the strongest amongst them. To be frank, just this little bit of strength is utterly insufficient to fight the hallowed grounds." The sword spirit continued, "If you want to save them, then it's absolutely impossible to do it by force. I intend to sneak into the ancient city of Hallows." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "No." The sword spirit immediately objected. "While you can conceal your aura, it doesn't matter if it's your sword, physical strength, or physical defenses. If any one of them is even slightly exposed, then you'll definitely die a graveless death." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I know. It's very risky, but we don't have much time. The danger Xiaoyao and little Yao face grows with every second we delay. I must save them quickly. I've made my decision. You can leave if you think that it's dangerous. I won't stop you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the horizon. The sword spirit remained silent on the spot for a short while, and then she transformed into a ray of light that shot after Yang Yi. She was very well aware that if she were to give up on Yang Yi, then it might be impossible for her to find another strong sword cultivator in this world. Moreover, she was very clearly aware of his temper. If she chose to leave now, then it would be equivalent to breaking off all connections with Yang Yi. Yang Yi was very clearly aware how dangerous it was. He could change his appearance and conceal his aura, but so long as his identity was exposed, then he would be in the hallowed grounds' control. After all, he would have no choice once the hallowed grounds used Little Yao and Ding Xiaoyao to threaten him. So, he absolutely couldn't expose his true identity before he rescued them. When he saw her chase after him, Yang Yi said, "You didn't have to come with me. Do you think I would if it wasn't for the fact that you can help me recover?" The sword spirit glared at Yang Yi with slight displeasure, and then she transformed into a ray of light that entered his body. Yang Yi stopped over 500 kilometers away from the ancient city of Hallows because he would be an obvious target if he were to continue traveling on his sword. Yang Yi looked up at the blood-red sky and the smell of blood that covered the surroundings, and he frowned. He knew that besides the ancient city of Hallows, there were almost no other living beings left throughout the hallowed grounds. The defiant profounders absolutely can't be allowed to enter profounder continent. Yang Yi was very well aware that once the defiant profounders entered profounder continent, then the horrible state the hallowed grounds was in right now was the best example of what would become of profounder continent. Yang Yi changed his appearance and clothes before he walked towards the ancient city of Hallows. It was long before he arrived near the city, and his expression instantly changed. There were heads outside the entrance to the city. A dense expanse of heads. There were heads of people of all ages and genders. Every single one of them was placed before the gates of the city, and there were a few hundreds of thousands of them. Yang Yi felt that he was ruthless in the past. Yet now, he noticed that he was absolutely inferior when compared to these defiant profounders. There were many people standing on the walls of the city. There were members of the dragon race, demon race, and even more humans. At this moment, all their eyes were crimson red because they knew the owners of many of those heads below the city walls. Or perhaps those heads even belonged to someone close to them. 3 black-robed young men were standing outside the city. One of them pointed at the heads and said towards the city, "See that? All of them died because of all of you. Because all of you didn't go and protect them. Of course, all of you were right to do so. After all, you can't even protect yourselves, so how can you protect them? Ha ha ha." He roared with laughter for a while before he continued, "See, there are only 3 of us here, but all of you still dare not leave the city. How sad is that? Don't you have a huge amount of geniuses? Come, get our here, and let us witness your strength. Don't worry, we definitely won't act like cowards and gang up on you." Suddenly, the city gate opened, and then a woman walked out. It was Nether Maiden. The contempt on the black-robed man's face vanished when he saw Nether Maiden. Meanwhile, she didn't waste her breath at all, and her iron chain shot forward and transformed into shadows that covered the sky as it enveloped down upon him. The shock in Yang Ye's heart grew stronger and stronger as he watched their battle. The black-robed man's strength had slightly exceeded his expectations because he was actually able to fight Nether Maiden equally. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to withdraw his gaze. After all, he hadn't come here to watch the show. He waved his right hand, and the sword spirit appeared by his side. "Take me in there." Yang Yi looked her in the eye and said, "I know you definitely have a way in." "I don't." She refused. "Consider it as me begging you this time," said Yang Yi. She gazed at him for a short while and said, "Do you know that nothing can happen to you at all? You've seen how terrifying the defiant profounders and the hallowed grounds are. Both these forces desire the destruction of profounder continent, and the continent would be finished if anything happens to you. Even if you refuse to consider your own safety, you should think about your wives on the continent." Yang Yi asked, "You want me to do nothing to save them from death?" She replied, "No. I'm asking you to give it further thought and think of a safe way." He shook his head and said, "There's no time. There really is no time. Every moment I waste is another moment for the danger they face to grow. I don't need you to go in there with me. You just have to send me in. I know you're definitely able to accomplish that." She remained silent for a long while before she sighed softly. After that, she formed a seal, and a ray of light flashed briefly. A circle of swords appeared beneath Yang Yi and her feet, and then they vanished on the spot. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes once more, and then he glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he was within the city, and the sword spirit had gone to hide within him. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings once more, and then he walked towards the Hallowed Hall's Divine Palace. The Divine Palace was the main hall of the Hallowed Halls. It was where most of the experts of the Hallowed Halls resided, and it was where the elders of the Hallowed Halls carried out their meetings. If he wanted to know where Ding Xiaoyao and Little Yao were, then he had no choice but to head there. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before a hall, and he completely concealed himself. Of course, such concealment wasn't even able to deceive an Exalt Realm Profounder. However, it was enhanced by his sword domain now, so not to mention an Exalt Realm Profounder, even Supreme Exalt he couldn't detect his presence. Yang Yi walked straight into the hall. Countless powerful auras assaulted him as soon as he entered the hall, and he immediately felt like he was on the verge of being suffocated. At this moment, there were 15 people in the hall, and he recognized a few. There were the 2 supreme exalts of the Hallowed Halls, the blind old man from Nameless City, and even Eneen. "Supreme Exalt he, you summoned us here in the name of the Hallowed Lord. But why don't I see him here?" asked the blind old man. "Supreme Exalt," he replied, "the Hallowed Lord is in closed-door cultivation. Now, I'm managing everything within the city. I hope that all of you will cooperate with me. After all, every single one of the people here wasn't weaker than him, so he naturally didn't dare to order them around. "Tell us what this is about," said the blind old man. Supreme Exalt, he nodded and said, "All of you've witnessed the strengths of the defiant profounders. They are experts from the ancient times, and our half-saints are like monarch realm experts before them. The gap between our strengths is truly too huge. We have no other choice but to rely on external forces to kill the defiant profounders." "The outer heavens?" the blind old man said. "They won't lend us a hand. They want us to take the defiant profounders down with us, and then they'll clean up the survivors. Actually, they don't even have to come because this world will collapse soon, and the defiant profounders will naturally vanish then." "I know that they won't come, so we have to force them to," replied Supreme Exalt he. "What do you mean?" The person who asked this question was the divine talisman master who rode the black Chelan that day. A slightly savage smile appeared on the corners of Supreme Exalt he's mouth, a pillar of blood. It's common knowledge that the miserable death of a person would form a certain amount of resentment, blood energy, and baleful energy. Of course, that is nothing to us. But have all of you considered that while the baleful energy and resentment of a single person is very weak, what about the resentment and baleful energy of 100 million, a billion, or even tens of billions? The expressions of everyone here changed, and they gazed at Supreme Exalt he with shock. Supreme Exalt he continued, "When the resentment, baleful energy, and blood energy of tens of billions of people gather in this world, and then someone guides that energy, then how terrifying would it be? Not to mention a single heaven path. It could even destroy 100 heaven paths. The reason the defiant profounders are killing like madmen is actually for this exact same reason. They want to use the baleful energy, resentment, and blood energy to break through the heaven path." When he spoke up to this point, a wisp of insanity surged onto his face, and he continued, "The hallowed grounds only has less than 10 billion inhabitants. Now, at least over 5 billion are dead. That's far from sufficient. So, you drew the defiant profounders towards Profounder Continent, right?" said the blind old man. Supreme Exalt he said, "Profounder Continent has a few tens of billions of inhabitants at the very least. If all of them die, then I think even the outer heavens wouldn't be able to stand by idly anymore." Yang Ye's heart shook when he heard this, and then killing intent flashed into his eyes. That killing intent had only just flashed into his eyes when Yang Yi cried out in his heart, "Shit!" As he expected, "Someone is here." It was the divine talisman master who spoke these words, and his gaze had descended on the exact same position where Yang Yi stood. Chapter 781. Accompanying his voice was a large palm that instantly slapped down upon that spot. However, it was completely empty. Supreme Exalt he withdrew his palm and gazed at the divine talisman master, Brother Shinmo. The others gazed at the man called Shan Imo as well, and their eyes carried questioning gazes as well. Shinmo shook his head and said, "My soul is much stronger than all of you. Am not mistaken." When he spoke up to this point, he withdrew a talisman and tossed it up into the air. The talisman exploded into the air and emanated countless rays of dazzling light that covered the entire hall. Shun Mo's brows slowly knit together as he gazed at the surroundings for some time. A short while later, he shook his head and said, "Perhaps I was mistaken." He sat back down once he finished speaking. Supreme Exalt he nodded and said, "I'm sure all of you understand that if the heaven path isn't opened, then we would still face death even if we annihilate the defiant profounders. I presume many of you think that the outer heavens might let us out if we annihilate the defiant profounders in this world. That isn't completely unlikely. However, what if they refuse to let us out? Wouldn't our fate be in the hands of others? What do all of you think?" All of them fell silent. "But many people have to be killed, and it even includes the people on your side," said Enin. The corners of Supreme Exalt he's eyelids twitched slightly. He didn't dare underestimate that little girl as well. After all, had personally experienced how terrifying she was. Supreme Exalt he replied, "If we don't do this, then it might be all of us who dies instead. Conversely, if we do this, then we have a chance at keeping all those at the half-saint realm alive. Even though many will still die, at least some would be able to survive, right? Inine asked, sacrificing them for a chance at survival? Is that what you mean? Supreme Exalt, he replied, every man for himself. We have no other choice since we were born in this world. Oh, replied Inine. She didn't speak another word, and she just sat on her chair and played with the two spatial rings in her hand. Supreme Exalt, he glanced at the others in the hall and said, the hallowed Lord wouldn't have chosen this path if we were strong enough. But all of you should have seen what happened. The Defiant Profounders were far more terrifying than we imagined. Even if all the experts in the ancient city of Hallows join the battle, and all the secret trump cards of the various races and clans are used, the best outcome would be that we take the Defiant Profounders down with us. Are all of you willing to see that happen? The members of Nameless City didn't speak a word, because they didn't belong to this world at all, and there was no one here that they cared about. They had no sense of responsibility or belonging here, so they remained silent, and silence represented approval. The hall remained silent for a long time before a gray-robed old man said, Is this the Hallowed Lord's decision? Yes, answered Supreme Exalt he. The gray-robed old man continued, I have a question. If the outer heavens acts, then wouldn't it mean that quintessence violet energy would descend to this world, and then the Defiant Profounders would become saints? Supreme Exalt, he replied, We've thought of that a long time ago. At that time, the Defiant Profounders would be able to attain the Saint realm, and we would naturally be able to do the same. All half-saints would have the opportunity to become saints. At that time, we can seize the moment when the experts of the outer heavens are fighting the Defiant Profounders to leave this world, because we would be entirely capable of shattering space with the strengths we possessed at that time, and we can travel to the world outside our world. If the outer heavens doesn't act, then we'll wait for the Defiant Profounders to slaughter everyone on Profounder Continent and utilize their resentment, baleful energy, and blood energy to forcefully destroy the heaven path. A long moment of silence ensued before the gray-robed old man nodded and said, The devil race agrees. The demon race agrees as well. Another voice resounded. The man clan agrees. All of them reached an agreement. Supreme Exalt, he started smiling. The Hallowed Lord created a spatial passageway earlier, and both I and Brother Mu traveled to Profounder Continent. He waved his right hand when he spoke up to this point, and then Little Yao and Ding Xiaoyao appeared here. He said, One of them is Yang Yi's younger sister while the other is his woman. Yang Yi will definitely fall under our control with them in our hands. Once Yang Yi arrives here, it'll force him to order the experts of Profounder Continent to fight the Defiant Profounders to the death. At that time, we'll be able to cause deaths while weakening the Defiant Profounders. It's like killing two birds with one stone. The gray-robed old man from the devil race asked, Will he come? He definitely will. Supreme Exalt, his voice was filled with confidence. Guards, lock these two women up in the prison of damnation. Supreme Exalt, he continued, While we can't kill them, we can still make them suffer. Tell those fellows in the prison that they can do as they please, but don't kill them. Besides that, seal their cultivations and render them immobile. Don't allow them to take their own lives. It didn't take long for two experts from the hallowed halls to appear here, and they took Little Yao and Ding Xiaoyao away. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly glanced towards a certain corner when they were being taken away. Supreme Exalt, he and the others continued their discussion for quite some time before all of them left. After they left, killing intent surged explosively in the eyes of Yang Yi, who was hiding in the shadows. He's almost been noticed just now. Head moved the instant that Shinamo spoke, and that was why Head been able to avoid Supreme Exalt his attack. As for when Shinamo used that talisman, Head immediately hid within the primordial pagoda. Even though he didn't know what talisman that was, he didn't dare act carelessly, because that man was a divine talisman master, and he was even one who had come from the outer heavens. Sure enough, when the divine talisman emanated those rays of light, Yang Yi knew that he would definitely have been unable to continue hiding if he hadn't hidden within the primordial pagoda. The conversation between Supreme Exalt he and the others just now caused waves of shock to surge through Yang Yi's heart. He hadn't expected that the hallowed grounds actually intended to sacrifice everyone below the half-saint realm. If word of this were to spread, Yang Yi shook his head. Even if it were to spread, would anyone believe it? The people within the city would absolutely not. Moreover, he wasn't trying to be the savior of this world. Yang Yi's figure flashed, and he went after the two men who had taken little Yao and Ding Xiaoyao earlier. If anything happens to little Yao and Xiaoyao, then he'll immediately create two saints and annihilate the entire hallowed grounds. Yang Yi rose his speed to its limits while boundless killing intent surged through his heart. However, he forcefully suppressed all of it. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the so-called prison of damnation. Because he was concealing himself with the sword domain, he was able to enter it with ease. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see Ding Xiaoyao and little Yao. At this moment, a group of men with bare upper bodies had surrounded them while they lay there at the center without being able to move at all. Only their eyes could move, and their eyes were filled with sadness. One of the men's hands moved towards Ding Xiaoyao. Suddenly, his hand just flew off into the air, and then a few rays of light flashed before all of them fell soundlessly to the ground. Ding Xiaoyao and little Yao's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded in their minds, "It's me. Don't be afraid. I'll take both of you out of here right now." The two of them instantly vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. After he placed them within the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi's figure flashed and shot out of the prison as swiftly as he could. However, a ray of light struck him when he had just left the prison. Yang Yi closed his eyes and said in his heart, "Damn it." As expected, the two supreme exalts of the hallowed grounds were standing in front of him when he opened his eyes again. Besides the two of them, the others who were in the hall earlier were standing here as well. However, Enin wasn't present. 14 of the strongest experts in this world. Yang Yi, I never expected it to really be you, and I never expected that you would really dare to come here. I truly never expected this. I never expected this at all. Even though Yang Yi was using a completely different appearance right now, Supreme Exalt, he seemed to know that it was Yang Yi who was standing before him. Yang Yi glanced at the people here, and then his skin wriggled slightly before his original appearance was restored. "It's you." The Divine Talisman Master's voice carried a trace of surprise when he saw Yang Yi's appearance. Yang Yi said, "I'm quite curious. How exactly did all of you notice me?" "It was me, of course." Shinamo smiled and said, "As a Divine Talisman Master, how could I have made a low-level mistake like sensing something by mistake? Actually, I'm really very curious. How exactly did you avoid my Divine Light Talisman's radiance in the hall just now? Even a Saint rank movement technique wouldn't be able to avoid its radiance, yet you were able to do just that." "You want to know?" Yang Yi said, "Why don't we go somewhere by ourselves and he'll explain it slowly, all right?" Shinamo shook his head. "Don't try to make me help you. There's no relationship between us, so I won't. Moreover, you seem to be quite composed, so I think you should have some sort of trump card. I'm really quite curious. What exactly is your trump card that it actually allows you to remain composed while facing so many supreme experts?" Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "What trump card could I possibly have? Not to mention that I'm all alone. Your joint forces are even sufficient to blast the hallowed grounds into pieces." Meanwhile, Supreme Exalt, he said, "Yang Yi, hand the stone of suppression over. Out of consideration for the fact that you're an outstanding genius, I won't give you a death that's too painful." He was very clearly aware that Yang Yi had definitely heard what they discussed just now. So, Yang Yi had to die no matter what. Yang Yi replied, "But I don't want to die." Supreme Exalt, he laughed with ridicule and said, "I know, no one wants to die. However, can you avoid death now? Not to mention that you're all alone. Even if those two experts who back you are here, they still wouldn't be able to save you. Hand the stone of suppression over and allow yourself to die a dignified death. Otherwise, you won't be able to die even if you beg for it." "I still want to give it a try." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, the sword spirit appeared by his side, and then her voice resounded, "Five-element sword, you're not going anywhere." Spatial confinement. The sword spirit hadn't even finished speaking when all the others besides Shinamo immediately acted. It was so swift that over a dozen palms and fists had arrived in front of Yang Yi and the sword spirit. Moreover, The space around them was instantly sealed by a strand of mysterious and unfathomable energy. It was like an iron wall, and it was so strong that despair appeared in the sword spirit's eyes. Chapter 782. Sword Domain. Yang Yes' voice resounded. As soon as Yang Yes' voice resounded, the palms and fists stopped as if they were frozen in midair, and then the spatial walls around Yang Yi instantly vanished. Flight. They immediately vanished once the sword spirit spoke that last word. Supreme Exalt he and the others stared blankly ahead as they stood on the spot. After all, a monarch realm profounder had actually escaped from over a dozen experts who were high-grade half-saints. His aura is gone. He utilized the sword domain to conceal his aura. I can't locate him. A gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. As expected of the invincible sword domain, Shinamo said, according to rumor, the sword sect's founding ancestor relied on it to kill his way to the outer heavens, and he even crushed all obstacles before him throughout the heaven path. Now that I've witnessed its might today, it really is extraordinary. If he attains the half-saint realm and fully grasps its profundities, then our joint forces would be helpless against him. He won't be able to grow to that extent. Supreme Exalt he and a few experts of the hallowed halls vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Shinamo shook his head, and then he turned around and left. A few tens of thousands of kilometers away, within a cave in a mountain. The sword spirit, Ding Xiaoyao, and Little Yao stared blankly at Yang Yi, and tears were streaming out of Little Yao's eyes. At this moment, Yang Yi's appearance had changed completely. His black hair was completely white, snow white. His face had even instantly aged countless years, and it was covered in wrinkles. Besides his eyes that were still filled with spirit, Yang Yi, who stood before them, seemed to have completely transformed into an old man. Big brother. Little Yao instantly wrapped her arms around him and just held him tightly while crying, Yu, why do you look like this? Yang Yi stretched out his hand to grab a strand of his hair, and a trace of bewilderment appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the snow-white hair in his hand. He said, Is this the price for forcefully utilizing the laws of the sword domain? Do you think that's all? Meanwhile, the sword spirit suddenly spoke angrily. Do you know how long your lifespan is now? 2 days. No, not even 2 days. The vitality within your body is gradually transforming into death energy now. In short, you're finished. 2 days. Ding Xiaoyao and Little Yao's figures trembled when they heard this. Little Yao started crying even more while disbelief filled Ding Xiaoyao's eyes. Yang Yi rubbed Little Yao's head and said, It's fine. Don't cry. Your big brother's clothes are going to get drenched if you continue. However, Little Yao started crying even more loudly. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly when he witnessed this. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly gazed at the sword spirit and said, You definitely have a way to save him, right? I don't. This is the consequence of his own actions. The sword spirit was still angry. She disapproved of Yang Yi's intention to charge into the hallowed grounds. Sure enough, what she was worried about had happened. They'd almost died there. While they'd escaped now, the price Yang Yi paid was too great. Ding Xiaoyao walked over to the sword spirit and said, It isn't the time to throw a fit. There's death energy within him, and he'll definitely die if we don't think of a way to deal with it. Moreover, you have to realize that we only have around a day of time left. Only a day. Ding Xiaoyao's voice was trembling as she finished speaking. The sword spirit took a deep breath and said, He actually has no lifespan left. The reason he's still alive is because of the profound energy within him. His profound energy has the ability to resist death energy, and that's why he's still able to live while he has no more lifespan. There's only a single way to save him, and it's to increase his lifespan. There are many ways to increase a person's lifespan, like advancing in one's cultivation, or treasures that can increase a person's lifespan. I don't think he can advance to the 7th rank of the monarch realm in a single day. As for treasures that increase the lifespan, there definitely are some in this world, but we don't have enough time at all. Treasures that increase lifespan? Ding Xiaoyao was stunned, and then she flipped her palm and the greenwood spirit appeared in her grasp. She said, Will this work? What pure vitality! There was a trace of surprise in the sword spirit's voice. She pondered deeply for a moment before she took it, and then she walked over to Yang Yi and slapped it onto his body. Bang! The greenwood spirit shattered, and then countless strands of dark green energy entered Yang Yi's body. The wrinkles on Yang Yi's face gradually vanished, and his appearance returned to normal after 2 hours passed. However, his snow-white hair hadn't changed back to black. Why? Ding Xiaoyao gazed at the sword spirit with a questioning gaze. The sword spirit explained, the greenwood spirit contained vitality, and it really was capable of increasing a person's lifespan. However, it was far from sufficient. Now, he can live for half a month. Moreover, there's death energy within him. That death energy isn't man-made death energy, it's death energy formed from the supreme laws of the Heaven Tao. So, if he isn't able to increase his lifespan in this half a month of time, then he will still die. Ding Xiaoyao turned to look at Yang Yi and said, "You're confident in your ability to attain the 7th rank of the monarch realm in half a month, right?" Yang Yi replied, "I can try." Try. The sword spirit spoke coldly. You have a few dozen 1,000-year-old fire crystals, so you really can give it a try. But what if you fail? Or someone interrupts you? Or perhaps some other mishap occurs? At that time, even a god wouldn't be able to save you. Understand? Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "Don't get so agitated. Let's just talk nicely with each other." Agitated? She roared furiously. "I told you not to be rash and plan before your act. If you don't change your character, then you'll get yourself killed one day." Yang Yi said, "Do you know what would have happened to Xiaoyao and little Yao if I was a step too late? Even though I only have half a month of life now, it was all worth it to me, because I've saved both of them." Big brother. Little Yao buried her head in his chest and hugged him tightly. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. The sword spirit fell silent as well. Yang Yi continued, "No matter what, the outcome is a good one. Because I'm still alive, and both little Yao and Xiaoyao are still alive as well. Half a month is entirely sufficient for me. Because my foundation isn't weak, and I have that many 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Even if I have to pile them up within me to gain enough energy, they'll do it until I attain the 7th rank of the monarch realm." The sword spirit gazed at him for a long time, and then she suddenly said angrily, "What are you still looking at me for? Am I that nice to look at? Quickly go and cultivate." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. For the sake of his survival, Yang Yi cultivated more desperately than he ever had. He immediately placed 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals before himself and swallowed 2 more 1,000-year-old fire crystals. As soon as they entered his body, countless strands of pure energy instantly swept through his body, and Yang Yi hurriedly focused his mind. "Come with me for a while." The sword spirit suddenly spoke to Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao was slightly stunned, and then she walked out of the cave with the sword spirit. After they moved a little bit away from the cave, the sword spirit suddenly attacked, and a few dozen rays of sword energy enveloped Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao was stunned again, and her eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Who exactly are you?" The sword spirit spoke in a low voice. "What do you mean?" A bewildered expression still remained in Ding Xiaoyao's eyes. The sword spirit replied, "You can deceive Yang Yi and even everyone else, but you can't deceive me. There's an extremely terrifying force within you, and it doesn't belong to this world. Moreover, you should have noticed Yang Yi in the hall earlier, right? So, who exactly are you? Why exactly are you staying by Yang Yi's side?" The bewilderment in Ding Xiaoyao's eyes vanished. She gazed at the sword spirit for a long time before she said, "Is that important?" The sword spirit laughed coldly and said, "Of course it is. Yang Yi is a fool and a pervert. He's easily charmed by women. You clearly possess formidable strength, yet you are acting like a weakling and staying by his side. That's truly unbelievable to me. Don't tell me it's because you love him. No one would believe that." Ding Xiaoyao suddenly turned around and gazed at the cave that Yang Yi was cultivating in. A short while passed before she said, "I've never harmed him. Of course, I might not even be able to with the strength he possesses." "Then why are you concealing your strength? Why are you staying by his side?" asked the sword spirit. Ding Xiaoyao said, "Concealing my strength? I didn't. I can use that strength, but if I do, then I might not be myself in the future. Indeed, I would become very strong, but so what? I wouldn't be myself anymore. So, what's the point of becoming strong? When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at the sword spirit and continued, "You should have experienced such a feeling." The sword spirit of the past was close to Yang Yi, but the true you isn't, however, if I'm not wrong, since you fused into one with the sword spirit of the past, you should have some of her emotions and feelings, right? The sword spirit answered, "You're right. The reason I'm staying with him is mostly because of the past me. But so what? You should have really hated Yang Yi in the beginning, right?" said Ding Xiaoyao. The sword spirit replied, "He said you are very smart. Now, I believe him." Ding Xiaoyao chuckled, "No matter what, I know that you have no ill intent towards Yang Yi, and it doesn't matter if it's because of the old sword spirit or because of something else. As for me, all I can say is that we met by chance. Regardless of what happens in the future, I won't harm him, just like you won't." The sword spirit gazed at Ding Xiaoyao for a long time, and she was about to speak when she suddenly looked up towards the sky and said, "Shit! Experts of the hallowed halls are coming." Chapter 783. Supreme Exalt. He and an old man in a dark golden robe appeared where the sword spirit and Ding Xiaoyao were standing just moments ago. Supreme Exalt. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Brother Mu, you sensed it too, right?" The old man nodded and said, "Both of us did, so it should be right." Supreme Exalt. He spoke seriously. "That kid's sword domain is truly terrifying. If he attains the half-saint realm and grasps the energy of the laws, then both of us wouldn't be able to harm him. Moreover, if he lives, then it'll probably be quite difficult for the defiant Profounders to annihilate the inhabitants of Profounder Continent. Most importantly, the Stone of Suppression is in his possession. If it falls into the defiant Profounders' hands, then it would undoubtedly be a huge problem for us. So, he must die no matter what." The old man nodded and said, "I've asked the Devil Exalt and Demon Monarch to guard the teleportation formation which leads to Profounder Continent. Yang Yi will absolutely not be able to return while they are there." Yang Yi's ability to conceal his aura. A wisp of worry flashed through Supreme Exalte's eyes. The old man stated, "It's fine. Grandmaster Shinimo has set up a formation there. Yang Yi will definitely be unable to hide himself if he goes there." "Good." Supreme Exalt. He glanced at the surroundings again, and then his gaze descended onto a mountain in the distance. He pondered deeply for a moment, and then he suddenly raised his right hand and slapped it towards the mountain. An enormous palm that was even larger than the mountain instantly smashes against it. Bang! The mountain collapsed while endless dust and dirt arose into the air. Moreover, countless large rocks shot towards the surroundings. A long time passed before the old man said, "Looks like they've left. Let's go." Our divine senses are able to cover an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers, so we'll immediately notice their presence if they dare to show themselves. Let me see if hell be able to escape us again. The two of them vanished while they spoke. Around 2 hours passed before the ground in the distance trembled slightly, and then it didn't take long for the ground to split apart and Yang Yi's group to emerge from below. "That was close." The sword spirit said, "Xiaoyao, if you didn't ask us to tunnel into the ground, then we probably would have been buried beneath that mountain. We must not go 3M away from Yang Yi in the future. Otherwise, we might not be so lucky next time." Ding Xiaoyao said, "The two supreme exalts of the hallowed halls are searching themselves. Looks like they really want to eliminate us. We definitely won't be able to return to Profounder Continent because the teleportation formation is surely being guarded. Conversely, so long as we dare to expose our presence in the hallowed grounds, then they'll be able to find us in an instant. This is quite a bad situation." The sword spirit shook her head and said, "We can't be bothered about all of that for now. Let's look for a safe place and allow Yang Yi to advance in his cultivation. He can deal with the rest once his strength improves." The sword spirit glared at Yang Yi when she spoke up to this point, and then she transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's body. Yang Yi smiled as he gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, and little Yao, who had worried expressions on their faces, and he said, "Don't worry. They'll take both of you back to profounder continent." Ding Xiaoyao suddenly asked, "Would you have come to save me if little Yao wasn't there with me? Would you do the same even if you did come for me?" Yang Yi replied, "What do you think?" She answered, "I'm aware of the status she possesses in your heart, but I don't know what sort of status I possess." Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and said, "When I found out that both of you had been captured, my first thought was that I must save both of you, and it wasn't that I must save little Yao." Ding Xiaoyao cracked a smile and said, "Is that a confession?" Yang Yi was speechless. "That world within your body is your greatest secret, right?" Ding Xiaoyao suddenly changed the topic. Yang Yi nodded. "In the past, only your wives were allowed to know about that greatest secret of yours. Now that I know about it as well, what will you do?" asked Ding Xiaoyao. "Then be my sister-in-law." Little Yao spoke abruptly. Yang Yi felt speechless again. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and smiled. She rubbed little Yao's head and said, "You really are his younger sister." They didn't chat for long. Yang Yi placed Ding Xiaoyao and little Yao within the primordial pagoda before he started cultivating like a madman again. Yang Yi felt that when a person was about to die, the potential that would erupt from that person was absolutely unparalleled. Just like this very moment, he was more serious and worked much harder than he ever had during his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this moment, Yang Yi still hadn't broken through, but the aura he possessed was gradually growing stronger. The sword spirit and Ding Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with worry because Yang Yi's face had a jet black tinge to it. Moreover, dense death energy was seeping out incessantly from within him. It would be fine if he broke through, but if he didn't, then it represented that he would face death. In next to no time, the last day arrived, but Yang Yi still hadn't broken through. Both of their expressions were extremely gloomy. At this moment, Yang Yi's entire face was jet black, and the death energy within him was horrifyingly dense. It caused both the sword spirit and Ding Xiaoyao to dare not get close to him. "Do you have any other way to save him?" asked Ding Xiaoyao solemnly. The sword spirit shook her head in response. "Life, death, age, and sickness are part of the supreme laws of the Heaven Tao. They are the eternal laws of the universe. The death energy within him isn't man-made, so the only way to survive is to fight for it with the heavens itself. Actually, it's truly a miracle that he's still alive right now. In my opinion, the violet energy within him isn't quintessence violet energy, because it's impossible for quintessence violet energy to keep someone alive when that person's lifespan is exhausted. That's a secret of his," said Ding Xiaoyao. The sword spirit said, "Now, we can only pray that he breaks through. Otherwise, prepare for his burial." Time passed by slowly, and the countenances of the sword spirit and Ding Xiaoyao turned paler and paler, because Yang Yi seemed like a dead man no matter what. He had snow-white hair, a jet-black face, and was covered in the energy of death. "He's beyond saving." The sword spirit closed her eyes. Bang! Suddenly, a strand of aura suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi. The sword spirit opened her eyes, and there was undisguised happiness on her face. "I knew it. I knew that fool wouldn't die so easily." Ding Xiaoyao heaved a huge sigh of relief as well, because Yang Yi was at the 7th rank of the monarch realm now. Moreover, the death energy around Yang Yi had vanished while Yang Yi's face was gradually becoming rosy once more. "How long will he be able to live now?" asked Ding Xiaoyao. The sword spirit sized Yang Yi up carefully and replied, "Around 2 months of time." "That little? How could that be possible?" Ding Xiaoyao felt disbelief. A single breakthrough would give him 10 years of life at least. How could it only be 2 months? The sword spirit explained, "His situation is different. He activated the sword domain by force, and it instantly transformed him into a dead person. In other words, he had negative lifespan before this." 2 months. Ding Xiaoyao's brows knit together tightly as she said, "He either has to break through again or find treasures to increase his lifespan within 2 months. Otherwise, he'll still die, right?" "Yes," the sword spirit said. "He isn't such a genius to advance again in 2 months of time. Even if he can, I don't suggest it." because forcefully increasing his cultivation would harm his foundation. So, we must find some treasures to increase his lifespan during this period. Alas, how troublesome. We already have to avoid the defiant profounders and hallowed grounds. Now we even have to look for treasures to increase his lifespan. How truly troublesome. It's fine so long as there's a chance, said Ding Xiaoyao. The sword spirit shook her head and said, Profounder continent is in a very bad situation right now, because both the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders want to destroy it. Moreover, the current strength of profounder continent isn't able to resist any one of them. So, I feel that he must abandon the profounder continent, otherwise hell be burdened to death by it. He won't, Ding Xiaoyao said. So long as they don't betray him, then he won't betray them. I don't know if hell be able to protect the continent, but hell definitely do his best. He's that sort of person. He will never give up on you if you stand on his side. That's why I chose him over the mortal emperor, Luo Jun. All of you will be the death of him. The sword spirit spoke coldly. If he gives up everything and focuses on the sword, then I guarantee that his attainments will absolutely not be inferior to the sword sect's founding ancestor, and it might even surpass my first master. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, Do you know why he cultivates the sword Dao? Do you know why he wants to get stronger? The sword spirit remained silent. Ding Xiaoyao continued, He doesn't cultivate the sword Dao and works hard to become stronger so that he can live forever. He hopes to possess strength to protect those he cares about. If you make him choose between the sword and those he cares about, then what do you think he would choose? You know the answer. So, it's impossible for him to abandon everyone and focus on cultivating in the sword Dao with you. Nothing is impossible. The sword spirit said, He'll choose the sword once his mind is clear. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and stopped arguing, and then she gazed at Yang Yi instead. When she saw Yang Yi still seated there with his eyes closed, she couldn't help but ask, What's he doing? The sword spirit's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. She gazed at him for a short while before happiness suddenly appeared in her eyes. He's actually comprehending. What a surprise. Ding Xiaoyao was slightly stunned, and then she nodded while happiness appeared in her eyes as well. The comprehending they spoke of was actually quite vague and impossible to discern clearly, because it didn't point to anything specific. Or perhaps it should be said that it represented many things. Sometimes, 10 years of cultivation couldn't compare to a day of comprehension. No matter what Yang Yi was comprehending, they had no doubt that it was extraordinarily good news for Yang Yi. It surprises me as well. A voice suddenly resounded out of nowhere. Both the sword spirit and Ding Xiaoyao's expressions changed drastically at the same time, and then they looked over to the source of the voice. They saw a woman standing not too far from them. She wore a linen dress, a chain around her body, and had bare feet. It was Nether Maiden. Chapter 784. Ding Xiaoyao and the sword spirit seemed like they were facing a powerful enemy when they saw Nether Maiden. The sword spirit even intended to attack right away. However, she was stopped by Ding Xiaoyao. She only needs an instant and all of us will die here, said Ding Xiaoyao. After all, Nether Maiden just had to notify the experts of the hallowed grounds, and then Supreme Exalt he and the other Supreme Exalt would be here. At that time, they wouldn't have even the slightest chance at survival, because Yang Yi wouldn't be able to utilize the sword domain again. Nether Maiden glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and said, Reincarnation of fate and destiny. I never expected you to actually be able to resist the temptation of strength. How rare. Ding Xiaoyao's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden's gaze shot towards Yang Yi. Her brows knit together slightly when she saw Yang Yi's white hair, and she said, That's the price he had to pay for forcefully utilizing the sword domain? Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. She asked, What did you comprehend? Yang Yi flicked with his finger, and then a strand of sword intent shot out from the tip of his finger. Nether Maiden's expression changed when she saw it, and she actually flashed off and didn't dare collide head-on with it. The sword intent struck a huge tree in the distance, and it pierced through it with ease. However, just like Nether Maiden, the sword spirit and Ding Xiaoyao's eyes carried shock within them, because the huge tree had actually withered in an instant, and then it transformed into a pile of dirt. The energy of the laws. Nether Maiden's voice carried a strand of seriousness. Yang Yi opened his palm, and a strand of sword intent appeared there. The sword intent couldn't be seen with the eye, but it could be felt. Yang Yi said while he felt the sword intent in his palm. Earlier, at the instant my body was filled with death energy, I truly felt what death was like. It was a very strange feeling, a truly bizarre feeling. It was something that could only be sensed yet is impossible to describe. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi flicked with his finger again, and the sword intent in his palm pierced through another huge tree over 300 m away. Just like the previous tree, it instantly withered before transforming into a pile of dirt. Yang Yi said, "Everything in this world has a moment of decay. It's a supreme law of the Heaven Tao, and it's a law that has remained for eternity. From now on, this sword intent of mine will be called Decay Sword Intent." Decay Sword Intent. The sword spirit was overjoyed. There are millions of laws and Taos in the world. While I don't know how strong that decay laws of yours is, it's definitely up there at the top. Nether Maiden said, "Your sword intent contains the energy of decay, and it carries the strength of the Grand Tao. Besides those few supreme experts, anyone else in this world would die upon contact with it." "What about you?" asked Yang Yi. She replied, "What do you think?" Yang Yi answered, "It can't kill you. However, you didn't dare to collide head-on with it just now. In other words, it can pose a threat to you, right?" "Yes," Nether Maiden said. "If you activate the sword domain and suffuse it with the energy of decay, then I would run as far as I can from you. However, you don't seem to be able to activate the sword domain now." Yang Yi asked, "Are you here to kill me?" She replied, "You wouldn't be standing here unharmed if I come to kill you, right?" Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he said, "Actually, I really don't want to be enemies with you. You want to leave for the outer heavens, and I can help you get there. But the precondition is that you're not with the hallowed grounds. If you stay with them, then I'm truly afraid that I might really treat you as my enemy one day." Nether Maiden remained silent for a short while, and then she said, "We won't be able to leave this world without killing the defiant profounders." "You're mistaken," Yang Yi explained. "Firstly, you're absolutely incapable of killing all the defiant profounders. Even if you can, just ask yourself this. How many of you would be still alive? Even if Profounder Continent joins forces with the hallowed grounds, it would still be impossible to annihilate the defiant profounders. At the very least, both sides would suffer heavy casualties. At that time, we wouldn't be able to resist the outer heavens at all." Nether Maiden remained silent. Yang Yi continued, "Do you know what the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders are planning? They want to form a pillar of blood. You definitely don't know what that is, so let me explain. They desire the deaths of all the inhabitants of profounder continents and all the useless people beneath the half-saint realm in the hallowed grounds. In the end, they intend to utilize the blood, resentment, and baleful energy from the deaths of tens of billions to break open the heaven path. In other words, everyone beneath the half-saint realm will have to die. Understand?" Nether Maiden's pupils constricted. "Is that true?" Yang Yi answered, "Do you think that I would lie to you?" Disbelief appeared in her eyes. Yang Yi continued, "Just think about it. Did the experts in the ancient city of Hallows leave the city to rescue the others outside the city when the defiant profounders started slaughtering them? No, not a single expert left the city. Of course, you can say that the defiant profounders are too strong, and those experts didn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. But do you believe such a reason? If those two supreme exalts and the other supreme experts of the hallowed grounds were to leave the city, then would ordinary defiant profounders even be capable of stopping them?" The sword spirit spoke as well. "The hallowed grounds will only keep the half-saints and those about to become half-saints alive. As for the others, only death awaits them. Of course, while you're only at the exalt realm, I believe that the hallowed grounds will absolutely not allow you to die. So, you can join them and use the lives of countless people in exchange for a chance at your own survival." Nether Maiden stood silently on the spot for a long time, and then she turned around and walked away. However, she suddenly stopped moving after walking a short distance, and she said, It doesn't matter to me regardless of how many people die. However, I refuse to sacrifice others in exchange for a chance at survival, and I refuse to entrust my hopes onto others. I'll enter into closed-door cultivation once I return to the ancient city of Hallows, and I'll attain the half-saint realm as quickly as possible. At that time, my life wouldn't have been fated to end if I'm able to charge out into the outer heavens. If I fail, then it was my fate as well. Good luck to you too. Her figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyao said, "She's only at the Exalt realm." Yang Yi and the Sword Spirit's eyes surged with shock when they heard this. They'd constantly overlooked a fact, and it was her realm of cultivation. Since the very beginning, Nether Maiden had always been only at the Exalt realm, but she was able to kill half-saints. Moreover, she could even fight Yang Yi equally after had attained the Monarch realm. The Sword Spirit said, "How strong is she?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm probably unable to kill her even if I use the Sword Domain and my Decay Sword Intent." Just like in Nanjing, Nether Maiden was another existence in the younger generation who he wasn't confident in his ability to defeat. "What do you plan on doing now?" asked the Sword Spirit. Yang Yi was about to speak when Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, "We can't return to Profounder Continent for now. It should be safe with Elder Mu and Senior Lu guarding it. However, once the Defiant Profounders have finished killing the people in the hallowed grounds, then it'll probably be time for them to attack Profounder Continent. Once that happens, Elder Mu and Senior Lu will definitely be unable to stop them." When she spoke up to this point, Ding Xiaoyao paused for a moment before she continued. "Of course, the even more pressing issue is your lifespan. You don't have much time to live. So, we have to find treasures that can increase your lifespan as soon as possible. That's the true important matter at hand. Because if you do die, then Profounder Continent won't have a chance at all." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Sword Spirit, how many sword servants can you refine?" She replied, "An infinite amount." Yang Yi said, "Amongst the three forces in this world, our side is the weakest because our half-saints are inferior in both quantity and quality. So, even if I'm able to increase my lifespan and return to the continent, it still won't help the situation that Profounder Continent is facing." Ding Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. "You intend to gather the corpses of half-saints here? That's a very good idea. However, the experts of the hallowed grounds are hiding within the city, and the experts of the hallowed grounds outside the city aren't a match for the Defiant Profounders. So, it isn't very likely for you to be able to gather a huge number of corpses. If there aren't corpses, then it'll make corpses." Yang Yi's voice carried a trace of ghastly killing intent. "That's a great idea," the Sword Spirit said. "So long as we're able to collect a huge number of corpses from half-saints, and especially if those corpses belong to the Defiant Profounders, then it would greatly increase our strength. However, you must be careful, and you absolutely can't get caught by the high-grade half-saints amongst the Defiant Profounders. While your current strength can pose a threat to high-grade half-saints, it's insufficient to kill them." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I know. Your main objective still has to be locating treasures that increase your lifespan." Ding Xiaoyao reminded, "The half-saints of the Oceanic clans, Devil Race, and Demon Race had once helped the hallowed grounds to fight our southern territory. At that time, it seemed to be because the hallowed grounds had given them divine spirit fruits which could increase their lifespan. So, we can head to the ancient city of Hallows." "The ancient city of Hallows?" The Sword Spirit frowned. "Are you asking him to go give his life away?" Ding Xiaoyao explained, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. I think that the hallowed grounds would never expect us to return there. Of course, you still have to be careful." Yang Yi nodded and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go right now." "Wait," the Sword Spirit suddenly said. "What's wrong with that violet-colored little fellow?" "The little fellow?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he looked into the primordial pagoda. At this moment, the little fellow was lying quietly in her room. Moreover, countless strands of violet energy were converging towards her from all directions. Moreover, she was even emanating an illusory violet glow. When did she start to advance? Yang Yi was astounded. The Sword Spirit shook her head and said, "It probably started very long ago. But the energy within her is very unstable, and it frequently emanated rays of violet light that explode in the surroundings. Moreover, those rays of violet light just happened to be very destructive. Yang Ye's senses sunk deep into himself. Sure enough, it was exactly as the sword spirit said. Rays of violet light frequently flashed out from the little fellow's body, and they flickered around incessantly while leaving black holes behind. "What's she doing?" said Yang Yi. The sword spirit said, "She's on the verge of breaking through. However, she seems to be unable to grasp it." Yang Yi asked, "Is she in danger?" The sword spirit shook her head. "Probably not." Yang Yi was about to say something when a voice suddenly resounded from the horizon. "We missed a few? A half-saint and 2 ants. Ha." As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous palm that blotted out the sky flashed into existence and pressed down towards Yang Ye's group. "Try you decay sword in tint and let us see how strong it is," said the sword spirit. Yang Yi nodded, and then he flicked with his finger. A strand of pure sword in tint shot off from the tip of his finger. Chapter 785. The strand of sword in tint was definitely like an ant before an elephant when it faced the enormous palm. However, when they both collided, what sword in tint is that?" A horrified and furious howl resounded from the horizon. It didn't take long for a back-robed man to appear before Yang Ye's group. At this moment, his palm was gradually drying up as if it had experienced the passage of hundreds of years. Moreover, the vitality within him was leaking out like a torrent. The man looked very young in the beginning, but now, he was quickly aging before them at a visible speed. How could this be possible? The man gazed at his hand in horror. His hand had turned completely pale and was withered like a stick. He raised his head to look at Yang Yi as he said, "Tell me what sword in tint this is." "Decay," replied Yang Yi. "Decay." A wisp of bewilderment flashed through his eyes as he muttered softly, and then his figure stiffened on the spot. A gust of wind blew by, and the man's figure transformed into dust that was swept away by the wind. "How powerful!" Ding Xiaoyao spoke solemnly. The sword spirit said, "Decay is like death. Even the regions in space throughout the boundless universe experience a moment of death, let alone people." "Then isn't Yang Ye's decay laws invincible?" said Ding Xiaoyao. The sword spirit shook her head and said, "There are a myriad of laws in the world, and every single one of them has their own advantage and reason that they are strong. Not to mention any other laws, just Nether Maiden's laws aren't inferior to Yang Ye's. Moreover, it might even be stronger." "What law has she grasped?" asked Yang Yi. "The laws of yin and yang." The sword spirit's voice was slightly solemn, the reversal of yin and yang. "However, that isn't a huge deal. But if she can reverse the laws and overturn it, then not to mention you, even your master, Elder Mu, and Senior Lu will have to flee before her." Yang Yi took a deep breath, looked up into the sky, and said, "Sword spirit, are the people in the outer heavens really extremely strong?" She nodded and replied, "I'm not saying that their natural talent surpasses the natural talent of the inhabitants of this world, and I'm not saying that all of you'll really be like ants upon arriving there. Not to mention anyone else, just the strength and natural talent of the sword sect's founding ancestor, the unfettered one, can be considered to be top-rate at the outer heavens. As for the geniuses of this generation, the natural talent possessed by Nether Maiden and Nanjing, and you would be shocking even in the outer heavens." "Then why is this world so weak?" asked Ding Xiaoyao. The sword spirit fell silent for a long time before she said, "There are many reasons. A stellar region is formed from countless worlds, and there naturally is a difference in strength between these worlds, just like a few twins. The accomplishments of those twins would definitely vary. Most importantly, it was because the experts of this world were too weak and stupid all those years ago." "What do you mean?" asked Yang Yi. She explained, "Any world that is sealed off would definitely suffer decline. Of course, the past experts of this world were idiotic to the extreme, because they didn't allow this world to join the outer heavens and merge with the other worlds in this region. So, regardless of whether its cultivation techniques, combat techniques, or its civilization as a whole, It's very much inferior to the other worlds. It naturally wouldn't affect this world in the beginning, but as time passed, when she spoke up to this point, her voice became solemn as she said, just like this very moment, since it's lagging behind and inferior to the other worlds, it suffers and is bullied. Understand? The sword sect's founding ancestor was so strong all those years ago. Why didn't he lead this world into the outer heavens? Asked Yang Yi. She shook her head and said, a pair of fists is no match for many. No matter how strong he was, could he fight the entire outer heavens? After all, there definitely were existences in the outer who were stronger than him. Moreover, the forces in the outer heavens had joined forces with the intention of crushing the defiant Profounders all those years ago. If the sword sect's founding ancestor led this world there, then it represented that he would have to fight countless powers and experts from the outer heavens. Not to mention he was all alone. Even 10 experts on par with him wouldn't be sufficient. The sword spirit suddenly stopped speaking, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're finished." Indeed. Ding Xiaoyao nodded with agreement. Yang Yi laughed bittered. He was finished indeed. Because if he wanted to save the inhabitants of Profounder Continent, then it meant that he would have to lead them into the outer heavens. But if he did that, then it would be equivalent to going against countless powers and experts in the outer heavens. Even 10 experts like the sword sect's founding ancestor wouldn't have been sufficient to accomplish that. So wasn't he finished if he intended to do that now? Yang Yi shook his head and said, let's not think about that for now. Because even our survival is a problem right now. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, the heavens always leave a way out. You'll be able to find it. The heavens don't exist in this world anymore. The sword spirit spoke coldly. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yang Yi didn't wait a second longer and immediately rushed to the ancient city of Hallows. At this moment, he merely changed his appearance yet kept his hair snow white. Of course, he was constantly utilizing the sword domain to conceal his aura, and he would naturally be fine if the sword domain didn't suffer any powerful attacks that he couldn't resist. All along the way, Yang Yi encountered countless corpses. The corpses were in quite horrifying states. According to the sword spirit, the defiant Profounders had done so intentionally because they wanted the dead to be unable to rest in peace and surge with resentment. People were capable of anything when they faced a hopeless situation. All of this further firmed his resolve to prevent the defiant Profounders from coming to Profounder Continent. Yang Yi entered safely into the city again with the sword spirit's help. Yang Yi was shocked when he entered the city and saw the situation in the city. At this moment, the ancient city of Hallows was actually filled with corpses, and there were even people fighting incessantly in the city. The defiant Profounders breached the city? Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed over one of the people in the distance. That person gazed at Yang Yi with horror, and he was about to say something when Yang Yi spoke before him. What's going on? Have the defiant Profounders got into the city? The man swallowed down a mouthful of saliva. He was clearly terrified of Yang Yi. You'll die if you don't answer me quickly. Yang Yi squeezed down a little on the man's neck. The man hurriedly said, it isn't the defiant Profounders. We're fighting for a treasure. A treasure? Explain properly. Yang Yi frowned. The man said, 2 days ago, a saint spirit fruit capable of allowing others to instantly become half-saints appeared within the city. So long as one can consume it, then one would be able to immediately break through all barriers and attain the half-saint realm. When he spoke up to this point, the man seemed excited, and his eyes were filled with fervor and excitement. There isn't just one of those fruits. There are many. It'll be able to instantly break through to the half-saint realm by seizing any one of them. Instantly attain the half-saint realm? Yang Yi asked, do you even believe that? I do. The man said, many of us saw someone get one of the fruits and instantly become a half-saint. It's true. Yang Yi's brows knit together tightly. He glanced at the surroundings and said, so many people have died in the city. Is the hallowed halls not doing anything about it? The hallowed halls? The man was stunned for a moment before he said, they did in the beginning, but then they didn't take any further action. So that's what's going on. Yang Yi understood now. It was probably a scheme of the hallowed halls. It naturally couldn't act and kill the people in the city who hadn't attained the half-saint realm. After all, many people in the city would definitely fight back if that were to happen. But if they used such a method, then not only would no one fight back, they could even save a lot of effort. Because the people in the city would fight and kill themselves, and the hallowed halls only had to watch coldly from afar and add fuel to the flame at the critical moment. The hallowed grounds has started to make its move. In the hallowed grounds' opinion, everyone else beneath the half-saint realm was a burden to them. So, it was best for such people to just die. Moreover, their deaths would even increase the amount of resentment, baleful energy, and blood energy in the world. Brother, I heard that there's a saint spirit fruit in Lunar Right Hall. Many have headed over there. With your strength, you might be able to seize it if you head over quickly. The man hadn't even finished speaking when he felt something flash before his eyes, and then Yang Yi had vanished. How strong! The man broke out in cold sweat. Even though Yang Yi was hostile to the hallowed grounds, he had some feelings for Lunar Right Hall. After all, its members had helped him quite a bit when he needed it. So, he naturally couldn't stand by idly. Lunar Right Hall. At this moment, it was completely surrounded. There were Monarch Realm experts, Exalt Realm experts, and even Spirit Realm experts amongst the people here. As for the members of Lunar Right Hall, Mu Qingfeng led the group as they stood in confrontation with the others. Hood surrounded Lunar Right Hall. Moreover, there were some corpses around Mu Qingfeng's group, and most of them were the corpse of Lunar Right Hall's members. At this moment, Mu Qingfeng's veil was blood red, and there were no less than a few dozen injuries on her. Luo Chongxiao, Gu Yuexian. I told you that my Lunar Right Hall doesn't have a saint spirit fruit. Mu Qingfeng spoke in a low voice. Gu Yuexian grunted coldly and said, Why should we believe you? Mu Qingfeng, we'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, everyone from Lunar Right Hall can just die today. Wouldn't we be letting them off too easily if we do that? The man by Gu Yuexian's side spoke ferociously. Everyone, let's kill the men of Lunar Right Hall, but keep the women alive. The women of Lunar Right Hall are all the best women of the hallowed halls. Don't you want to give them a try? Don't worry, all of you'll be able to enjoy them to your heart's content. Especially the hall master of Lunar Right Hall. She always acted high and mighty in the past. Now, it'll make her scream beneath all of you. Ha ha ha, that's a good idea. I've been waiting to play with them for such a long time. It would be a waste not to. Ha ha ha. The members of Lunar Right Hall were furious. They were about to attack, but Mu Qingfeng stopped them. Her gaze descended onto the man who stood by Gu Yuexian's side and said, Lu Chongxiao, Gu Yuexian. Both of you planned this, right? So what if we did? Lu Chongxiao's voice was icy cold. Since that fellow, young man, isn't here anymore, then Lunar Right Hall will pay the price for him. Don't worry, I won't kill the women of Lunar Right Hall once we have our fun with them. Ill crippled their cultivations and put them on the streets so that everyone can have a go. Mu Qingfeng, you won't be an exception. I wanted that woman, Fu Jingxian, that day, but Lunar Right Hall obstructed me. Now, it'll allow all of you to know the price you have to pay for helping young man that day, said Gu Yuexian. Kill the men and keep the women alive. Attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chongxiao led the charge towards the group from Lunar Right Hall. Chapter 786. Since the hallowed halls wasn't interfering, the ancient city of Hallows could be said to be without order. Coupled with the fact that the defiant Profounders were just outside the city and the shadow of death was looming above everyone, the inhabitants of the city had started to go into a frenzy. In the beginning, many had started killing for the Saint Spirit fruit. After all, chaos was upon them, and they could only survive if they possessed strength. But it didn't take long for their killing to be unrelated to the Saint Spirit fruit. Since there was no order here, the wild ambition and selfish desires of people were gradually exposed. A wisp of irresolute and ferocious expression flashed through Mu Qingfeng's eyes as she watched Gu Yuexian and Lu Chongxiao charge over, and a powerful aura surged out from her. Members of Lunar Right Hall, fight to the death. She was very clearly aware that they wouldn't spare them even if they surrendered, especially the female members of Lunar Right Hall. So, They had no choice but to fight to the death. With just that little bit of strength, Gu Yuexian and Luo Chongxiao charged over to Mu Qingfeng. Her strength was sufficient to resist one of them, but she was facing both of them. Moreover, she wasn't a match for Gu Yuexian at all, let alone their joint forces. So, it only took a single exchange of blows for her to be blasted flying. Hall Master. The eyes of the countless members of Lunar Right Hall almost split apart from rage when they saw their Hall Master being blasted away. A mouthful of blood essence sprayed from her mouth. She was about to stand up when Luo Chongxiao stomped his foot against her stomach, causing another mouthful of blood to spray from her mouth. Luo Chongxiao revealed a lustful grin to Gu Yuexian as he said, "Brother Gu, why don't you go first? Then I won't decline. She's clearly inexperienced. Perhaps I might be able to charge into the half-saint realm by engaging in mutual cultivation with her." A wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Gu Yuexian's mouth as he walked over to Mu Qingfeng. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Yuexian's figure was blasted flying, and a loud explosion resounded as it smashed against the nearby entrance to the Grand Hall. Everyone in the surroundings stopped moving, and they looked over towards the spot that Gu Yuexian stood on just moments ago. At this moment, a white-haired man was standing there. The man was naturally Yang Yi. Head immediately rushed over when he heard that Lunar Right Hall was in danger, and he wasn't too late. Yang Yi walked step by step towards Mu Qingfeng. Luo Chongxiao's eyelids twitched, and he spoke solemnly, "Who are you?" Gu Yuexian's strength far surpassed his own, but Gu Yuexian wasn't even able to fight back against this man who stood before him. So, it was obvious that he was absolutely no match for the white-haired man as well. Yang Yi paid no attention to Luo Chongxiao. He gazed at Mu Qingfeng and said, "I'm sorry for dragging Lunar Right Hall and you down. It's you." Mu Qingfeng's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. Pooh. Meanwhile, Luo Chongxiao suddenly pressed his foot down, and another mouthful of blood sprayed from Mu Qingfeng's mouth. Luo Chongxiao gazed ferociously at Yang Yi and said, "No matter who you are, they'll kill this woman if you take another step forward. Trust." Luo Chongxiao's voice stopped abruptly. A hand was on his neck, and it was Yang Ye's hand, of course. Luo Chongxiao's eyes were opened wide, and his eyeballs that were filled with terror had almost popped out from their sockets. "I don't." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's hand squeezed down, and cracking resounded as the color in Luo Chongxiao's eyes vanished. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "What? All of you intend to stay and eat with us? Don't let them leave." Mu Qingfeng spoke abruptly, and her voice was icy cold and filled with terrifying killing intent. "In the future, all right," replied Yang Yi. Yang Yi wanted to kill all of them as well. However, he knew that doing so would definitely alarm the hallowed grounds. At that time, it would become troublesome for him. Mu Qingfeng hadn't even finished speaking when the people in the surrounding retreated like a receding tide, and it only took less than 2 breaths of time for them to vanish. Only Yang Yi and Mu Qingfeng remained in the Grand Hall of Lunar Right Hall. "I never expected that you would actually dare to come here again," said Mu Qingfeng. Yang Yi withdrew a 1,000-year-old fire crystal and gave it to her. She glanced at him and took it before she said, "You should leave as soon as possible. It's dangerous to stay here." "Where are your grandfather and grandmother?" asked Yang Yi. He still remembered that Mu Qingfeng had a grandfather and grandmother at the half-saint realm. "They're dead." A wisp of killing intent flashed through her eyes. They were still when disorder started to arise in the city. "I know that it was definitely the Gu clan and the Luo clan. I went to seek help from the hallowed grounds, but they refused to do anything. Yang Yi, tell me what exactly is going on. Why has the city fallen into such a state?" Yang Yi asked, "Do you trust me?" She replied, "Who else can I trust?" Yang Yi said, "Everyone beneath the half-saint realm in the city might have to die." "It's the hallowed hall behind it?" asked Mu Qingfeng. Yang Yi nodded. She asked, "Why?" Yang Yi told her about the hallowed grounds plan. A long time passed before she spoke again, so that's why. No wonder Saint Spirit fruits appeared in the city, and no wonder the hallowed halls is remaining silent. No wonder. So everything was part of their plan. Mu Qingfeng intended to leave when she spoke up to this point, But Yang Yi stopped her and said, "You intend to head out and expose their scheme?" "Of course." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Not to mention whether they would believe you. Even if they did and joined forces to resist such a fate, do you think they would be able to resist the half-saints of the hallowed grounds? The only outcome would be that the people in the city would die even faster. Moreover, if you do expose it right now, then you'll probably be killed in an instant." Mu Qingfeng fell silent for a long time, and then she asked, "Then what should we do? Should we just allow them to succeed?" Yang Yi said, "Are you willing to head to Profounder Continent?" Mu Qingfeng was slightly stunned, and then she fell silent for a long time before she said, "I am." She didn't know when she would die if she stayed, and she would even die at the hands of someone who was supposed to be on her own side. She didn't have the ability to change such a fate, and all she could do was flee from it. Yang Yi nodded and said, "They'll take you out of the city later, and then you can head to Profounder Continent. You're a member of the Hallowed Halls, so those experts who are guarding the teleportation formation will probably not stop you from traveling to Profounder Continent." She asked, "Then what about the others in the city?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "Die." He hadn't come here to be their savior. He couldn't stand by idly for Mu Qingfeng and the other members of Lunar Right Hall, and that was because he owed them a favor. As for the others, they weren't related to him at all. Mu Qingfeng was at a loss for words. Yang Yi said, "Chose some members of Lunar Right Hall. It's best if they are those you trust, and it'll take all of you out of the city. Remember that they must be trusted. Don't notify anyone you don't truly trust, or it'll end with their deaths." Mu Qingfeng nodded. She wasn't a hesitant person, so she immediately turned around and walked out of the hall. It only took her less than 15 minutes to lead a group of people into the hall. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth instantly twitched because Shed brought over 300 people with her. Mu Qingfeng seemed to realize that Shed brought a little too many people with her, and she said softly, "I was truly unable to bear to leave them behind." Yang Yi sighed softly, and then he glanced at them and spoke coldly, "I presume Qingfeng has told all of you about the situation. Now, those who are willing to leave the city with me can stay behind. As for the rest, you can leave." "Are you Yang Yi?" Suddenly, a voice sounded out. Yang Yi looked towards its source and saw Mu Ling standing there. The gazes of the others descended onto Yang Yi when they heard her. After all, they'd heard so much about Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I'm Yang Yi, and I'm young man as well." Clamorous noise resounded as all of them gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief, and it was like they were asking how he dared to come to the hallowed grounds. You actually dared to come to the hallowed grounds again?" Mu Ling spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "It isn't the time to speak about all of that. My only question is whether all of you are willing to head to Profounder Continent. I can't guarantee that all of you will definitely be able to live if you go there, but I guarantee that if you don't betray Profounder Continent, then Profounder Continent won't betray all of you." "I'm willing." Mu Ling was the first to speak. "The ancient city of Hallows isn't the same city that we used to know anymore. Those who are strong can do as they please, and those who are weak can only suffer humiliation and death. Moreover, Gu Yuexian and Luo Chongxiao died here just now. I believe that the Luo clan and Gu clan will definitely dispatch experts to avenge them. We'll definitely die when that happens." Mu Ling is right. I'm willing to head to Profounder Continent as well. Me too. None of them chose to stay in the city, because the current ancient city of Hallows was a city where those beneath the half-saint realm might die at any moment. Suddenly, the sword spirit appeared by Yang Yi's side. "This won't do." The sword spirit said, "Yang Yi, you can't take so many people with you. The disappearance of so many people will definitely be noticed by the experts of the city. At that time, all of you will die." Yang Yi frowned as he hadn't thought about that. Indeed, it was utterly impossible for him to lead so many people out of the city at one go. Place all of them within the primordial pagoda? That was a sound plan. But could he use such a method? Besides the people closest to him, he didn't dare allow another soul to be aware of the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, "I have a way to take all of you out of the city. However, all of you have to stay unconscious. To be honest, I can't allow others to be aware of this method of mine." It wouldn't be a problem if they were unconscious before he placed them within the primordial pagoda. Many of them were slightly hesitant because it was equivalent to putting their lives in the hands of another. "I'm willing to do that." Mu Qingfeng was the first to speak. Sure enough, as soon as she made her stand clear, many others started voicing their agreement in succession. Yang Yi gazed at the sword spirit, and the sword spirit nodded. She was just about to act when a voice suddenly resounded from outside Lunar Right Hall. "How dare you kill a member of my Gu clan? Die!" Bung, as soon as that voice finished resounding, the entire Lunar Right Hall collapsed while dust and dirt shot endlessly into the air. Chapter 787. A white-robed old man and a black-robed old man stood in midair, high above Lunar Right Hall. The black-robed old man frowned as he looked at Lunar Right Hall that had been blasted apart. He said, "They're all dead?" The white-robed old man grunted coldly and said, "How could they possibly survive when I was the one who attacked?" The Lunar Right Hall was really audacious to actually dare to kill a member of my Gu clan. I really was too impulsive. I shouldn't have annihilated them in an instant. I should have captured them, extracted their souls, and used their souls to light soul lanterns. The black-robed old man shook his head while his brows were knit even more tightly together. He said, "Gutan, do you feel like something is slightly off?" "What is?" asked the white-robed old man. The black-robed old man replied, "You really are able to instantly annihilate them with your strength, but you didn't use your full strength. Under such circumstances, many of them should have definitely been able to survive. I'm not doubting your strength, but you should be clearly aware that many members of Lunar Right Hall are quite strong." Gu Tan pondered deeply for a moment, and then his divine sense swept out into the ruins of Lunar Right Hall. A long time passed before he withdrew his divine sense, and a ferocious expression appeared in his eyes. "There are no corpses or traces of blood at all. Someone saved them. Who do you think it is?" The black-robed old man's face had become solemn. Even though Gu Tan's eyes had a ferocious expression, there was also a tinge of solemnness in there. After all, that person had been able to rescue a few hundred people before them without making a single sound. That showed that the person's strength might far surpass them. "Could it be Supreme Exalt he or the others?" asked the black-robed man. Guden shook his head and said, "No, if it was him, then he would only have to say the word. After all, how could we not give him face?" The black-robed old man sighed softly. "Forget it. Let's not pursue the matter. Even half-saints aren't safe in this world now. We should quickly head back and cultivate so that we can step foot into the realm of high-grade half-saints as soon as possible. In that way, we might have a chance at survival." Swoosh. Suddenly, a very fine and soft sound arose from the ruins. It was extremely soft, but Gu Tan and the other black-robed man had heard it. "Get the fuck out here." Gu Tan roared furiously as he slapped his palm down, and the ruins below instantly exploded apart. Swoosh. That soft sound appeared in the distance. Gu Tan and the black-robed old man exchanged glances, and then they didn't hesitate to chase after it. It didn't take long for them to arrive before the city gates. He left the city. The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. "Should we pursue? One could only leave yet could enter through the grand formation around the city." "Yes." A ferocious expression arose in Gu Tan's eyes. He seems to only possess a formidable concealment technique, but his strength should only be ordinary. Otherwise, he would absolutely not flee. The black-robed old man said, "Gu Tan, forget it. He seems to be slightly mysterious. We've destroyed Lunar Right Hall, and it can be considered as avenging our juniors. Since he wants to save those members of Lunar Right Hall, then just let him. In any case, the members of Lunar Right Hall wouldn't dare to show themselves in the city anymore, and only death would await them outside the city and its grand formation. They were rescued right under our noses. That's like a slap to our faces. Once news of this spreads, we'll definitely become the laughingstock of this city. If you're afraid, then just head back. I'll pursue him on my own." Gu Tan's figure flashed out of the city once he finished speaking. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment before following Gu Tan. The Gu clan was the #1 clan in the hallowed grounds, and he really didn't want to offend it. Just like that, both of them pursued Yang Yi until they arrived in the mountains over 1,000 kilometers away. Gutan, he seems to be drawing us over here on purpose. The black-robed old man glanced at the surroundings, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. At this moment, Gutan noticed that the situation was bad as well, because a sound would resound every single time that they were about to lose track of Yang Yi, and it allowed them to locate their target once more. Just as the black-robed man said, he felt that something was off as well. So, Gutan aroused the intent to retreat when he thought of that. Suddenly, a mysterious force appeared on them, and they instantly dropped down to the monarch realm. The Stone of Suppression. You're Yang Yi. The black-robed old man was horrified, and even his voice was trembling. He didn't even hesitate to turn around with the intention of fleeing. Meanwhile, 50 half-saints appeared around them, and most of these half-saints were mid-grade half-saints. We're finished. Both Gutan and the black-robed old man had despair on their faces. 5 breaths of time later, Yang Yi and the sword spirit appeared where Gutan and the black-robed old man stood just moments ago. As for the 2 old men, both of them were dead. You took quite a risk just now. The sword spirit spoke in a low voice. Even though you used the Stone of Suppression to suppress their cultivations and the sword domain to isolate them from the outside world, do you realize that the slightly mishap might have allowed those 2 supreme exalts of the hallowed halls to arrive here in an instant? Even though you have around 50 half-saint sword servants and the Stone of Suppression, not to mention those 2 supreme exalts, even one of them would be sufficient to make you suffer a miserable defeat. Yang Yi nodded and replied, I know, but it would be a waste to give up on 2 half-saint sword servants. So, I decided to make a gamble. The sword spirit shook her head, and then she glanced at him and said, Fine, I won't say anything about that, but I really don't know why you took the risk of being discovered by the hallowed grounds in order to rescue those people from Lunar Right Hall. Even though most of them are at the Monarch Realm, what can Monarch Realm experts do at this moment in time? They aren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Yang Yi suddenly walked over to her when he heard this, and he just stared her in the eyes. The sword spirit didn't shrink back and met his gaze while she said, What? Did I say something wrong? Tell me, what can they do for Profounder Continent once they get there? Nothing. Conversely, they might be a burden for us. Yang Yi gazed at her for quite some time before he said, Sword Spirit, you're not human, so I understand why you think like that and say that. However, you must understand that not everything in this world has to be worth it in order to be done. The sword spirit said coldly, useless kindness while what really matters. Yang Yi shook his head, and he didn't argue with her. The sword spirit's character had changed drastically upon fusing with her main body in the sword precursor. So, wasting his breath on her was completely pointless. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then Mu Qingfeng appeared here. However, she was unconscious. Yang Yi looked at the sword spirit, and she grunted coldly before she flicked with her finger. A strand of sword energy entered the center of Mu Qingfeng's forehead, and then it didn't take long for her to regain consciousness. Mu Qingfeng glanced at the surroundings and said, We've left the city? Yang Yi nodded and said, Even though you've left the city, I can't send all of you to Profounder Continent, because the experts of the Hallowed Grounds are definitely waiting to ambush me at the teleportation formation. On the other hand, if I leave all of you to head there by yourselves, then with the strength all of you possess, it's probably very likely that you'll be annihilated if you encounter any defiant Profounders. So, you have 2 choices. The first is to look for a place to hide for now. The second is that I'll take all of you with me. However, all of you have to stay unconscious. Mu Qingfeng fell silent for a long time, and then she said, You can't be protecting us forever. Only strength can guarantee our survival in these current times. So, let us go on our own. We'll survive with our own ability. As for the danger we might face, that's a form of tempering to us. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he waved his right hand, and then all the members of Lunar Right Hall appeared here. He said, I respect your decision, and I feel that it's the right one. Relying on others during such chaotic times will never work. We have no choice but to rely on our own hard work to survive. The door to Profounder Continent will always be open to all of you, and you can go there whenever you live. Mu Qingfeng nodded and said, "What are you planning on doing now?" Yang Yi said, "I was just about to ask you something. I know that the hallowed grounds has a treasure called the divine spirit fruit that can increase one's lifespan. Do you know where they keep it?" The divine spirit fruit? Mu Qingfeng was slightly stunned and said, "The lifespan of someone you care about is almost exhausted?" Yang Yi shook his head and pointed at his own hair. "I'm the one without much lifespan left. I headed to the ancient city of Hallows earlier, just for the sake of the divine spirit fruit." Mu Qingfeng sized up Yang Yi's white hair and said, "So that's why. I thought you made yourself look like that on purpose, but I never imagined that it would be because of that." When she spoke up to this point, she hesitated for a moment before she flipped her palm. A crystalline and translucent fruit appeared on her palm as she said, "This is a divine spirit fruit." Yang Yi was stunned, and so was the sword spirit. Mu Qingfeng said, "This was originally prepared for my grandfather, but he was killed before he could consume it. I have no use for it as well, so take it." Yang Yi didn't refuse. He took the divine spirit fruit and swallowed it immediately. A short while passed before the sword spirit said, 10 years. You have 10 years of life now. Don't rashly activate the sword domain against an enemy you can't fight again. Otherwise, you might not be so lucky again." Yang Yi nodded, and then he withdrew 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals and passed it to Mu Qingfeng. "I won't just take your divine spirit fruit for nothing. These fire crystals should be of use to you." She didn't refuse because it was just as Yang Yi said. They really were very useful to her. Yang Yi glanced at Mu Qingfeng and the others, and then he said, "Good luck. I hope we'll be able to meet again." As he spoke, Yang Yi's figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, the others who laid behind Mu Qingfeng had regained their consciousnesses. Mu Qingfeng withdrew her gaze, turned around, and gazed at them as she said, "Now, if we don't become strong, then only one outcome awaits us: death. So, if you don't want to die, then fight and cultivate desperately like your life depends on it." As they flew in the air, the sword spirit suddenly asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Yang Yi replied, "I want to form an army of high-grade half-saints. I don't have any candidates now, so I can only ask for some from the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders." "Do you think they would give that to you?" said the sword spirit. "They want? Then I'll take it by force." Chapter 788. Yang Yi went into hunt and kill mode. Now, he killed every single defiant profounder he saw, and if he met experts of the hallowed grounds, he killed them as well. Regardless of whether it was the hallowed grounds or the defiant profounders, they sought to utilize the blood, resentment, and baleful energy of billions to form a pillar of blood. But Profounder Continent was a place that Yang Yi wanted to protect. So, both the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders were his enemies. With the air of over 50 half-saint sword servants, the stone of suppression, and the sword spirit, it didn't matter even if he encountered formidable defiant profounders because they were practically incapable of resisting him. It was even the same when he faced mid-grade half-saints amongst the defiant profounders. In just a short period of 5 days, Yang Yi had gained over 20 new sword servants, and many of them were mid-grade half-saints. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on a mountain peak while the energy of the heavens and the earth around him converged incessantly towards him. In the last 5 days, the only thing he had been doing besides hunting and killing defiant profounders was cultivating like a madman. Because even more primordial violet energy would appear within him every single time his cultivation improved, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the cultivations of the half-saint sword servants within him advanced by leaps and bounds upon absorbing the primordial violet energy. Profounder Continent had too few half-saints. Not only were there so little, their quality was far inferior to that of the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders. If it wasn't for the fact that the teleportation formation could only teleport 100 people at a time, Profounder Continent wouldn't have even the slightest chance. Of course, the main reason why Profounder Continent was still safe was because the defiant Profounders had placed all their efforts on the hallowed grounds. Once they finished slaughtering all the inhabitants of the hallowed grounds, their next target would be the continent. At that time, it would be a moment of life and death for the continent. Yang Yi was very well aware that he didn't have much time left. Huff! Yang Yi opened his eyes and let out a breath of foul air. He said, "Looks like it isn't that easy to increase my strength. Fortunately, I'm still able to obtain a small amount of primordial violet energy even if my strength doesn't increase. The only unfortunate part is that it isn't as much as when my cultivation improves. Forget it. I can't rush such things." Meanwhile, the sword spirit appeared by his side. She said, "I've refined all the defiant Profounders we killed lately into sword servants." Yang Yi nodded, and then he completed the refinement before tossing all of them into the primordial pagoda so that they could absorb the primordial violet energy there to improve their strengths. Yang Yi looked up at the sky, and then he frowned while a trace of worry flashed through his eyes. Because the sky was truly blood-red at this moment, and he could sense dense, baleful energy and resentment within it. Moreover, the smell of blood was simply nauseating. Besides the ancient city of Hallows, all the other inhabitants of the hallowed grounds are probably dead. "We don't have much time left," said the sword spirit. "I know," Yang Yi continued. "It seems like the true objective of the defiant Profounders isn't to destroy the hallowed grounds. Otherwise, they would have attacked it a long time ago. Their true objective is probably to break open the heaven path, obtain quintessence violet energy, immediately attain the Saint Realm, and then attack the outer heavens. That's the hallowed grounds' objective as well." The sword spirit said, "You want to protect Profounder Continent, and that means that you have to go against the hallowed grounds and the defiant Profounders at the same time. To be honest, I don't think you have even the slightest chance in such a situation." "I still intend to try." Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Moreover, even if I abandon Profounder Continent and don't go against the hallowed grounds or the defiant Profounders, but what about them? Would they let me live? They want. Regardless of whether it's the hallowed grounds or the defiant Profounders, they won't let us live." The sword spirit intended to say something, but a ray of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. They exchanged glances, and then Yang Yi immediately concealed himself in the shadows. It didn't take long for two black-robed men to appear where Yang Yi and the sword spirit were. They were defiant Profounders. Both of them glanced at the surroundings, and then one of them frowned and said, "Zhu Yu, did you make a mistake?" The man called Zhu Yu shook his head and said, "You know that my cultivation technique is quite unique. Otherwise, the exalted monarch wouldn't have sent me to search for the one who has been killing our people. I clearly sensed that someone was here, but why did that feeling vanish completely when we arrived here? Who do you think is killing our people all over the hallowed grounds?" The black-robed man spoke abruptly. "Besides the hallowed grounds, do we have any other enemies here?" Zhu Yu continued, "Even though the half-saints of the hallowed grounds are inferior to us, there are some supreme experts amongst them, like the Hallowed Lord and the Supreme Exalts. We would definitely be no match for them if we encountered them." The black-robed man grunted coldly and said, "I don't know what the Exalted Emperor is doing. Our strength is entirely sufficient to break through the Grand Formation outside the city, but he refuses to attack the city and insists on keeping them alive." "Be careful of what you say." Zhu Yu spoke solemnly. "Lin Kai, don't speak about the Exalted Emperor again. You should be clearly aware of his methods. Keep your mouth shut if you don't want to die a horrible death." Lin Kao grunted coldly and said, "It's the truth. Our strength is sufficient to annihilate the damnable hallowed grounds. So long the hallowed grounds is destroyed, then we can crush Profounder Continent in an instant. At that time, we'll be able to gather the baleful energy, resentment, and blood of tens of billions to break open the heaven path. Once that is done, we'll be able to instantly recover our past strength, and we'll truly be free." Zhu Yu looked up towards the sky, and his eyes carried a trace of deliverance. "Right? That person ordered us to come here and search for the primordial pagoda all those years ago. We traveled through countless stellar regions yet didn't even lay eyes on its shadow, and we even went through countless difficulties for it. Now, That terrifying thing within us is gone, and we're finally free. Lin Kai said, the reason we're following Su Qinya is because we hope that hell lead us to destroy the heaven path. But even you should have realized that he's delaying. I think that he's definitely hiding something. Shut your mouth. Zhu Yu suddenly roared. Die yourself if you wanna. Don't drag me down with you. As he spoke, his figure flashed with the intention of leaving. Suddenly, both their expressions changed drastically before a ray of light flashed. Hiss. Zhu Ye's body instantly stiffened, and there was a hole on his chest. A ray of white light flashed before Zhu Ye's corpse vanished on the spot. After that, a ray of light vanished into the sky. At the same time, a voice resounded from afar. This the strength of the defiant profounders? What a joke. You are so weak yet actually dare speak about crushing my hallowed grounds? How laughable. Go and tell that fellow, the exalted emperor, that he should walk to the ancient city of Hallows on his knees and seek judgment. Otherwise, they'll fucking kill every single defiant profounder I see until all of you go extinct. Lin Kao was first stunned, and then his face immediately darkened when he heard those words. It became as unsightly could be, and besides being unsightly, his face had ferocity, a trace of humiliation, and a trace of terror on it as well. Zhu Yu had been instantly annihilated, yet he hadn't even caught the shadow of the assailant. How could he not feel humiliated or terrified? It didn't take long for all of Lin Kai's emotions to be transformed into rage, monstrous rage. Hallowed grounds, you're courting death. Lin Kai's voice resounded like the furious roar of a wild beast. 2 hours later, another defiant profounder was killed a few thousand kilometers away. There was a row of words written with blood by that defiant profounder's corpse. It was I, your grandpa, the hallowed grounds. You defiant profounders are so weak. If you dare speak about crushing my hallowed grounds again, then the next to die will be you. Just like that, a few dozen defiant profounders died in a single day, and every single one of their corpses was accompanied by a similar row of words. The people in the ancient city of Hallowed were seething with excitement. Even the people who were fighting for the Saint Spirit Fruit had stopped. Who is it? Could it be Supreme Exaltee? That was fucking amazing. He killed a few dozen defiant profounders in a single day. I thought that they were formidable, but now it would seem like they're so weak. Ha ha ha. If it wasn't Supreme Exalt He, then it was Supreme Exalt Mu. Did all of you notice? They've been leaving the city every single day. Why have they been leaving the city? It's definitely because they went to kill the defiant profounders. All hail Supreme Exalt He. All hail Supreme Exalt Mu. All hail Supreme Exalt He. All hail Supreme Exalt Mu. The city was filled with cheering, and the gloomy atmosphere of blood and battle had vanished. The atmosphere amongst the defiant profounders was naturally the complete opposite. After they found out that numerous defiant profounders had been killed by a mysterious expert of the hallowed grounds, countless defiant profounders had gathered outside the ancient city of Hallowed. Moreover, more and more defiant profounders were rushing to the city. It only took a short period of 2 hours for over 1,000 defiant profounders to gather outside the city. Moreover, there were many mid-grade half-saints amongst them. Haha. See, they're like cornered beasts that intend to take desperate measures. They can't wait to try and bite us. Profounders of the hallowed grounds stood on the city walls and roared with laughter at the defiant profounders. It was I, your grandpa, the hallowed grounds. You defiant profounders are so weak. If you dare speak about crushing my hallowed grounds again, then the next to die will be you. One of them pointed at the defiant profounders below the city and roared with laughter. Did you hear that? If you dare to speak about crushing my hallowed grounds again, then the next to die will be you. All of you. Ha ha ha. You're courting death. Someone roared furiously from amidst the group of defiant profounders, and he slapped his palm towards the city. An enormous energy palm flashed off and smashed against the city wall. Suddenly, a barrier of light appeared around the city, and the enormous energy palm merely caused a wave of rumbling to resound upon striking the barrier of light. The city walls weren't damaged at all. Haha, come on, use a bit more strength. Have you not eaten? The profounders on the city walls roared even more madly with laughter, and it seemed like they were venting all the depression they accumulated from being oppressed by the defiant profounders throughout these days. All the defiant profounders on the ground below revealed terrifyingly ferocious expressions on their faces, and there were only flames of rage burning in their eyes. It's just a grand formation. They'll fucking break it open. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from within the group of defiant profounders. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and they saw a white-haired man walking slowly towards the city gate. There was a sword in the white-haired man's hand. Chapter 789. The white-haired man wore a black robe. Besides his unusual hair, his dressing was completely like the other defiant profounders. He was Yang Yi, of course. After he heard the conversation between Zhu Yu and Lin Kai, a plan had appeared in his mind. That plan was to add fuel to the flames between the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders. Only if they were engaged in battle would they have no time to pay attention to Profounder Continent, and only then would he have even more time to prepare. The defiant profounders could do nothing to the people within the ancient city of Hallows if they refused to leave the city, and they could only slaughter the experts outside the city. But once all the experts outside the city and within the hallowed grounds had been annihilated, the next target of the defiant profounders would be Profounder Continent. So, he had to add fuel to the flames between them and make that flame blaze. Many defiant profounders frowned when they saw Yang Yi because they couldn't sense his realm of cultivation. However, that was exactly why he seemed mysterious in their eyes. Many defiant profounders immediately moved aside when they saw Yang Yi walking towards the city. As soon as Yang Yi arrived before the city gates, a barrier of light that was formed from talisman markings appeared around the city walls, and the powerful energy contained within it caused Yang Yi's brows to knit together. Just a single glance allowed Yang Yi to realize that it was an extraordinarily powerful formation, and he couldn't break through it even if he executed the Triapex sword technique. If it was in the past, then he would naturally be helpless against such a formation. Yet now, more and more profounders were gathering atop the city walls. At this moment, the experts of the hallowed grounds weren't laughing with ridicule, because anyone who could attain the monarch realm and above was no fool. Since that white-haired man had dared to step forward and speak about breaking open the formation, they felt that he definitely had some ability. So, worry had started to appear in the eyes of many. Because once the formation was destroyed and the defiant profounders swarmed into the city, then it would definitely be a calamity for them. Quickly notify Supreme Exalt He and Mu. A half-saint of the hallowed grounds immediately decided to notify the Supreme Exalts. After all, they could only feel truly at ease if the two Supreme Exalts were here. Meanwhile, more and more defiant profounders were gathering below, and their numbers had almost doubled to 2,000. Moreover, all of their gazes were on Yang Yi. The experts of the Hallowed Guards were fully vigilant while the defiant profounders were staying prepared at all times. They were prepared to enter the city and kill at any moment. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he tapped his sword against the barrier of light while everyone watched. Ripples appeared on the barrier of light, but it wasn't damaged at all. The experts on the city wall immediately heaved sighs of relief. However, Yang Yi suddenly took his sword in both hands and swiftly twisted it. A strand of decay sword intent shot deep into the barrier of light from the tip of his sword. In an instant, the barrier of light melted like snow in hot oil. The expressions of the experts on the city walls changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, whereas the defiant profounders below were overjoyed. Brothers, come with me and kill. After the hole in the barrier light expanded to a diameter of around 6 m, Yang Yi immediately withdrew his sword, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot through the barrier and entered the city. It wasn't that he refused to make the hole bigger, it was truly impossible for him to do so, because the formation was too powerful and creating such a hole was the limits of his ability. After Yang Yi charged in, countless other defiant profounders behind him immediately charged into the city as well. Kill. Annihilate all these bastards of the hallowed grounds. Go on talking shit. Go on. Ha ha ha. It only took a few breaths of time for countless defiant profounders to charge into the city. It was naturally impossible for the experts of the hallowed grounds to just stand by idly and wait for death to arrive. So, countless half-saints flashed out from the city and entered into battle with the defiant profounders outside the city. As soon as Yang Yi entered the city, he immediately concealed himself because he didn't want to take the lead and bear the brunt of the retaliation from the hallowed grounds. Of course, he didn't leave as well. He hid in the shadows and collected the spoils of the battle. He was undoubtedly the one to gain the most from the battle between these two forces. It only took less than 15 minutes for him to gather over 50 corpses of half-saints. Moreover, more and more half-saints were still perishing. This excited Yang Yi to the point he almost cried out with joy. The hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders were growing weaker while his side was growing stronger. Yang Yi was confident that if he was given a little more time, then Profounder Continent would definitely be able to turn the situation around and transform into a powerful force. While he gathered the corpses of half-saints, Yang Yi was carefully observing the battle. He noticed that the defiant profounders really were much stronger than the experts of the hallowed grounds. Under the condition that they were all in the same grade of the half-saint realm, the hallowed grounds would need 2 to 3 half-saints to resist a single defiant profounder, and it would take the joint forces of at least 5 half-saints of the hallowed grounds to kill a single defiant profounder. Bang! Bang! Countless half-saints were fighting throughout the city, and it was obvious how destructive such battles were. Besides the city walls, the buildings in an area of a few thousand kilometers within the ancient city of Hallows had been transformed into powder. Of course, more and more half-saints were dying from both sides. At this moment, Yang Yi had gathered almost 500 corpses, and over 100 of them were defiant profounders. How dare you! Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from outside the city, and then Supreme Exalt He and Supreme Exalt Mu appeared within the city. At the same time, those experts from Nameless City and even Inin were by their side. Bang! Supreme Exalt He swung his palm downwards, and 2 defiant profounders were instantly slapped into pieces. The other defiant profounders immediately stopped fighting when they witnessed this scene, and they gazed at Supreme Exalt He with solemn expressions on their faces. Yang Yi's heart shook when he saw Supreme Exalt He and the others, and he cursed in his heart. He had no doubt that all of this would stop here. After all, even if a corpse was lying right in front of him, he wouldn't dare touch it while Supreme Exalt He and Supreme Exalt Mu were here. Once Supreme Exalt He's group arrived, the two forces in battle had split apart and stood in confrontation with each other. Unexpectedly, Supreme Exalt He's group didn't attack the defiant profounders. Supreme Exalt He merely glanced coldly at the defiant profounders, and then his gaze swept through the half-saints of the hallowed grounds before he said, "What's going on?" "They broke through the formation," said one of the half-saints. "The Saber Emperor, Suqinya?" The expressions on the faces of Supreme Exalt He and the others changed slightly. If there was someone amongst the defiant profounders that they feared and even felt terrified about, then it was definitely the leader of the defiant profounders, the Saber Emperor, Suqinya. After all, he was an existence who could fight the hallowed lord. That half-saint shook his head and said, "It wasn't. It was a white-haired defiant profounder." He broke open the formation with a single stab of his sword. A white-haired defiant profounder? Supreme Exalt He and the others frowned. Supreme Exalt He was just about to speak when someone amongst the profounders of the hallowed grounds shouted, "Supreme Exalt He, Supreme Exalt Mu, kill the defiant profounders and make the might of our hallowed grounds known. Kill the defiant profounders. Kill the defiant profounders. Kill the defiant profounders. Kill." All the experts of the hallowed grounds started to shout loudly as well. The defiant profounders hated them, and they hated the defiant profounders as well. During this period of time, countless people related to them had died at the hands of the defiant profounders, and it was even to the extent that their loved ones were amongst the dead. So, how could they not hate the defiant profounders? Supreme Exalt He and Supreme Exalt Mu's faces were unsightly. They weren't afraid of these defiant profounders because there were no supreme experts amongst them. The hallowed grounds would definitely win the battle. However, they didn't want to. because the outcome of that would be one where both sides were heavily injured. Moreover, once they killed these defiant profounders, then it would definitely draw over even more defiant profounders. He's that supreme exalt he who insulted all of us. Meanwhile, someone suddenly pointed at Supreme Exalt he from amongst the group of defiant profounders. In an instant, the gazes of countless defiant profounders descended onto Supreme Exalt he, and their eyes were filled with ghastly killing intent. If they weren't afraid of the strength possessed by Supreme Exalt he and the others, they would have attacked by now. Supreme Exalt he frowned. He wasn't able to figure out why they were so hostile to him. After all, every single one of them seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to drink his blood. The defiant profounders feared Supreme Exalt he's group, and Supreme Exalt he's group feared the defiant profounders as well. They naturally could gain victory over this group of defiant profounders. But if they did kill these defiant profounders, it would be no different than destroying the peace that had been maintained between both sides for so long. It would spoil their plans. Let's retreat for now. Someone spoke abruptly from amidst the defiant profounders. The other defiant profounders exchanged glances, and they nodded. Too few of them had come to attack the city this time. After all, there were only about 2,000 here. Moreover, they didn't have any high-grade half-saints amongst them. All of them were ordinary and mid-grade half-saints. While they were arrogant and proud, they were no fools. Fighting the hallowed grounds to the death with so few forces was undoubtedly a foolish action. Supreme Exalt he instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that they intended to retreat. He didn't want to fight them as well, because suffering heavy losses on both sides wasn't beneficial to either side. That was exactly why they'd been hiding within the city. At this moment, the retreat of the defiant profounders was undoubtedly the best outcome. Right when they were about to retreat, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the group of experts from the hallowed grounds, and it instantly smashed against the chest of one of the defiant profounders. That defiant profounder wasn't harmed, and only his shirt was blasted apart. Everyone here was stunned. After being stunned for a moment, that defiant profounder immediately flared up. The hallowed grounds won't let us leave. Kill. 1 is enough. 2 is a gain for us. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged forward. As for the defiant profounders who stood around him, they charged forward as well. Obviously, they felt that the hallowed grounds refused to let them leave. Since it was like that, it was better to take at least one member of the hallowed grounds down with them. Who did that? Supreme Exalt he was furious. However, he didn't have the time to consider that question because numerous defiant profounders had charged over to him. Bang! Suddenly, numerous defiant profounders flashed in from the city gates, and there were even a few high-grade half-saints amongst them. Flood the city with blood. Someone howled amidst the battle. Supreme Exalt he's face instantly warped when he heard this voice, and he roared with fury, Yang Yi, they'll tear you into pieces. Chapter 790. Even though that voice from before had been changed, Supreme Exalt he was no ordinary expert. How could he possibly not discern it to be Yang Yi's voice? But when he looked over towards the source of the voice, that spot was completely empty. Right when he was about to search carefully, the defiant profounders at the side had charged at him. Defiant profounders surged incessantly into the city, while more and more half-saints of the hallowed grounds rushed towards the city gates from all directions. A shocking battle erupted within the ancient city of Hallows. Meanwhile, the person who started the entire battle, Yang Yi, was no longer in that area. Had gone to the Technique Pavilion within the city. He did want to continue gathering even more corpses, but Supreme Exalt he had noticed his presence. So, if he were to stay behind and continue gathering corpses, then he would definitely be dead if he was noticed. As he gazed at the plaque that read Technique Pavilion, a smile appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Everything in there is mine now. As he spoke, Yang Yi swaggered into the Technique Pavilion. There were 10 Saint rank techniques within the Technique Pavilion, and had never forgotten about them. In fact, had wanted to obtain them for a very long time. Now that practically all the half-saints in the city had gone to the entrance of the city, didn't it just happen to give him the best opportunity? So, How could he possibly let such an opportunity slip by? Yang Yi didn't stop at all and headed straight for the three-rd floor. Yang Yi gazed at the Dao rank techniques here, and then he waved his right hand. Countless Dao rank techniques were instantly placed within the primordial pagoda. After that, he ascended to the 4th floor. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule as he gazed at the barrier of light that covered the jade counter. He flashed over to one of them, and then he stabbed his sword against it. The barrier of light trembled violently while countless cracks appeared on it, and then it shattered apart. Yang Yi frowned because there were only 3 black scrolls on the jade counter. Did someone else take them? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he waved his right hand and took the 3 scrolls. He naturally wouldn't see what techniques they contained right now. He flashed over to the 1st level, and he was just about to walk out the door when a voice resounded by his ears. "You're Yang Yi, right? You really are an extraordinary genius in the sword Dao. You blasted apart the violet light barrier with just a single strike. You're much stronger than many old fellows. No wonder the hallowed grounds suffered so many losses at your hands." Yang Yi's heart shook, and he stopped moving before turning around to look towards the source of the voice. There was a sling chair made of bamboo at the nearby corner on the left, and an old man with slightly narrowed eyes laid on it. The old man's hair was ruffled, his clothes ragged, and his face was covered in wrinkles and stubbles. He seemed very unkempt. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he looked out the door and said, "I never expected that a supreme expert like you would actually be hiding in the technique pavilion." He hadn't noticed the old man when he entered, and he still hadn't noticed the old man when he left. Obviously, the old man's strength wasn't inferior to Supreme Exalt He, and it might even be stronger than Supreme Exalt He, because Yang Yi still didn't sense a trace of danger coming from the old man even now. That was the most terrifying part. A supreme expert? I'm just an old geezer who's about to reach the end of his lifespan. I didn't intend to call out to you, but I wasn't able to stop myself in the end. It's rare for a genius to appear on profounder continent, and it would truly be a pity if you were to die here. Based on how you acted earlier, you clearly aren't satisfied with just 3 scrolls of techniques, and you intend to head to the Treasure Pavilion and Cultivation Technique Pavilion, right? Said the old man. Yang Yi didn't conceal his intentions and nodded, because he really did intend to plunder the treasures of the hallowed grounds. Every single pavilion has a pavilion master. If you went to the other pavilions first, then I presume you would either be dead or fleeing for your life right now, said the old man. Are they very strong? Asked Yang Yi. The old man said, your strength improved at an extremely swift pace. You haven't experienced the consolidation of your cultivation through time, nor have you tried to sense and comprehend the world, and you haven't even comprehended your own Tao. Everything you've learned are only things you gained from your predecessors. Even though that allows you to be extremely strong and even possess the ability to surmount your realm of cultivation to do battle, you're still too weak when compared to some people. For example, I can defeat you with 1 move and kill you with the 2nd. Do you believe that? Yang Yi shook his head and said, I don't. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Yi replied, Senior, what would you do if you can't kill me with 2 moves? The old man flipped his right palm, and a fruit appeared in his palm. A refreshing fragrance instantly suffused the air when the fruit appeared here, and just the fragrance itself made Yang Yi's entire body feel relaxed and refreshed. The old man said, this is the Saint Spirit fruit that those fellows were fighting for. It's yours if I can't kill you with 2 moves. I won't kill you if you can't resist 2 moves of mine, but I just so happen to lack someone to pour my tea, and I feel that you're very suitable for the job. Can that fruit really help someone attain the half-saint realm? Asked Yang Yi. The old man answered, it depends on the person. Yang Yi nodded and said, I understand. Let's do it. Are you that confident? Asked the old man. I'm really very curious. Yang Yi continued, I'm curious how you will make me feel despair with just 2 moves. Meanwhile, the old man slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm, and it wasn't sharp at all. He gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he nodded, and then he slowly stretched his right hand forward and made a grasping motion towards Yang Yi. In an instant, the scene and the surroundings changed. Everything vanished, and only he and the old man remained. Yang Yi's expression changed, and it was unprecedentedly solemn. He gazed at the old man and said, "The might of a domain." At this moment, tempestuous waves were surging through his heart. It was the first time that Head witnessed the might of another domain besides his own sword domain. At this moment, Yang Yi understood once more how there was always someone stronger and greater in the world. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to realize that something didn't seem right. He couldn't put a finger on it, but in any case, he felt that there was something wrong with this domain. A moment later, Yang Yi realized what was wrong. This domain wasn't independent, and it had merged with the world and relied on the force of the world. On the contrary, his sword domain was independent, and it didn't rely on the force of the world. "Looks like you've realized," the old man suddenly said. "This isn't a true domain. It's something I created myself. I call it a pseudo-domain. Even though it isn't a true domain, it isn't weak at all. My strength will rise 5 times while within its scope, whereas your strength will decline 5 times. Moreover, you'll be suppressed as well." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly felt a strand of powerful pressure descend upon him. It was like instantly feeling 10 mountains pressing down upon him, and it caused his internal organs to be on the verge of shattering. A strand of sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi. Tuned level heaven rank sword intent? Not bad. Unfortunately, it hasn't broken through the shackles of the heaven Tao, while this domain of mine is equivalent to the heaven Tao of this world. "So, your sword intent can't destroy it," said the old man. Sure enough, Yang Yi felt that his sword intent was forcefully suppressed by a mysterious force upon leaving his body. "Well, consider this as your loss, all right?" asked the old man. "You've really surprised me. However, you truly underestimate me if you think you can make me admit defeat just like that." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's body that had bent slightly under the pressure of that mysterious force gradually straightened. In the end, 2 rays of light surged from within his eyes before countless rays of light shot out from within him, and they surged around him. Crack! It sounded like glass had shattered, and then the surroundings returned to normal. "The sword domain, that's the sword domain?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi with a trace of fervor in his eyes. Yang Yi nodded. Even though Head shattered the old man's domain, he still felt admiration for the old man, because he wouldn't have been able to overcome it if he hadn't grasped the sword domain. Tuned level heaven rank sword intent could suppress a half-saint, but his heaven rank sword intent was suppressed to the point it couldn't even resist just now. Since he comprehended sword intent, this was the first time Head experienced something like that. The fake is fake in the end. Domains surpass the heaven Tao and are independent above it. Yet mine contains the heaven Tao and has fused with the world. Even though it's still strong, its strength is limited. The old man shook his head and seemed slightly flagging with interest. "I have one more move. Are you sure you want to receive it?" "Of course," replied Yang Yi. The old man said, "I can discern that while you've grasped the sword domain, you haven't fully grasped its strength. If my attack surpasses the scope of your sword domain's ability, then you'll suffer from backlash. You have around 10 years of life left, and your hair is completely white. I presume it's because you forcefully utilized the sword domain, right?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Indeed. However, I still want to try that move of yours." The old man nodded in response. "Since it's like that, then let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger at Yang Yi. Yang Yi instantly felt a strand of mysterious energy lock onto him. It was very strong, and it was even stronger than the pressure he experienced from the old man's domain, causing him to even be unable to arouse the intention to resist. However, that wasn't the end of it. He felt suffocated when it locked onto him, and it was like someone was squeezing down on his heart. Yang Yi was horrified. What sort of force is this? Should I use the sword domain again? However, he absolutely didn't dare to do that, because even if he could resist this attack by utilizing the sword domain, he would die right away, because he didn't have enough lifespan to do that. How should I resist this move without the sword domain? This attack is called the Hellshackle Finger. It encloses the world in a cage, and it uses spiritual energy as a shackle. It's something I created many years ago. I once utilized it to surmount my realm of cultivation and kill a high-grade half-saint that was supreme exalt he's equal. At that time, I'd only just attained the half-saint realm. Now, I only have to issue a command, and you'll be instantly crushed into bits. Of course, you can activate the sword domain as well, said the old man. Chapter 791. Suddenly, a strand of sword intent seeped out from within Yang Yi. The old man shook his head slightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he instantly dispersed his technique. Meanwhile, his hair had instantly turned from black to snow white. Moreover, there were even many times more wrinkles on his face. He seemed like had instantly aged 100 years. What sword intent is that? The old man's eyes had shock in them. Decay sword intent. Yang Yi walked over to the old man and stretched out his hand. You've lost. Is that the might of the laws? Asked the old man. Yang Yi nodded in response. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. I never expected that you'd actually comprehended the energy of the laws, and it's even such a powerful law. I've really lost this time. I didn't have much lifespan left, and now I have very little left. This is my fate. As he spoke, he passed the Saint Spirit fruit to Yang Yi and said, Go on. It's best if you don't stay in the city. While there aren't many here who can kill you, there aren't a few either. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man went back to his sling chair and laid down on it. Senior, are you from Profounder Continent? Asked Yang Yi. Yes. The old man continued, I know what you're wondering. The reason I'm letting you go is because you're from Profounder Continent and you're protecting it. I can't step forward and help Profounder Continent, and this is all I can do. Good luck on the rest. The old man closed his eyes once he finished speaking. Yang Yi bowed slightly to the old man, and then he turned around and left the pavilion. Profounder Continent. The old man opened his eyes once more when Yang Yi left, and there were ripples in his eyes as he seemed to be recollecting events of the past. After he left the Technique Pavilion, Yang Yi immediately hid himself and traveled to the entrance of the city. At this moment, the area there was truly covered in corpses and flooded with blood. Moreover, countless severed limbs covered the ground while the buildings in the vicinity had been blasted into bits. It was a complete mess. Both sides weren't fighting anymore, and they were just standing in confrontation. Even though the defiant Profounders had lost some forces, even more defiant Profounders had entered the city. So, there were over 4,000 defiant Profounders here right now, whereas the Hallowed Grounds had even more forces. It had over 10,000 experts on its side, while more half-saints were rushing over from all directions from time to time. Yang Yi's brows knit tightly together as he stood in the shadows. Why have they stopped fighting? Suddenly, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. He sensed two extremely powerful auras in the distant sky, and their auras were even stronger than Elder Mu and Lu Yin. They are negotiating? Yang Yi's heart sank. Even though there was deep-rooted enmity between the defiant Profounders and the Hallowed Grounds, they had a similar objective as well. It was to break open the heaven path and charge into the outer heavens. Under such circumstances, it was absolutely possible for them to join forces. Moreover, once that happens, then it would undoubtedly be a calamity for Profounder Continent. Everyone, move out of the city. Suddenly, a voice resounded from high above in the sky. Yang Yi's heart instantly sank to rock bottom when he heard this. Obviously, they'd come to an agreement. While the defiant Profounders were unwilling, they didn't dare disobey an order from that person who spoke, so they immediately retreated from the city. Meanwhile, another voice resounded in the sky. Kill Yang Yi and reclaim the Stone of Suppression. Don't let others laugh at our hallowed grounds. Supreme Exalt He and Supreme Exalt Mu's hearts shook, and they hurriedly nodded. After the defiant Profounders left, the experts of the hallowed grounds left as well. Meanwhile, Supreme Exalt He and Mu led over 100 half-saints to search madly for Yang Yi throughout the city. No one noticed that almost half of the intact corpses around the entrance to the city had vanished. After he left the ancient city of Hallows, Yang Yi traveled swiftly all the way until they reached a mountain range that was a few thousand kilometers away from the city. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on a huge rock while his face was covered in happiness and excitement. Because Head obtained a total of almost 1,000 half-saint corpses this time. 1,000 corpses were equivalent to 1,000 half-saint sword servants. How could he not be excited and happy? But it didn't take long for him to calm down. Because Head thought of one thing, and it was that the defiant Profounders and the hallowed grounds might have come to an agreement. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to stop fighting. If that was true, then it meant that Profounder Continent was in danger, huge danger. 1,000 half-saint sword servants were nothing to the defiant Profounders and the hallowed grounds, unless all of them were mid-grade half-saints. Brilliant light surged in Yang Yi's eyes when he thought up to this point. If it was any other person, it would naturally be impossible to make 1,000 half-saint puppets advance to the mid-grade half-saint realm, but he could, because he had primordial violet energy. Yang Yi summoned the sword spirit and said, "I'll leave those corpses to you. I have to improve my strength first." As he spoke, he withdrew the saint spirit fruit and said, "I hope its effects aren't too bad." The sword spirit gestured slightly with her hand, and the fruit instantly flew into her grasp. She gazed at it for a short while before she passed it back to Yang Yi. "There's nothing wrong with it. However, it isn't realistic for you to rely on it to advance into the half-saint realm. You have to rely on your own comprehension and fortune to advance into the half-saint realm. Relying on external forces to advance by force is very difficult and very bad for you." Yang Yi said, "I never hoped that it could advance my cultivation to the half-saint realm. They'll be satisfied if it can just help me rise a single rank." He had very little primordial violet energy within him right now, and it was utterly insufficient for those 1,000 sword servants to attain the mid-grade half-saint realm. So, he had to place his hopes on advancing in his cultivation, because he would obtain a huge amount of primordial violet energy with every rank he gained. The sword spirit said, "I'm able to sense that the aura of life within the hallowed grounds is growing lesser and lesser. It'll take half a month at most for everyone besides those within the ancient city of Hallows to be exterminated. At that time, it'll be a moment of life and death for Profounder Continent." Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" The sword spirit answered, "You possess quintessence violet energy, even though you aren't a half-saint, but you're stronger than half-saints. So long as you give up on those people on Profounder Continent, then you'll have an opportunity to escape this world once the defiant Profounders and hallowed grounds utilizes the blood, resentment, and baleful energy of those people to break open the heaven path. I know that you want to abandon your wives. However, you can place them within the primordial pagoda. In that way, not only can all of you live, you wouldn't have to face the outer heavens forces. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he said, "I'm no savior, and I've never thought about being one. I don't feel anything even if so many have died at the hallowed grounds. The defiant Profounders can kill the members of the hallowed grounds, and I can watch as they slaughter them. However, they can't kill the people on Profounder Continent." "Why?" asked the sword spirit in a low voice. Yang Yi said, "A long time ago, I told them that if they followed me, then I wouldn't abandon them no matter what. The Demon Emperor, the Founding Emperor, the Sword Sect, the Ding Clan, they didn't betray me when I was in my weakest state and suffered the most difficulties. So, how can I abandon them in the face of danger? If I do, then they would die. I can treat the lives of some as worthless grass, but the lives of some are worthy of me using my own life to protect. Even if we will lose in the end or even die, I won't regret my decision." When he spoke up to this point, his voice sounded slightly heavier. "A man should feel no shame before the gods, the world, and himself. Those who bully and humiliate me will suffer 10 times the retribution, and those who help me will gain 10 times the repayment." All right. You're really manly and very great. Let me see how you fight the hallowed grounds and the defiant Profounders." She glared fiercely at Yang Yi, and then she started to refine the sword servants. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Sword spirit, I met your past master." Her expression instantly changed. It became gloomy and ruthless, and there was even surging killing intent in her eyes. Yang Yi sighed lightly and said, "He asked me to tell you something. He said that he wronged you all those years ago, and—" "Shut up." She suddenly pointed her finger at him. A ray of light smashed against Yang Yi's chest, and it blasted him flying. Bang! He flew for almost 1 kilometer before he collided with a small hill, and then he crashed to the ground. "You!" Yang Yi had just stood up when she appeared in front of him. At the same time, there was a sword placed against his throat. "Where is he?" She stared fixedly at him with an emotionless gaze, and her voice was icy cold like 10,000-year-old ice. "He's dead," Yang Yi said, "completely gone." "He's dead?" She was slightly stunned, and then she roared madly with laughter as if she'd gone mad. Yang Yi sighed softly. The more she acted like this, the more he realized that their relationship was definitely extremely good all those years ago. Unfortunately, had sacrificed her for this world, and that was why the sword spirit had such resentment and hatred for him. "She's a very pitiable sword," Yang Yi said. "I know that you definitely refuse to have another master, and I don't want to be that master as well. You can leave whenever you want. Of course, it's best if you stay behind because I really do need your help. If you can save Profounder Continent by sacrificing me now, then what would you do?" She suddenly stared him in the eyes. Yang Yi shook his head and spoke without the slightest hesitation. "I wouldn't sacrifice you. I'll use my own way to save the continent and not rely on the sacrifice of someone to accomplish something. Of course, if I have to sacrifice the members of the hallowed grounds, then I wouldn't hesitate at all." She laughed coldly and her face was covered in doubt. Yang Yi shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Remember that we're only working together, and he'll get rid of you once we're done." She glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then she turned around and started refining the sword servants. "She's clearly a sword, but why does she seem like a real woman?" Yang Yi shook his head and stopped lingering on this question. He swallowed the Saint Spirit fruit, and then a strand of extremely powerful spirit energy instantly appeared within him. After that, Yang Yi's eyes instantly opened wide, because his cultivation had actually advanced immediately. Chapter 792. The 8th rank of the Monarch rank. Yang Yi was quite stunned by this advancement. He really hadn't imagined that the Saint Spirit fruit would actually be so terrifying. After all, had only just consumed it, yet the energy which erupted from it had instantly allowed him to advance to the 8th rank of the Monarch realm. After a moment of shock, he was overjoyed, because he noticed that Head suddenly gained a huge amount of primordial violet energy after the advancement. Yang Yi had a feeling that it was the primordial pagoda's way of urging him to cultivate. It gave a little primordial violet energy to him after every advancement. This made him have no choice but to do all he could to improve his strength, because the primordial violet energy could save his life. Yang Yi focused his mind, discarded the distracting thoughts within it, and started concentrating on cultivating. Outside the ancient city of Hallows, Supreme Exalt He and Mu stood before the gates while 50 white-robed old men stood by each of their sides. Every single white-robed old man was a mid-grade half-saint. Supreme Exalt He gazed at the 100 white-robed old men and said, "I'm very well aware of the strength that all of you possess. Even I and Brother Mu are in a march for all of you if you join forces. However, what I'm trying to say is that you must not be careless when you encounter Yang Yi, and you must not act on your own. Even though he's only a Monarch Realm Profounder, his strength is sufficient to kill half-saints. Coupled with the Stone of Suppression and the half-saint puppets he possesses, even a mid-grade half-saint is no match for him." He paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point. "He has repeatedly acted against our hallowed grounds, and he even caused us to suffer heavy losses. Not only would we be unable to rest in peace while he's still alive, the hallowed grounds would live eternally in shame until he's eliminated. His concealment technique is extremely formidable. We can't do anything to him if he stays hidden." One of the old men spoke solemnly. Supreme Exalt He waved his right hand, and then 5 talismans appeared in the hands of every single white-robed old man. He said, These are divine light talismans that were crafted by Grandmaster Shanimo. So long as he shows himself, you just have to tear this talisman apart, and he wouldn't be able to conceal himself within an area of 500 kilometers. That makes things easier. That old man nodded. Supreme Exalt, he glanced at them and said, "One last reminder. Don't underestimate him when you do find him, and don't act rashly. You must notify us at the first possible moment." Understood. They voiced their agreement before transforming into rays of light that vanished into the sky. Supreme Exalt, he withdrew his gaze, and there was a trace of ferocity in his eyes. "Yang Yi, you'll die a graveless death this time." On a mountain range that was located thousands of kilometers away from the ancient city of Halos, a voice suddenly resounded. "The person who kills Yang Yi will be rewarded with a life essence pill. He'll be taking that pill." A figure shot into the sky and vanished into the horizon. Moreover, many other figures flew off behind him. Nameless city. There were only 3 people in a hall. The blind old man, Shinamo, and the headless person. That fellow, Yang Yi, almost made the defiant Profounders and the hallowed grounds suffer heavy losses. If it was in the past, I would naturally be happy to see something like that happen. Yet now, in short, if he isn't eliminated, then he might spoil our plans. The blind old man spoke solemnly. The defiant Profounders and the hallowed grounds have acted, so why should we interfere? Said the headless person. The blind old man replied, "But don't forget that Yang Yi has the stone of suppression. It isn't a huge threat to us while it's in Yang Yi's hands, but if it falls into the hands of the hallowed grounds or defiant Profounders, then we might fall under the control of others." The headless man and Shinamo fell silent. The blind old man continued, "So, the stone of suppression absolutely can't be allowed to fall into their hands. What do all of you think?" "You intend to kill Yang Yi?" asked the headless person. "I just want the stone of suppression." The old man said, "Of course, he'll have no choice but to seize it if he refuses to give it to me. So, whether he'll be able to live is up to him." As he spoke, the blind old man vanished from within the hall. The headless person asked, "What do you think about all of that?" "No one can stop the hallowed grounds and defiant Profounders from completing their plan," said Shinamo. The headless person stood up and walked towards the exit. "The members of the hallowed grounds are almost completely annihilated. It's time to deal with the people in this city." At this moment, Yang Yi naturally didn't know that his actions in the ancient city of Halos had made these forces start to dispatch their experts to pursue and kill him. Yang Yi's aura was growing stronger and stronger as he sat on the huge rock. The energy that erupted from the Saint Spirit fruit was surging through his body like a tsunami, and he was ceaselessly absorbing that energy. Just like that, 3 days passed. Bang! An extremely terrifying aura surged out from within Yang Yi, and that aura swept out in all directions. In an instant, everything in an area of 50 kilometers around Yang Yi was destroyed. The 9th rank of the Monarch Realm. At this moment, Yang Yi had attained the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm, and the aura within him was ceaselessly growing stronger. The Sword Spirit and Ding Xiaoyao appeared by Yang Yi's side. "Is he trying to charge into the Half-Saint Realm?" asked Ding Xiaoyao in a heavy voice, and her voice carried a trace of pleasant surprise. After all, if Yang Yi attained the Half-Saint Realm, then even the supreme exalts of the hallowed grounds could dream of killing him. A wisp of worry flashed through the Sword Spirit's eyes as she said, "Even though his foundation isn't bad, he's still too young. If he forcefully attains the Half-Saint Realm within experiencing consolidation of his gains through time and attaining various comprehensions, then while it would be enormously beneficial to him in the short run, it will plant a seed of disaster within him. Or I should say that it would bury many seeds of disaster within him, because his cultivation has truly been rising too quickly." The happiness in Ding Xiaoyao's eyes vanished when she heard this, and she said, "Is it very serious?" The Sword Spirit replied, "Do you know why Nether Maiden is still at the Exalt Realm? Even the Half-Saint Realm wouldn't be impossible with the natural talent she possesses. However, she's still at the Exalt Realm because she suppressed the speed of her advancement. She wants to attain the Monarch Realm naturally and then finally attain the Half-Saint Realm. In that way, her future would be limitless, and it would make her foundation extremely solid. Should we stop him? Asked Ding Xiaoyao. The sword spirit shook her head in response. He'll figure it out. Moreover, unless he's assisted by treasures, it's impossible for him to attain the half-saint realm now. Ding Xiaoyao nodded lightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Her gaze carried a trace of worry. Yang Yi's aura was still rising steadily. However, it didn't take long for his aura to gradually stabilize. The sword spirit nodded when she saw this and said, "He's still considerable composed and didn't try to charge into the half-saint realm." Meanwhile, the sword spirit's expression suddenly changed. She looked up into the sky and said, "Shit." The commotion he created was too huge. Someone noticed us 1 inch as soon as she finished speaking. She immediately formed a seal, and then 3 circular sword formations appeared beneath their feet. After that, they immediately vanished on the spot. Less than 2 breaths after they vanished, Supreme Exalt He, Supreme Exalt Mu, and 100 white-robed old men appeared where they were just moments ago, and their expressions turned gloomy when they noticed that it was completely empty. Search. He couldn't have gone fat. As soon as Supreme Exalt He finished speaking, all of them immediately tore space open and vanished on the spot. After executing 3 5-element sword flights in succession, the sword spirit finally stopped fleeing. The hallowed grounds dispatched a huge number of experts. Besides the 2 supreme exalts, there were around 100 mid-grade half-saints as well. Moreover, I even sensed an extremely obscure aura. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, and then she looked up into the sky. The space there was torn open, and then a spear shot down towards the 3 of them. The spear was extremely swift, and coupled with the fact that it had caught them off guard, it was utterly impossible for the sword spirit to execute the 5-element sword flight technique. At this moment, Yang Yi was still seated cross-legged on the ground with his eyes tightly closed. He seemed to be absorbing the remaining energy within him, so only the sword spirit could do something now. As she gazed at the spear that was about to reach them, a cold glow flashed through her eyes. She tapped her right foot on the ground, and then she transformed into an enormous sword that shot into the sky and collided with the spear. Bang! A huge explosion resounded in the sky. After that, the sword spirit descended to the ground by Yang Yi and Ding Xiaoyao's side. At this moment, her countenance was ghastly pale, and her eyes were filled with terror. Ding Xiaoyao frowned. She was about to say something when the sword spirit had immediately formed a seal, and then all 3 of them vanished on the spot. At the very same instant that they vanished, a black-robed man who held a spear appeared where they were just a moment ago. "No one can escape me, Qi Jing, if I want to kill them." The black-robed man took a step forward, and then he vanished on the spot. Right after he vanished, the blind old man instantly appeared where he stood just now. At the same time, Supreme Exalt He's group appeared here as well. A wisp of surprise flashed through Supreme Exalt He's eyes when he saw the blind old man, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and he merely took a deep and long glance at the blind old man, yet didn't speak a word. Who was that? He's truly strong. The blind old man spoke abruptly. A defiant profounder. Supreme Exalt He replied. He should be one of the 10 divine generals. I just don't know what his ranking is. No matter what his ranking is, he's more than enough to kill Yang Yi. The blind old man shook his head and said, "So many of us have actually set out just to pursue and kill a monarch realm profounder." Supreme Exalt He's face was quite unsightly. After all, it truly was a humiliation for so many to be pursuing a monarch realm profounder. Supreme Exalt Mu suddenly said, "Don't waste any more time. If we're too late, then Yang Yi might fall into the hands of the defiant profounders." Supreme Exalt He nodded in response, and then all of them tore space apart and left. The blind old man hurriedly followed them. The sword spirit, Yang Yi, and Ding Xiaoyao's feet had just touched the ground when Ding Xiaoyao spoke with shock. "Sword spirit, you..." Because the sword spirit's face wasn't just pale, her body was actually starting to become slightly translucent. "Flee. Why aren't you fleeing anymore? I haven't had enough fun." Meanwhile, the black-robed man appeared not too far behind them. "It's fine. They'll play with you instead." Yang Yes' voice suddenly resounded. Chapter 793. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed. At practically the exact same moment, the man swiftly swung his spear forward. Bang! Sparks sprayed from the tip of the man's spear, and it shook slightly while the ray of light dispersed. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of the black-robed man's mouth. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he immediately let go of his spear. After that, he watched as his spear transformed into dust. Meanwhile, Yang Yes group had vanished on the spot. A solemn expression appeared in the man's eyes as he looked towards the distance, but there was even more excitement and happiness in his eyes, the energy of the laws. What a kid! As expected of the person who those dogs of the hallowed grounds fear and have a headache over. This game is finally getting interesting. As he spoke, he was about to chase after Yang Yi. However, Supreme Exalt He's group and the blind old man arrived here. Your hallowed grounds actually mobilized so many forces just to kill a single monarch realm profounder. How laughable and sad. The black-robed man glanced at Supreme Exalt He's group while his eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain. You aren't laughable and sad? Why did you fail just now? Supreme Exalt He spoke coldly. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, he still wouldn't fear this fellow who stood before him. Not to mention that he had the numbers right now. I just want to have some fun, replied the black-robed man. Supreme Exalt He laughed coldly and said, Then I'll wish you good luck. Please don't play yourself to death. If it wasn't for the Saber Emperor, I would want to kill you right now. The black-robed man stared fixedly at Supreme Exalt He. You think too highly of yourself. Supreme Exalt He said, If it wasn't for the hallowed Lord, I would make you die a graveless death right now. It'll allow you to understand that all of you aren't anything great once you've lost your undying bodies. Want to fight? Said the black-robed man. Bring it on. Supreme Exalt He pressed his hands together and was about to attack. Meanwhile, the blind old man's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Both Supreme Exalt He and the black-robed man's eyelids twitched when they witnessed this scene, and then they glanced coldly at each other yet didn't attack in the end. Their figures flashed and vanished on the spot instead. Yang Yi had the Stone of Suppression, and whichever side that obtained it would possess greater authority over the others when they cooperated. So, they naturally wouldn't allow others to obtain it. Yang Yi hid beneath the ground, and then hid within the primordial pagoda. At this moment, there were 4 supreme experts and 100 mid-grade half-saints outside. Once he was locked in battle with them, then only death would be awaiting him even if he was at the 9th rank of the monarch realm. He hadn't imagined that the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders would actually join forces to kill him. Even though they hadn't joined forces openly, he had no doubt that they'd come to some form of agreement. So, Profounder Continent was in danger. Are you all right? Within the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi frowned as he gazed at the sword spirit. At this moment, her figure was practically translucent, and it even made Yang Yes' voice tremble slightly. She shook her head slightly and said, They'll be fine after I absorb some of your sword intent. However, I won't be able to help you anymore for some time. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief and said, I'm sorry. He actually felt quite guilty to her because she had almost lost her life on more than one occasion because of him. The sword spirit said, I'm helping you for my own gain. You don't have to apologize. What do you plan to do now? You should have realized that the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders seem to have come to an agreement. If I'm not wrong, then they might attack Profounder Continent soon. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, It's still far from a hopeless situation. What? You have a backup plan? Asked the sword spirit. Yang Yi nodded and said, I've thought of a way. While it's dangerous, I want to give it a try. The sword spirit said, You have no choice but to try. I'm going to fall into a deep sleep. It'll transform back into my original form. You just have to constantly nourish me with your sword intent. You can execute Heaven Rend during this period. Your current strength should be sufficient to overlap at least 25 Heaven Rends. Even a mid-grade half-saint might be instantly killed by that. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into the form of the ancient sheath, and it floated in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi took it in his hand, and then his sword and tint gradually converged into it. "Be careful," said Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi nodded, and then he left the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi didn't return above ground, and he went deep into the ground instead. Around 4 hours later, a world of lava appeared in his field of vision, and he didn't hesitate to transform into a ray of light that entered it. In next to no time, a few dozen balls of flames that were at the half-saint realm appeared in front of him. "Take me to Xiaoying," said Yang Yi. The flames they emanated blazed even more brightly, and they seemed to be issuing a warning to him. "Take me to her." Yang Yi's voice was slightly heavy. At the same time, 12 Flevel sword and tint surged out like a torrent, and it pressured them to the point the flames they emanated dimmed down. Suddenly, Xiaoying appeared in front of Yang Yi. At the same time, a few hundred balls of fire appeared in the surroundings. All of them were half-saints, and there were even a few dozen mid-grade half-saints amongst them. "Have you come here to give your life away?" Xiaoying floated over to Yang Yi, and he instantly felt the temperature go up by a few hundred degrees. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and tint and formed a barrier around himself. As soon as he completed the barrier, the temperature around him instantly returned to normal. A wisp of surprise flashed through Xiaoying's eyes when she witnessed this scene, and she said, "You've actually attained the 12th level of sword and tint in this short period since we last saw each other, and your strength has even become so strong. What a surprise." "Where's Lei Lin?" Yang Yi frowned, because he hadn't seen any sign of Lei Lin until now. Logically speaking, she would have definitely come here if she knew that had come. "I devoured here." Xiaoying looked Yang Yi in the eyes as she spoke in an emotionless tone. Yang Yi's pupils suddenly constricted while the sword and tint within him even became violent. At this moment, there was only rage and killing intent left in his mind. Boundless rage and killing intent, especially when her image appeared in his mind. "It was I that did it to her. It was I." Yang Yi muttered softly as if had lost his soul, and then he suddenly looked at Xiaoying. "I'll bury all of you with her." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took a step forward while he activated the sword domain. Xiaoying's expression changed drastically when the sword domain appeared. Meanwhile, countless threads of sword and tint shot out from within Yang Yi. At this instant, terror appeared in Xiaoying's eyes, the energy of the laws. "You've actually comprehended the energy of the laws. Quickly stop. Lei Lin isn't dead. I lied to you." The crimson-red hue in Yang Yi's eyes reduced greatly when he heard this. At the same time, his sword and tint stopped spreading. However, it was still a little too late, and a few dozen balls of fire in the surroundings had been transformed into ashes. A wisp of fear and shock flashed through Xiaoying's eyes as she gazed at the ashes. It wasn't just her. The other balls of fire moved far away from Yang Yi and didn't dare get close to him. A short while passed before Yang Yi calmed down, and he stared fixedly at Xiaoying as he said, "Bring her to me." Xiaoying took a deep breath and said, "She's in closed-door cultivation. She's charging into the half-saint realm." As she spoke, she pressed her hands together before pushing them apart, and then the lava was immediately split apart. There was a palace at the end of the path opened up between the lava, and countless tiny balls of lightning were circling in the sky above it. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that, and then he gazed at Xiaoying and said, "I'm sorry." Xiaoying would naturally not be nice to him after he killed over a dozen half-saints of hers. She immediately said, "Since you know that she's fine, then you can leave." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "I came to ask for your help." "I refuse," she replied coldly. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "I really didn't do it on purpose. I was just truly unable to control myself when I heard that you devoured her." Xiaoying suddenly said, "Are you that worried about her?" Yang Yi replied, "I treat her as my own younger sister." Xiaoying gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, "What do you need?" Yang Yi answered, "You should be aware that I'm from Profounder Continent. Now, the hallowed grounds and the defiant Profounders are about to attack Profounder Continent. Based on the current strength of Profounder Continent, it'll definitely be destroyed by the end of the battle. So, I hope." So you hope that'll help you fight them? She interrupted him. Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. He was about to speak when she suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed towards the side. Leave right now before I change my mind. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She continued, I really can't figure out why you want to fight them, and you even want to drag me down with you. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with you in the head? Xiaoying continued, your current strength isn't bad, but do you think that you can fight the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders? Profounder continent wouldn't even be a match for one of them. So, leave right now. Yang Yi said, I've naturally prepared repayment for your help. I won't accept it no matter what it is. She refused decisively. Yang Yi sighed lightly and said, even something that can allow you to head into the outer heavens? He was tricking her because while he did possess primordial violet energy, even he wasn't confident that he would be able to enter the outer heavens in the future. Enter the outer heavens? Xiao Ying's eyes narrowed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Suddenly, a ball of flames flew over to Xiao Ying, and then slight fluctuations swept out from it and entered Xiao Ying's mind. A short while passed before she raised her head and looked at him. Do you know what has happened? Yang Yi frowned and asked. What? She said. The hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders have respectively dispatched 3,000 half-saints to the teleportation formation that leads to Profounder Continent. They intend to attack Profounder Continent. Chapter 794. Profounder Continent. The territory of the Oceanic clans. At this moment, all the half-saints of Profounder Continent had gathered in the sky here, and their gazes were extremely solemn as they looked at the small island below them that had a teleportation formation on it. Elder Mu and Lu Yin stood at the front of the group, and a man completely enveloped in black energy stood by their side. That man was the demonic figure who was sealed beneath the heavenly lightning pool. We have no chance. A voice sounded out from within the mass of black energy. Lu Yin glanced at him and said, Fan Ku, don't tell me you're going to surrender? Surrender? Fan Ku laughed with ridicule and said, I was sealed by those bastards from the hallowed grounds and outer heavens for 100,000 years. Surrender? How stupid would I be to do that? Lu Yin chuckled and said, Don't worry, this teleportation formation can only transport 100 at a time. So, unless all of them are top-rate experts of the hallowed grounds. Otherwise, we'll kill as many as they send here. What if the high-grade half-saints of the hallowed grounds are the ones that come? Asked Fan Ku. We'll just fight. If worse comes to worse, it's only death. Don't tell me that you're afraid, said Lu Yin. Fan Ku replied, Let me tell you in advance that if it's the top-rate experts of the hallowed grounds that come here, then I'll turn around and leave right away. I'm not afraid of death, but there's no need for me to die for your sakes. I'll always have a chance while I still have my life. Suddenly, a ray of blue light erupted from the teleportation formation below them. The experts of Profounder Continent seemed like they were facing a formidable enemy when they witnessed this scene, and they instantly became tense. It didn't take long for Supreme Exalt, he to appear on the teleportation formation. The half-saints of Profounder Continent were about to attack, but they were stopped by Lu Yin. Supreme Exalt, he glanced at the surroundings and laughed with ridicule. Is this all Profounder Continent has? Yet you dream of fighting against my hallowed grounds? How truly laughable. If it wasn't for the defiant Profounders, annihilating all of you would only take an instant. Don't tell me you came here just to brag? Lu Yin spoke indifferently. Supreme Exalt, he glanced at Lu Yin and said, No matter what, we were once from the same continent, so we don't want to take things too far. They'll give all of you a chance today. If you're willing to surrender, then my hallowed grounds will let bygones be bygones. Moreover, we'll even allow the members of your respective clans and sects to enter the hallowed grounds. Remember, this is your last chance. If you let it go, then only annihilation awaits all of you. Many half-saints were immediately tempted. A cold glow flashed through Lu Yin's eyes when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to act when Elder Mu stopped him. Elder Mu shook his head and said, Keeping disloyal people with us is like a calamity waiting to happen. Let them go now. It's better than allowing them to stab us in the back when we fight the hallowed grounds. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. It didn't take long for a half-saint to step forward, and he said, "My Clear River sect is willing to head to the hallowed grounds." As soon as that half-saint stepped forward, it didn't take long for another to do the same. "My Endless sect is willing to head to the hallowed grounds." "My Goo clan is willing." It didn't take long for all the half-saints besides the half-saints from the Devil race, Demon race, and Oceanic clans to choose to represent their clans and sects to surrender to the hallowed grounds. Elder Mu and Lu Yan's faces were quite unsightly. They were aware that many would definitely choose to surrender under the pressure they experienced from the huge number of experts possessed by the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders. But they hadn't imagined that there would actually be so many. Profounder Continent had lost at least 70% of its half-saints in just this short period. So, how would it fight the defiant profounders and the hallowed grounds now? The smile on Supreme Exalte's face grew wider and wider instead. He wasn't afraid of fighting Elder Mu and Lu Yin right now because he was standing on the teleportation formation and he could leave Profounder Continent in an instant. Moreover, his actions had caused many people to become disloyal to Profounder Continent. So, if Elder Mu and Lu Yin were to attack him now, then it was very likely that those half-saints would turn on Elder Mu and Lu Yin. He was completely unafraid. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly stepped forward. Lu Yin and Elder Mu's expressions instantly changed when the old man stepped forward. "Even your Ding clan intends to surrender," said Lu Yin in a low voice. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Senior Lu, everyone has their own aspirations. I hope you'll give my Ding clan a chance to live." "Ding Yuan, Ding Xiaoyao won't agree to this," said Lu Yin. Ding Yuan said, "I'm the patriarch of the Ding clan." As he spoke, he turned around to face Supreme Exalte, and then he bowed slightly and said, "Supreme Exalte, even though we're not half-saints, we hope to be able to surrender to the hallowed grounds, and both fight and die with the hallowed grounds. I wonder if Supreme Exalte is willing to accept us." "Of course, you are very welcome on our side." Supreme Exalte smiled and said, "If all of you are willing, even those that aren't at the half-saint realm may come to the hallowed grounds with your clans and sections. All of you won't have to be in a constant state of anxiety there, and you don't have to worry about the defiant profounders as well, because the hallowed grounds is your greatest support." Many people weren't able to remain calm when they heard Supreme Exalte. "My Devil race is willing to surrender?" Suddenly, the half-saint of the Devil race stepped forward and said, "I wonder if the hallowed grounds is willing to accept my Devil race." "You're most welcome." It didn't take long for practically everyone from Profounder Continent to surrender. A short while passed before Supreme Exalte gazed at the Demon Saint, and he said, "What about the Demon race?" Lu Yin and Elder Mu gazed at the Demon Saint. The latter glanced at those who'd surrendered and said, "All of you'll regret your decision." One of the half-saints spoke in a deep voice, "Demon Saint, you've seen the current situation. We have no chance to win. The hallowed grounds merely wants to kill Yang Yi. We truly don't have to be buried along with Yang Yi." The half-saint from the Devil race spoke as well, "Demon Saint, I know that you have a good relationship with Yang Yi, but do you really intend to allow the entire demon race to be annihilated because of that? The defiant profounders have emerged from the seal. If we don't surrender, then how will we fight them? Only the hallowed grounds can keep us safe." The Demon Saint shook his head and said, "They'll give all of you one last piece of advice. You should know Yang Yi's character very well. So long as all of you leave Profounder Continent today, then all of you'll become his enemies. All of you've seen how ruthless he is against his enemies. Moreover, he will absolutely not give any of you a chance if you leave Profounder Continent." "Yang Yi," Supreme Exalte laughed coldly and said, "He's only a monarch realm profounder. What can he possibly do even if he attains the half-saint realm?" Demon Saint, Lu Yin, the Undertaker, and every other profounder on Profounder Continent, they'll give all of you 5 days to consider my offer. If you don't head to the hallowed grounds and surrender in that time, then my hallowed grounds will flood the entire continent with your blood. We won't leave a single soul alive." As soon as he finished speaking, he started leading them into the teleportation formation. As he watched the members of Profounder Continent being ceaselessly teleported through the formation, Elder Mu frowned and spoke in a serious tone, All of this is slightly strange. Based on the current state in this world, those beneath the half-saint realm are completely useless. Yet now, the hallowed grounds is actually even willing to accept those below the half-saint realm. That's really quite unusual. Lu Yin spoke coldly. In any case, they'll face horrible consequences. Just wait and see. Fan Ke spoke abruptly. We haven't even fought yet, so many of your forces have left. We don't even have a fighting chance now. If you want, you can surrender to them right now as well. Lu Yin spoke indifferently. Actually, he looked forward to seeing the entire continent surrender to the hallowed grounds. Because Yang Yi wouldn't be tied down here if that happened. With the protection both he and Elder Mu could provide Yang Yi, they could still survive even if the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders attacked the continent. You seem to be so composed. I presume you definitely have a backup plan. I'd like to see what it is, replied Fan Ke. Then just wait and see, said Lu Yin. The hallowed grounds. The underground world. Yang Yi received news of it as soon as the members of Profounder Continent surrendered to the hallowed grounds. In a hall, Xiaoying said, See? The defiant Profounders didn't have to do anything. Just the hallowed grounds crushed more than 70% of your forces. Moreover, they didn't even have to lift a finger. Do you think that you can fight the hallowed grounds and defiant Profounders now? Yang Yi replied, That's their choice. However, some still chose to stay with me, like the demon race. I naturally wouldn't care about the fate of those who betray me, but how can I abandon those who are still following me? Xiaoying gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she said, You really do surprise me. All right, since you want me to help you, I'm really curious why you're so confident that you'll be able to convince me and make me fight the defiant Profounders and hallowed grounds to the death by your side. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, Xiaoying, do you want to head to the outer heavens? Who doesn't? She said, But I'm sorry, I don't think you have the ability to accomplish that. Moreover, I think that besides the method which the defiant Profounders and the hallowed grounds intend to use, there's no other person or method in this world that can break open the heaven path. So, I want to help you fight them. Yang Yi walked slowly towards her, and he looked directly into her eyes as he said, What if I said that I can break open the heaven path? Would you believe me? Continue trying to trick me. Go on, said Xiaoying. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and he spoke in a very serious tone. I can attain the saint realm. She spoke coldly. Continue trying. Yang Yi's face darkened. He didn't waste his breath again, and he directly stretched out his hand and took her hand instead. Xiaoying's expression changed, and she was about to attack him when her eyes suddenly opened wide, and her entire body started to tremble slightly. Quintessence violet energy? As she spoke, she twisted her hand and grabbed Yang Yi's hand instead, and it seemed like she yearned for more primordial violet energy. However, Yang Yi pulled his hand away and said, You believe me now, right? How could you possibly possess quintessence violet energy? Xiaoying stared fixedly at him. Yang Yi replied, That's not important. The important thing is that I'm not just able to become a saint myself, I can allow you to become one as well. So, do you still intend to refuse? Suddenly, Xiaoying flashed over to Yang Yi, and then she grabbed him by the throat and said, Let me become a saint right now. Otherwise, they'll twist your throat apart. Chapter 795. Let go. Yang Yi's voice was slightly icy cold. Xiaoying stared fixedly at him for a short while, and then she let go of him and said, It's impossible for quintessence violet energy to exist in this world. How could you possibly possess it? Yang Yi said, Nothing is impossible. As for why I have some, I can't tell you the reason. All I want to say is that I can attain the saint realm, and I can help you attain the saint realm as well. It's not just an empty promise. Allow me to attain the saint realm right now, and it'll crush both the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders for you. Xiaoying's eyes burned with desire. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Attaining the saint realm now will only end in death. Because our enemy isn't just the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders, it's the outer heavens as well. After you crush the defiant profounders and the hallowed grounds, would you be able to enter into the outer heavens? Moreover, Can you guarantee that you'll be able to break through into the Saint Realm? There was another reason he hadn't spoken about, and it was that he didn't want the outer heavens to be aware that this world still had quintessence violet energy in it. At the very least, he didn't want them to find out until he had the strength to protect himself. Once they found out that this sealed-off world had quintessence violet energy, then they would definitely not let the matter rest. At that time, countless saints and even more terrifying figures might come looking for him. Xiaoying fell silent for a long time, and then she said, "I still have an opportunity to become a saint after the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders annihilate all the living beings throughout the continent. Moreover, I wouldn't have to pay any price to get that. I just have to wait patiently until Profounder Continent is destroyed." Yang Yi said, "But what if their pillar of blood fails? Or perhaps some other mishap occurs? You should be well aware that anything is a possibility. However, my quintessence violet energy is something that really exists. Moreover, you can forget about taking it from me or getting any ideas about it. Since I dared to reveal it to you, then I naturally have something to rely on." Her eyelids twitched because she really had aroused the intent to seize it from him. However, she couldn't help but feel hesitant. Yang Yi was too mysterious. He was mysterious to the point even she feared him slightly. So, in the end, she hesitated for a long time and abandoned her intentions to seize it from him. Because the slightest mistake wouldn't just make her lose the chance to obtain quintessence violet energy, it might cause this madman before her to go berserk. At that time, her losses would outweigh the benefits. She remained silent for a short while before she said, "If I help you, then when can I attain the Saint Realm?" 1 or 2 Attaining the Saint Realm is utterly useless. A wisp of madness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. If we're going to make saints, then it's best for there to be 100 or even a few hundred. In that way, we might have a chance. However, I'm unable to create that many saints right now. So, I need time. Xiaoying's eyelids twitched when she heard that he intended to create a few hundred Saint Realm experts, and her chest that rose and fell rapidly revealed just how shocked she was. What sort of a notion was it to have a few hundred saints? If she hadn't felt the quintessence violet energy that Yang Yi possessed, then she would really think that he was a madman. A long time passed before Xiaoying took a deep breath and said, "How long do you need?" "It should be enough when I attain the half-saint realm," replied Yang Yi. She asked, "How long will that take?" "It shouldn't take too long," said Yang Yi. Xiaoying remained silent. Yang Yi continued, "In short, you can make your choice right now. Will you choose my side and follow my path? Or will you choose the pillar of blood that the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders are creating?" "Let me see the quintessence violet energy again," said Xiaoying. Yang Yi nodded, and then he flicked with his finger. A strand of primordial violet energy entered Xiaoying's body, and she instantly trembled as if she'd been struck by lightning. Moreover, her face was covered in an expression of comfort. A long time passed before she gazed at him and said, "At the deepest depths of the ground are over 5,000 half-saint fire spirits that are in deep sleep. There are at least around 200 that are mid-grade half-saints. As for high-grade half-saints, I'm the only one. In total, I have around 6,000 half-saint fire spirits on my side. However, their strengths are inferior to both the half-saints of the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders." When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment and said, "If it's possible, I hope that you'll give them a chance to attain the Saint Realm as well." "If it's within my ability, then I will," replied Yang Yi. She nodded and said, "Should we set out for Profounder Continent right now?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Gather your forces for now and give me 3 days. "Right. Do you have 1,000-year-old fire crystals? Give me as many as you can." She glanced at Yang Yi, and then she waved her hand and a pile of fire crystals appeared in front of Yang Yi. She said, "The thing we lack the most here are fire crystals. Not only are there 1,000-year-old fire crystals here, there are even those that have a few thousand years of age. However, while it's extremely useful to humans like you, it's useless to us." Yang Yi felt his heartbeat quicken as he gazed at the fire crystals before him. Because there were a few thousand in that pile. Yang Yi took the fire crystals, thanked her, and then casually chose a hall before summoning all his sword servants. Presently, he had an entire 1,300 plus sword servants, and almost 100 were mid-grade half-saints, while the rest were ordinary half-saints. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he flicked with his finger. The fire crystals instantly flew forward and entered every single sword servant. After that, he placed them within a room in the primordial pagoda. At the same time, he sent all the primordial violet energy within the pagoda into that room. He was madly increasing the strength of those sword servants. Yang Yi was very well aware that he was forcing their advancement and that it would be bad for their foundations. However, he had no other choice right now. If they couldn't attain the mid-grade half-saint realm, then they weren't even the slightest threat to the defiant profounders or the hallowed grounds. It would be the same even if Xiao Ying's half-saint fire spirits were included. After they absorbed the energy within the fire crystals and the primordial violet energy, some of those ordinary half-saint sword servants immediately became mid-grade half-saints. Yang Yi was very well aware that it was mainly because of the primordial violet energy. Even though the energy within the fire crystals wasn't bad as well, it was absolutely incapable of allowing an ordinary half-saint advance into a mid-grade half-saints. It was even to the extent that Yang Yi felt that the so-called quintessence violet energy of this world didn't possess such terrifying ability. He had no doubt that his primordial violet energy was much more superior than the quintessence violet energy, and it was at a higher level. After that, there was an ordinary half-saint sword servant that attained the mid-grade almost every few minutes. Yang Yi didn't waste his time as well. He was studying the 3 strands of sword intent Head gained from the sword sect's founding ancestor. After all, Head personally witnessed how terrifying they were. He was able to improve his strength by absorbing sword intent, and Yang Yi had thought about absorbing those 3 strands of sword intent so that his own sword intent could attain the 3rd level of the heaven rank. It was entirely possible because he was at the peak of the tuned level. However, he still hadn't attempted to absorb them until now because they were very powerful. After all, they contained the Tao of the Unfettered One. The slightest mistake might cause him to be the one who was absorbed. However, Yang Yi decided to try in the end. Of course, he wouldn't absorb all 3 at once, and he divided one from the group and sent it into the primordial pagoda. After that, he released his sword intent and enveloped that strand of sword intent. The sword sect's founding ancestor's sword intent didn't try to dodge while under Yang Yi's control, and it didn't resist as well. It just remained there quietly. However, Yang Yi noticed that his own sword intent was actually resisting him. His sword intent had a mind of its own, and it instinctively resisted and rejected danger. In other words, it felt that the unfettered one's sword intent was dangerous. Yang Yi could force his sword intent to absorb that strand of sword intent, but he didn't. He took a deep breath, and then started communicating with his sword intent. "You're afraid of it?" He received no reply from his sword intent, but Yang Yi was certain that it understood him, or perhaps it was asking him something. Yang Yi continued, "I've said it before. I intend to surpass the sword sect's founding ancestor, but if I can't even defeat a strand of sword intent he left behind, then how could I possibly surpass him in the future? I know that it's dangerous to absorb it, and it's very risky as well. However, it's very beneficial at the same time. Isn't it? Eat it and you'll become even stronger. If you don't, then you might not have another opportunity to improve." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi paused for a moment before he continued. "Anyone can devour something weaker, but only by devouring something stronger will you be extraordinary. We must be extraordinary." As he spoke, Yang Yi urged his sword intent to pounce on that strand of sword intent again. This time, it didn't resist him. Once again, Yang Yi witnessed how formidable the unfettered one's sword intent was, because his sword intent actually started to disperse before it could even get close to it. The unfettered one's sword intent was devouring his sword intent. Yang Yi's heart shook. Should I give up or continue? In the blind of an eye, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he immediately urged all his sword intent to envelop that strand of sword intent. It was a war. A mad war between Yang Yi's sword intent and the unfettered one sword intent. Yang Yi's sword intent was at a disadvantaged position while the sword sect's founding ancestor's sword intent ceaselessly devoured his sword intent, and it was ceaselessly growing stronger under such nourishment. On the other hand, Yang Ye's sword intent was growing weaker, and it was even to the extent that he felt his sword intent was actually about to drop by a level. Should I give up or continue? Yang Yi didn't choose to give up, and he continued emanating even more sword intent. If I can't even deal with a strand of sword intent that he left behind, then how can I possibly surpass him? Yang Ye's voice was ferocious while his sword intent surged out madly. Under the condition that Yang Yi stopped at nothing, his sword intent started to stabilize, and it gradually fought the unfettered one sword intent on equal grounds. While the unfettered one sword intent was formidable, it was like a plant without its roots. On the other hand, while Yang Ye's sword intent was weaker than it, his sword intent was endless while he was still alive. So, this gap between them naturally caused the unfettered one sword intent to lose. Of course, it was because Yang Yi dared to attempt this. After all, the slightest mishap might cause his sword intent to drop a level. Time passed by slowly. 2 days later, bang! The hall which Yang Yi was in suddenly exploded into pieces, and then it was immediately transformed into specks of dust and dirt. Chapter 796. Xiaoying had an extremely solemn expression in her eyes as she watched this scene from afar. After all, tuned level heaven rank sword intent wasn't a huge deal to her. However, 3 red level heaven rank sword intent was a completely different story. It was something that could even pose a threat to an expert at her level. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and then 2 rays of light suddenly shot out from them. Hiss! The space before him was instantly shattered into pieces, and a pitch-black spatial rift was formed. However, it didn't take long for it to vanish and return to its original state. Perfection in heaven rank sword intent. Yang Yi stood up and flicked with his finger. A ray of light shot forward, and then the space before him was like a piece of paper while his sword intent was like a sharp blade. It sliced through the space before him with absolute ease. Moreover, it continued forward while leaving a long and pitch-black spatial rift behind. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes slightly, and then issued a command in his heart. Bang! Besides where he stood, the space in an area of 300 m around him was instantly shattered, and a huge black hole appeared around him. But it didn't take long for the space around him to be restored. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart, because Head merely used his sword intent to suppress the surroundings. However, he hadn't imagined that just that would actually be beyond the endurance of the space around him, and it immediately collapsed. To a certain extent, 3 red level heaven rank sword intent is on par with the spatial laws of this world. Xiaoying walked over to Yang Ye's side and said, "You can give it a try. Make your sword intent merge into this expanse of space and see what happens." Merge it into this expanse of space? Yang Yi was quite puzzled by this. She's right. You can give it a try. Meanwhile, the sword spirit suddenly appeared by Yang Ye's side, and there was shock and pleasant surprise in her eyes. The unique trait of 3 red level heaven rank sword intent is its ability to merge with sword techniques, the space, the heavens and the earth, and even the energy of the laws. Just give it a try. You're all right now? Yang Yi was delighted when he saw her. She nodded and said, "I didn't expect you to actually dare to absorb the unfettered one sword intent. After all, his sword intent can be considered to be the strongest sword intent in the history of this world. What I didn't expect even more is that you actually succeeded. Because of that, my injuries were completely recovered after I absorbed some 3 red level heaven rank sword intent." Yang Yi nodded, and then he issued a command in his heart. His sword intent surged out from within him. He gradually noticed that his sword intent actually could merge into space as they'd said, and it actually merged completely into one. Meanwhile, the sword spirit suddenly flicked with her finger, and a strand of sword energy shot towards Yang Yi. However, it suddenly exploded apart when it arrived 3 m away from Yang Yi. See that? My sword energy could have easily torn through the space before you. However, once your sword intent merged into that area of space, it greatly strengthened it to the point that my sword energy wasn't able to pierce through space at all. The sword spirit continued, of course, its true strength is far from just that. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What else can it do?" She grinned and said, "Your sword intent can merge with space, so it naturally can merge with sword techniques. You can merge it into your sword techniques when you execute them, and then merge that technique with space. After that, use the characteristics of space to attack. Try it." Yang Yi didn't hesitate to flick with his finger, and a strand of sword energy shot forward. After sword intent merged into that strand of sword energy, Yang Yi hurriedly did as the sword spirit said and merged it with space as well. After that, a shocking scene appeared. That strand of sword energy actually vanished. To be precise, it was concealed upon merge into space. Moreover, his eyes were utterly incapable of discerning that there was a strand of sword energy hidden within space. If that strand of sword energy wasn't linked to his mind, then he wouldn't even be able to sense it. The sword spirit explained, after it's merged into space, you can utilize the special characteristics of space. In short, you can make your sword energy travel straight through space and attack your enemies as swiftly as possible without using the void flash sword like you did in the past. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then a stone statue which was over 1 kilometer away instantly exploded into pieces. It was even swifter than his attacks when he executed lightspeed. Tempestuous waves of shock surged incessantly in Yang Yi's heart. Meanwhile, the sword spirit continued, "Once your sword techniques are merged with space, they become concealed, and you are even able to utilize the special characteristics of space. When you execute Heaven Rend of the Tri-Apex sword technique next time, add your decay laws into it. Then, even Supreme Exalt he might be instantly killed by a single attack from you, if he's even slightly careless. Of course, if you fight him normally, and he takes precautions, then it's better for you to not even fight him." When she spoke up to this point, she raised her hands slightly and drew a circle. If you're using your sword intent to suppress your opponents in the future, you can merge it into space, the air, and even the spirit energy around you. In that way, it's equivalent to relying on the might of the world to suppress your opponent. Under such circumstances, ordinary half-saints wouldn't even be able to utilize 5% of their strengths, and even the ability of existences like Supreme Exalt he would be greatly restricted. How powerful! Yang Yi took a deep breath. Needless to say, even he was shocked by the ability of his 3-level heaven rank sword intent. If he were to launch surprise and sneak attacks now, then it would be absolutely easy for him to kill mid-grade half-saints. It was even to the extent that he had a chance at killing high-grade half-saints. While you're still not a half-saint now, even high-grade half-saints would absolutely not dare to look down on you. Xiaoying continued, "You have really surprised me." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "While I can pose a threat to high-grade half-saints, I'm very well aware that I'm absolutely no match for them in a head-on battle. Of course, I'm not stupid enough to do that. Surprise and sneak attacks are the way to success." Xiao Ying's eyelids twitched, because if Yang Yi were to launch a surprise attack on her, then even she would have a huge headache. Because Yang Yi's ability to conceal himself was truly too formidable, coupled with the fact that his sword intent and sword energy could be merged into space now and become concealed. It was even more terrifying. Yang Yi checked on the half-saint sword servants within him, and then a slight grin appeared on the corners of his mouth. He looked up at Xiaoying and said, "You've finished gathering your forces, right?" She nodded in response. "Let's set out right now. People are still being teleported incessantly to the hallowed grounds from Profounder Continent. You might lose all of them if you're too late. Since they chose to surrender to the hallowed grounds, then let them. Why should I stop them?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Xiao Ying's heart shook. She glanced at Yang Yi with a gaze that carried deep meaning, and then she said, "So long as it's within the hallowed grounds, then you just have to say the word, and I'll bring my forces there no matter where it is. You can do that?" Yang Yi spoke with surprise. She glanced at him, and then she turned around and left. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. "You fool. The area above ground in the hallowed grounds can be said to belong to the hallowed grounds and the defiant Profounders, but the underground world belonged to her. While she is beneath the ground, she definitely has her ways to be aware of your whereabouts. So, she'll be following you with those half-saint fire spirits of hers. Understand?" said the sword spirit. That's really not bad. Yang Yi nodded and said, let's go. She asked, you intend to fight the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders to the death right now? Yang Yi shook his head and said, they'll be attacking Profounder Continent very soon, and a battle to the death is unavoidable. However, I still have something to do now. What? A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. That defiant profounder who heavily injured you that day is definitely still looking for me. Don't you want to take revenge? He's a high-grade half-saint. The sword spirit spoke solemnly. While you've become stronger, it's impossible for you to kill him. I still want to give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Is it because of me? The sword spirit muttered softly, and then she transformed into a ray of light that vanished from there as well. After Yang Yi emerged from the ground, he completely dispersed his sword domain, and it didn't even take 2 breaths of time for the space near him to fluctuate violently. After that, a black-robed man who held a spear walked out from within that expanse of space. Didn't you want to play with me? Why did you hide for? A ferocious expression arose on the corners of the man's mouth. He was about to say something, but he didn't even get to finish before rays of white light flashed. A breath of time later, his expression changed violently because there were over 1,000 half-saints around him. Moreover, all of them were mid-grade half-saints. He was astounded, and he was about to say something. However, his cultivation suddenly dropped to the monarch realm. After that, all those mid-grade half-saints pounced at him. The black-robed man was a high-grade half-saint at any rate. So, it only took him an instant to react. He moved both of his hands forward with the intention of tearing space apart and fleeing. However, he noticed to his horror that he was actually unable to tear it open. Terror and bewilderment appeared in the man's eyes as he tried once more. A gap was torn open in space under the might of his full strength. However, it was very small. It was only the size of a thumb. It was impossible for him to enter through such a hole. After that, there was no after that. The black-robed man was dead. He dead with everlasting regret. His eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with terror and bewilderment. Of course, there was even more resentment in his eyes. Yang Yi walked over to the black-robed man, and he shook his head as he gazed at the black-robed man's corpse. Ganging up on others is the way to success. Meanwhile, the space all around him started to vibrate. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.